How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Meet the Rivals. Okay, today our first guest is a legend in the scene. We got Donald Vanguard from the Chiefs representing in Pacific OCE. How you doing, Donald?
Hey, I'm good, Lager. How are you, bro?
Good, thanks too, brother. All right, let's get into it. I want to know, the people want to know, how did you start your esports journey and how did you end up on the Chiefs?
Look, my esports journey's been nearly a decade long, mate. Obviously had like modest success, nothing crazy. I've played, I started with just some, friendly, like I used to play split screen, FPS competitive stuff with my mates, and then went into a hero shooter, played that one for too long, and then played a MOBA, and then back to that hero shooter, and now we're here.
Respect. We love a game out here, but outside of gaming, outside of competing, what's your profession?
So I work in public health. I'm a manager at a private cardiology practice. So it's pretty full on as well. Trying to juggle that with scrims is painful. My day is kind of work 8 hours, go to the gym, scrim, go to bed. So I don't know how I've successfully maintained a relationship this long, but it's full on.
Now I'm gonna hit you with some quick fire questions, okay? Straight away off the bat. What's your favorite MCU movie or show?
So yeah, I'm watching the Daredevil series at the moment, but I think my favorite overall it's got to be the second Deadpool movie. So I watched the first and second one, 2 days, and then 1 day before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. So it was kind of a trilogy in 3 days, and I enjoyed that a lot actually. Yeah.
Now in Marvel Rivals, what's your favorite hero to play? Straight away.
Yeah, I mean Magneto's kind of like, I don't know. If you look at my profile, obviously scrim time isn't recorded. So I'm not a one trick, but it's pretty bad. It looks like I am, yeah.
Okay, well, we call him LeBron for a reason, everybody. Come on now. Now, what's your least favorite hero to play against?
I don't know. Long time LeBron fans will know that I hated Wolverine and the first MRI, and I mean it's still pretty irritating. The dinosaur existing now sort of remedied that a little bit. It's probably still Wolverine, or maybe I don't know, half the strategist roster.
Which hero do you wish you were good at?
There's a couple of heroes I haven't had a chance to play recently that I used to. So I mean, at the moment, my Hulk and Cap have fallen off a bit, and people be like, "Yo, is that the Hulk guy?" Like that doesn't happen anymore. And it's just because whether it's because the meta changed or I don't know, the game caught up to me. Yeah, I'd probably want to say Cap and Hulk.
What Marvel character would you like to see added to Marvel Rivals?
Okay, so there's a couple mutants that I'm a big fan of, but I want them to be vanguards, so it makes it hard to pick somebody. I prefer ranged vanguards, obviously, and ones that can headshot are cool too. So, actually, thinking about that, no, I want Big Bertha from the Great Lakes Avengers. Yeah, I want to play Big Bertha. Yeah.
That's a good pick. That's a deep cut. We like that. What's a new team up you'd like to see between heroes?
Yeah, so a team up I want to see, it's maybe not necessarily due to lore or anything, but more so their abilities. So I'd like there to be a Black Widow and a Magneto team up where Black Widow's the anchor and then Mag gets the ability to headshot. Yeah.
What is that?
Look, I'm a simple man. I just want to play Mag every game. Come on.
Hey, he's gonna make Black Widow meta now. This is crazy. What hero would you nerf all the way to bottom tier? To the depths. Worse than Blade. Worse than Black Widow.
Blade is you might be surprised, man. The FMCL Blade might come out again. It's okay into Dinosaur, especially with a bit of rocket.
I've been asking.
Yeah, okay. I think Sue Storm has been in the limelight a little too long. She's not as crazy as she has been right now, but she's still pretty consistent. Maybe White Fox actually, a new addition. That's kind of, and I mean Black Cat is a little OP as well. I mean it's better for our team when Daredevil is the one crazy DPS that runs everything. But no, Devil Dinosaur is perfect, and probably needs buffs actually. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, well, following it up, what hero would you buff to the top? Straight to the best instead.
I mean, obviously Mag, Devil Dino. I love playing with Loki. I think having Loki in the game's a lot of fun. So getting him when he's good, the game's good, in my opinion. When he's banned, the game's good as well. So get him out of there. I don't know. We need a ban. We need to buff something that brings it up to Gambit's level. So it first ban isn't just always Gambit. That's what it needs to be. So it shouldn't be Magneto then, so I can still play him. Maybe it should be something I don't like or I'm bad at. So yeah, like I don't know. Maybe Black Widow.
Right,
Make Black Widow overpowered. Yeah, when it was just Black Widow Hawkeye ban, that's easy, right? Everyone was doing that. Like, yeah, bring it back to that.
True. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, you spoke about him earlier. What is your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think he is super duper versatile. Can be played as the, you know, like in the Groot Venom sort of archetype, and can also be the like have a similar playstyle to like Appealing Emma. He struggles a bit into super duper mobile characters on like wide maps. There's one in specific that I lost a scrim on, and yeah, I was very upset. On push maps, like top 10 out of 10, better than Groot, like blah blah blah. Like you want to pick him. People are taking one-sided in scrims with us. Granted, we scrim other regions, so I'm not sure what else he's gonna do. Yeah, he's good. He's good, but he's beatable. His head hitbox is massive, so just shoot him in the head.
Okay, well, somebody else is coming down the line. Cyclops. Do you have any predictions what role he'll be?
Oh, Cyclops is he's always been like a. I've liked him as a character a lot, right? But
you know your X-Men. You know your X-Men. I know you do.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't know the love triangle between him, Jean, like Wolverine. I absolutely despise that. Like this guy is he deserves the world, and he deserves to be played by somebody like me. But he's like it was Devil Dinosaur's a Vanguard, so Cyclops is probably going to be a duelist. If he's a strategist, I'm going to lose my mind. But yeah, I mean, hopefully he's just like a hit scan sort of. I can't imagine them giving him like crazy movement or anything. I don't know how they'll keep it close to like comic book accurate, but yeah, I mean as long as he shoots straight and does a lot of damage, like that's all I can ask for.
Now you've been scrimming, you've been preparing for Ignite. Now we want to know, what is your opinion about the current meta?
So the current meta is probably the most flexible it's been in a hot minute. A lot of things are good, a lot of things aren't. So it's map dependent comp. So like I think that's the biggest. And I mean, yeah, you just switch characters, get a better matchup. Can't just pick one comp and roll stuff because people will pick stuff that's good into it. It's really flexible, and I really don't like that. Our team is definitely a bit of a just play the same stuff, smash our head into a brick wall until it works kind of team. And yeah, it takes us 30 seconds to figure out a comp swap, whereas that's one fight we've lost effectively. But yeah, it's fun. I feel like we will get better, and everybody will get better as the season goes on. But yeah, and it's hard to get the understanding. We had so much time on last tournament's patch that everyone sort of knew what was good, knew what needed to be banned, blah blah blah. So now it's fresh. You'll see new stuff every day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Now, if you could compete in any other region in the world, which would it be?
I've competed in Asia in other game as well. Yeah. So I mean, another English speaking region. I think NA is obviously like what is considered the best at the moment, and I'd love to drop my stuff over there. I can imagine I'd come in as like a weaker tank there, but the tier, like the quality of practice and whatever else, right? There's so much more. Oh yeah, even EU would be great too. Actually, and China would be fun too, because I feel like that's probably I've got a lot of friends that play in China, and we scrim a lot of China, so. Yeah, I think that's my answer, actually. And a lot of them are decent at English. Yeah, I'd like to play in China.
Hypothetical scenario, okay? Multiverse. You have to swap teams for an entire stage with another player. Who's it going to be?
All right, so for the, I mean, I want to stay in O's, obviously, I think.
Respect.
This is where the stories are, right? This is where my friends are, the people I care about. So the Chong MRC season that I was on the team, by the way. We came first. FMCL didn't wake up for the 10 placement games, so I subbed in as Flex DPS for Chopper Mag, best team in Asia at that point. And I played some thing. That was the third. It was the DPS. So if anything, I'd like to swap with Pethic, FMCL, get back in the DPS slot where I belong. Yeah. It's the most recent tournament win I've had, so hey, obviously worked out for me.
All right, I mean, maybe this might answer the next question. I don't know. Who in Ignite is your biggest rival?
Ooh,
who on site? Who is it? Like,
who's on site?
You're like, I'm versing them. I'm going all in, full comms, no holding back, not even letting them get one pick.
Oh, I mean, every game, mate. That's just like every game should be like that. True. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like. Main rival, Gen G, blah, blah, blah. Like, they're sort of seemingly like an insurmountable obstacle at this point. So we look down a tier and we focus on who we think is, contesting us for second. And yeah, it's Kanga. It's kind of when, the energy when we beat Kanga is great. I'm sort of always zoned in on it no matter what. But the rest of the boys will join in. We'll resonate off each other. It's always Kanga that's kind of BTA as they put it.
Okay, Kanga, but who specifically? I want to.
Oh, who specifically on Kanga? Oh, Tinigakari, mate.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, Tinny, mate.
All right. I might interview him next. We'll see.
All right.
What city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN?
Oosh. Well, I'd love an Aussie one. I think Melbourne would be pretty chill. I'm from a smaller spot, so yeah, don't come here. I think Sydney was great for a different event I went to. But also, if I'm qualifying to it, prefer for it to not be in my country. So yeah, I don't know, somewhere in Tokyo maybe. That's a holiday. That's the next holiday destination. So go there for free, it'd be wicked.
Final question of the evening: why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Look, we've actually had this conversation as a team, and I know so gaming is the one thing that keeps me it is my passion. Outside of the woman I love, right? This is my favorite thing ever. And one day making it the entirety of my making it my career, or at least I've spent so much time on it. I want to not necessarily build a legacy, but when I have kids and grandkids, they'll be your grandpa Seth went to X country playing games. That is pretty cool. And I don't know, man. I'm getting old, getting up there. I just want to leave a legacy, do something relatively cool. It's I don't know, it's for the love of the game mainly, but also it's a rare opportunity. Being the best at anything is really, really difficult and really impressive to me. So being good at games is the same thing as being a good football player in my mind. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of talent, a lot of skill. But yeah, man, it's just my favorite thing to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Donald. Wish you all the best in the next stage, and everybody who've officially met another rival. Have a good night. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Meet the Rivals. Today, I've got a guest with me. I've got someone who I've known for a very long time. We're talking about Zenstari, the Vanguard, out here representing Gen G in Pacific OCE. How are you doing, Zenstari, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, Lager. Thanks for asking.
Happy to have you here today. Now, let's just get into it. We want to know, how did your esports journey begin? How did you end up on Gen G in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
As most of you know, I came from GZ. Well, I went on to GZ as first as the little introduction of my little career, I guess. And then after that, we went unsigned, went to Chopper Mag, went to Atlanta, did pretty well as an unsigned team and got the green light basically that Gen G were, looking to put us on. And here we are. So, yeah.
Respect. Well, you've been competing very well right now, top of the region, but outside of competition, what's your profession?
This type of thing is my job at the moment. I don't have any extracurricular activities, or I did have school, but I don't have it anymore because, I had to prioritize this a bit more in the moment than school. So I have, dropped out of high school to pursue this a bit more efficiently. Yeah, other than this, I don't have any other profession.
That's fair play. Fully committed to the grind. We respect it. Now, in the MCU, do you have a favorite film or TV show?
Look, I honestly do really like the Moon Knight show, but my favorite categorical of Marvel heroes would probably be the Fantastic Four. I don't know, something about them just reaches out to me a bit more than any other heroes and whatnot. So
a choice to make. What is your favorite hero to play?
Overall, everyone knows that Venom and Groot are my most standing out heroes that, I'm known for back in the day. But at the moment, Season 8, Devil Dinosaur is going to be up there. I'm not going to lie. Even though he's OP and he's broken and whatnot, he's still really fun to play in the current Season 8.
Hey, that's all it is. It's all about the fun. But, who's your least favorite hero to play against?
It would depend. I feel like it. I feel like for me, it all depends on the player. You know, I don't have a preferred hero not to play against. I mean, Penny is kind of annoying, but you know, it all revolves around the player. But I think Venom, good Venom players are annoying. I think it'd be annoying to play against a Venom. I'm not gonna lie, or a Cap.
Now, which hero do you wish you were good at? Someone that you feel like you're not good at, you want to be like the best at.
I think it would have to be Captain America. I think if you're good at Captain America, I think you will carry at least 95% of your games. The hero is just such a high impact hero, you know, it's like fits well into the meta at the moment. His ult is really good. Yeah, if I think I'd be way better if I got better at Cap than what I was at the moment. So
That's a good shout. Good choice. Now, yeah, you've watched a little bit of Marvel, maybe even read some comics. What hero or villain do you want to see come to Marvel Rivals?
maybe I think Carnage would be cool, you know, expand on that symbiote roster a little bit more. Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like it could I feel like there's I would see how they would work around that, you know, seeing that they could kind of do maybe the same abilities, but because Carnage is a bit different than Venom, you know, could expand on that a bit more. But I think that'd be pretty cool to expand on that symbiote roster a little bit.
I like it. I like it. I wouldn't mind seeing Agent Venom as well one day. It'd be pretty cool. Mix it up a little bit. Now, speaking of mixing it up, what's a new team up you want in Marvel Rivals? Maybe you want to give your favorite hero something cool.
I would honestly not mind them bringing back the Spider-Man Venom team up. I can't think of a new proper team up, but I would prefer like a really good old team up to come back than them having a new team up and it's just absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Which hero would you nerf to bottom tier? Absolute worst in the game.
I'm gonna be a bit biased about my own role because you know some people say that tank is the highest impact and tank is the most OP role in the game, but I'm not gonna lie. I think we got to tone down Black Cat a little bit. Her
Okay.
kit is really cool, but I just think that the damage output that she has is a bit high for what she can do as a character. I think we might have to tone her down a little bit. And Phoenix, we got to stop buffing Phoenix. I'm not gonna lie.
I can agree. I can agree. Well, who would you buff to the top tier? Who needs that buff? Who should be up there as strong as Phoenix even maybe?
This is hard because honestly, I wouldn't mind Magic. I wouldn't mind Magic. I
Oh,
think Magic. I think real sometimes Magic could be a good contender to be a decent hero in some situations.
now you spoke about him earlier. What's your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the no bias. I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the most overtoned heroes that they've brought on release. Maybe I think on release Gambit is a bit better. You know, always the heroes on release is always they're always stupid and they always take a while to tone down at least like until 8.5 and then they're still not even that toned down. But I think Devil Dinosaur is probably one of the most fun heroes that they've released in a while for especially me as a tank player. You know, the infinite overhealth, the sustain, the grab, the bubble, even the ult as well is really good and it's really fun to use. I think there's a massive skill ceiling in it as well. I'm not gonna lie, even though it's pretty basic of just sitting main and you know you can grab people and beam and whatnot. I think the skill ceiling is very high as well. So I do really like the new hero that they brought out.
That's a good shout. Well, speaking of new heroes being brought out, what are your predictions for what role Cyclops will be?
Look, they did what did they release last season? What Black Cat, White Fox.
Yeah.
They did what Angela, blah blah blah. And
Daredevil, yeah.
I think yeah, Daredevil. I think he suits the DPS role. He just has to. If he's a support, I think they're doing something wrong. If he's either a DPS or a tank, it suits him because it's just for what he's known for. It's too much to put as a support. It's just yeah, you just can't. You just can't.
Currently, you're in the process of stage 1 for Ignite in OCE. How do you feel about the current meta as a whole?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit maybe a little bit messy. I think for some teams it's very straightforward, but I do think the comps that you can play around Dino is very experimental. You know, as you see in some of our games, we play the Rocket Atom. I don't think that's overly a strong backline comp. I just think that, you know, with the dive and with the sustain that Dino has at the front line and Atom Res and you know, all the other contenders. I think that comps like that can get really experimental. I think there's no really definite. There's obviously a definite meta, but some people are still figuring it out. You know, there's new things that people learn that are good and what's bad and what can work every single day.
Now, let's talk hypothetical scenario. If you could compete in any other region besides your own, where would you go?
I think every person that you would interview would probably either pick EU or NA because it's just the most competitive, but it also is the most high. It's almost the most highest player count. So, you know, there obviously is a whole bunch of skill ranges that differ going into a highly populated region like that. But I think it would probably be EU or NA that would obviously show the most.
Okay. Well, let's add on that. You know, let's say you had to swap teams with another pro player for just one stage. Who would it be? Any region.
It's completely hypothetical. So I'm just gonna be straight honest. I would maybe swap like myself maybe for Vinny to go 100 Ds. I think 100 Ds is a good team to, you know, participate in and whatnot. You know, their players have had a lot of experience, but yeah, I just think that 100 Ds is a good team to move forward with and whatnot.
Who in Ignite is your rival? Who's that one player?
Look, I mean, you know, every person I talk to that's on the other teams, we all have banter and whatnot. I just think that for me personally, it would have to be someone on my role. You know, you can't banter someone with the DPS role. You can't banter with someone on support. It would probably have to be maybe Tinny or Isaac on Kanga or Donald or Beast Node on Chiefs. You know, you just balance out the playing field. You know, got to have that ego on each side.
Now, a little bit of a fun one. You know, what city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN event?
I think somewhere maybe like England would be cool. You know, I just think for everyone it'd be cool to get that type of you know, knowledge around the world, and I think England would be a cool country, or, you know, whatever it's classified as to go to. In NA, I think maybe like California or something, or either one of those two. You know, maybe it'd be fun to host a tournament in a really big state where everyone can see.
Why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since like I was little. You know, I got my first Xbox when I was 5, and I always loved playing games and whatnot. So I just think that having this opportunity to finally have something done with what I've always wanted, you know, not even just going pro, you know, just loving playing games since I was little, you know, I kind of do it because of motivation, because of that. And, you know, now that I've came so far, you know, there's no point on going out of it after, you know, not getting what you want. So I think it's just the whole factor of motivation and, you know, support really that keeps me going in this. Just wait until mid-season. You know, we're gonna get a different placement than 5th and 6th, hopefully a bit higher, and with the meta will changes, you know, and we're gonna be the kings of Pacific. I bet that. I bag that.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Zenstari, and everybody at home. Congratulations once more. You've officially met another rival.
Thank you.
Coming, but if you're not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering individual.
And the butterflies comes through from Saffron, instantly homing onto Seijiro. Ultimate to overcome it as the legend gets grabbed out just manages to get the invisible.
Used early actually from KitKat. Heaven's Retribution trying to go in for the dive. There's not really that much time to work with.
What's going on, guys, and welcome to day 1 of week 3, and it is a good week to be a Marvel Rivals fan as we've got everything today. I'm your host, Cozy, joined by the amazing desk of Gasket and, of course, the one and only Vicky Kitty. And y'all, hey, we've got teams chasing first place, lock-ins, people just fighting for survival. I gotta ask both of you, what is one thing the audience should just pay attention to watch this week as we kick things up?
All right, Cozy, I got to start here because when you have your own destiny in your own hands, 100 Thieves could achieve that in that next series for day number 2 for this final week against Swamp Gaming. I want to see if they could actually achieve getting that first seed. That's going to be crazy to see.
Yeah, I think to follow up from that, players to watch, Delena in particular has the most final hits in the Americas at the moment, has just been outstanding. Second to that, Nectar. Those would be the 2 players I'll be looking out for as individuals that are just going to pop off and maybe bring something a little bit extra this week.
The only Delena witness so far was Iron Man. We'll see if we get more of it from Sentinels. If you guys have not watched what's going on, or you just want a little bit rebrief of what this tournament format is, we're going to go ahead and show that to you right now. As you can see, we are making our way very quick, guys, through the month of now June. And we're going to have, obviously, our last bit of the group stage. And keep your eyes out for July. Yes, the fireworks are not going to be the only thing popping at night as we have the playoffs going on. And Vicky, with all of this, I mean, listen, 4 teams only moving on from each group. This whole week is going to just be tight.
Can we talk about the fact that we are already halfway through the year and already at the end part of our group stages? Guys, like, time flies so fast when you're having fun. But yeah, Cozy, I cannot believe this. So, all these teams facing off the opportunity to actually qualify within the top 4 within their respective groups.
I'm having fun, Vic. Let me tell you. And, I mean, last week, like, we had some pretty interesting games, kind of middle of the pack. This week, it is looking like all of the must-watch matches across the board, and we've got a map pool that is going to be the arena for what you'll see in this gauntlet. And of course, things are going to stay from what you've seen the last couple of weeks. Lower Manhattan was that new adjustment into the map, and one that we've seen a lot. Gaskin, there's a couple maps we haven't seen as much. Yggdrasil's Path has definitely taken a dip down. Araco, it was one I love personally. Don't see a ton of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of maps we haven't seen at all, to be honest, in any regions. But most regions have stuck to, the familiar 3 or 4. But we are starting to see people try and force others out of their comfort zone. We saw Spider Islands last week. We saw it today in Amir as well. People are just trying to say, all right, if you're going to constantly be playing the likes of Midtown, or if you're going to Museum of Contemplation, whatever, let's go for something that's a little bit different. Maybe you're not as practiced on, and perhaps we'll see more of that today.
You know what? I think we're going to get a lot of firsts today and this week, so maybe we will finally get our view on some of those maps. And let's go and talk about it again, if you are just now coming in or just for the refresher, how we work with the pick and ban system. Again, looking across the board, not just Psylocke, it's going to be individual for each team. So if you ban a Psylocke, you can still play Psylocke, same as protecting it on your side. And Vicky, in this regard, I mean, Devil Dinosaur coming in has kind of shaken up what we saw in week 1, going into week 2, and I think even more so to week 3.
Yeah, and it goes hand in hand, too, with Rocket and Phoenix, right? We're seeing not only Devil Dinosaur kind of taking that step back and being a priority when you're looking at the Gambit, but then you also have the hand-in-hand mix of bringing a Rocket involved and then trying to force out a Phoenix ban, too. It's kind of been the mind games before we get started in a lot of our matches.
Well, what I want to go ahead and set up, as now you know the format, y'all, of how this week 3 is going to work, is what do we've got going on? What is the storyline of these teams, and where do we sit currently? Because, again, only the top 4 in each group will be moving forward. And as we kind of look at ahead of what everything matters to be this week alone, I mean, first of all, Gaskin, 4 teams are essentially already kind of locked in, right? You have TLC, Stick Drift, they're looking great. Stick Drift being the one that I think people are pretty impressed with, already securing a good, look and spot. Swamp Gaming and 100 Thieves. It's really those final 2 playoff spots for the majority of them, and we have a lot of matches that matter today.
Yeah, I think today is really going to impact that massively. There could be some teams who pretty much secure their fate not qualifying for playoffs, and those that could guarantee themselves here in playoffs. Of course, we're focusing a lot on 4 and 5 because those are the teams who are really at risk, but it doesn't mean it's done and dusted just yet. Sentinels and Space Station Gaming both could, in theory, if they were to lose out the remaining of their games, could end up in a 3-way tie. It's not impossible, but of course, just one more win, and they should be good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy if you look at how some of these paths are going to work out, because, Sentinels alone kind of control a lot of some of these teams' destinies and the way that they play with them. With both of them going up against the teams that are kind of fighting for that survival. And across the top, I mean, having 100 Thieves to have that chance to punch the 1 seed, anything's possible. And we see a lot of madness shake up here, I would say, typically at the end of these group stages. This is when teams have gotten a bit more comfortable, and you don't have to kind of hide, right? We have a brand new patch going on for the playoffs, so no more needing to hide strats. You can kind of throw it all out there on the table. Vic, what's your biggest surprise from all this?
The fact that you just said Sentinels holds the fate of how FlyQuest and NRG do, right? Because in this week alone, Sentinels has to face off against FlyQuest and NRG. So that's definitely going to be crazy. And then on the other side, too, between Yaoi Lost and TSM, that's going to be another series that we're going to see that determines which of these teams are sitting a lot more comfortable, especially since TSM will be having to fight against Equinox in that last day for this final week.
Yeah, listen, if you're an NRG fan, you're going to have a massive upset to really control any of its destiny. And, it's crazy because some of these teams that, they can't lose out. We keep saying Gaskin, but they have the toughest matchups remaining. Space Station kind of being a good example of that. Even Swamp Gaming, they have, pretty tough gauntlet here to finish out the rest of what their group is. And with week 2 being a little bit sleepy in some regards, if you will, right? You got to kind of iron up and brush off the rust, if you will, because this is what matters the most, especially if you're looking at the prize pool.
Yeah, and some teams will just perform better, though, when their backs are against the wall. You look at what happened last week with TSM, a lot of people would have been writing them off. I was even wondering, are they going to be able to progress? Then they have an incredible match. They look like a completely different team, and then suddenly now they are having a real opportunity of qualifying for playoffs with the way that they were competing. So don't count anyone out, is what I'll say, because there is plenty of tricks still up people's sleeves. Been a lot of practice going into this week as people are figuring out the meta as well. And I do think there's going to be 1 or 2 upsets on the card.
No, for sure. That's a great point because TSM getting that win has made things a lot more complicated and kind of a bit more comfortable because Space Station, like one of those have to lose, right? And so, yeah, we lost being the one they want the most because they have to finish off there. But again, these teams are not just playing for pride. They are playing for a lot of cash and money as well. And so, every single C9 mistake can actually hit you financially, right? Like absolutely crazy as we take a look across the board. 200,000 USD Vicky with the champion getting $64,000 and all the way down to 12th. And, listen, it's like, you get paid out at the end, but you're missing out on playing on the playoffs. And even more so, what all these players want to get to, that's the land, Vic.
Oh my goodness. Can you talk about the fact that that first place and second place spot is basically a $32,000 money match? Sheesh, that would be a very expensive C9. So you got to make sure that you place in the money too to feel a lot more comfortable about what your progress has looked like within the MRI. But Cozy, this also kind of highlights what Gaskin was saying before. When some of these teams, their backs are against the wall, they do either perform under pressure or they crumble. There's no in between. So this is also what's on the line too.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got in store today. Again, a lot of good matches. You might look on paper and be like, I think I know how this one's going to go. But as Gaskin said, I'm telling you, this will not end how you think today with NRG versus Swamp Gaming. Again, to control really their fate. They've got to win. Let's just call it what it is to get and punch their ticket. We're going to start off there, and they would have to beat the undefeated Swamp Gaming. FlyQuest versus Sentinels. We've kind of all coined it in the greeter room as probably the match of the day. I mean, just absolute fireworks going to happen on the talent side, but also in regards to where Fly's going to sit and Sentinels moving forward and their comfortability. And then we end with SSG versus TLC. And even though TLC has looked all the part and, clearly the I would say region's favorite, SSG has so much play for here to punch their final secure playoff spot. So today's going to be full of a lot of greatness. And speaking of, we start with those two teams of NRG and Swamp Gaming. Gaskin, I'll go to you first here. I mean, with this, what does the NRG have to do? Because you can't play passive. You're the team that has everything to play for here. We see teams, some will go for target bans and all that good stuff later on, right? Kind of in the playoffs. The time is now. You got to kind of put everything out there.
I would have liked to have thought they've done their research, but at the same time, I don't want to see any silly bans coming through. I don't want to see people just allowing Gambit to flow through endlessly because that seems to have not worked out very well. I know that some teams are kind of trialing putting Black Cat into the mix now a little bit as well and using that as a lock, and maybe that's an opportunity to try and go up against the strategy of the other team. I just think NRG, they need to play what works for them here. Don't think too much about Swamp. Make sure that you're putting everyone on heroes they are comfortable with as well, and there is a real chance they could cause an upset. It's not like they are unbeatable, Swamp Gaming. We saw what happened in the preseason, right? They started to dwindle off a little bit towards the end of it, so NRG maybe need to take away something from that.
No, absolutely. And you guys know these players by now. I think this is the shock. I mean, hey, the name is in it. Of a team that week 1, it's like, oh man, this is a team that can really place for first seed. And then things just haven't gone their way. Quite literally one Psylocke slash away from winning against 100 Thieves. You can kind of name it, and then having to kind of stumble off from there. And so this is a team that I would love to see advance, but again, a really tough road ahead. And that is against the perfect, right? The Swamp Gaming that is really just have made themselves known in this region for so many reasons. Like, you know, with the sub that you can't even call a sub, they have just stacked talent across the board, Vicky. And it's what makes them dangerous. We talk about the backline. We talk about how lethal, you know, Melophobia is in the duelist of the Subin of Daze and Amadian. But it's every piece of what this team is what makes it great.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that Swamp Gaming has no issue utilizing their subs, you know, just kind of swap back in if they're feeling, you know, one player over another, especially with the way that the meta shaked up. And Gaskin was like, yeah, let's not let Gambit get through, especially not against Valentina Eve. I'm sure a lot of teams have learned their lesson. So that's definitely something that NRG Shock are going to keep in mind. But I do have to follow up, right? Just being able to mix and match, having a Madian come in or Daze as well. If you're going to expect more of these Black Cat bans, or depending in our best of 3, since we are still in the best of 3 in this final week, in, you know, being able to take advantage of what that second map is going to look like. Are we going to see even more Museum of Contemplations? You know how it is.
Well, absolutely. And listen, you know, I want to go ahead and just ask you guys right now. I mean, Gaskin, let's start with you. Who do you think is going to come away with this, right? Is it going to be the perfect? Is it going to be the one fighting for survival? If you look at NRG, they've got the pieces they need, right? Obviously, like Chime cannot miss when, you know, Call 2 Stinkers on Daredevil looks one of the best that we've got in the region. And that backline, even though being on and off at times, really does have plenty of that potential.
I think when we looked at this group, we knew one of these big teams was going to fall victim to the group of death. And I do still feel like NRG are most likely going to be that squad. I have too much trust in Swamp Gaming. I think Swamp Gaming are the better side. I think they're very well drilled. I think they know exactly how they want to play and how they're going to beat teams. That being said, I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised, right? I want to see NRG come into this at 100% and show us that they can compete with NRG, with Swamp Gaming. I want it to go to a full 3, right? I don't just want this to be an easy 2-0 sweep that we're just throwing it under the rug and saying, all right, well, NRG, their chances are probably done. No, I want to see a real attempt here. And I do think they have the possibility to do it, but it's going to be tough, very tough.
And Vicky, listen, we might get a Madian, we might get Daze. I personally want to see Daze on the side of Swamp, because then we would get Daze versus Stinkers. And that has been kind of, if you look at 2 Daredevils, there's a lot of great ones out there, but I think that's the matchup for me that would just be like Goku Vegeta, right? Like, just this is what I would want to see out there, especially in the domination. Who do you've got?
I mean, I like how you bring that up, because then if you see the Black Cat get through for both sides, then we could get like that Black Cat v Black Cat action. But you know what? Even the Star-Lord being a problem, I want to see a little bit more from this backline of Swamp Gaming, be able to also play with that sustain and not get dove when you expect that from NRG Shock, right? If they do expect that Star-Lord, what is that Star-Lord going to do from Stinker's side? What are you going to see if Chime comes in being on that Phoenix? How is it going to go hand in hand with the Phoenix ban proc into the Rocket ult that gets enabled instead, because you won't have the Gambit Rage and Royal Flush? So I do think a big focus on the backline for both these teams is going to be something that's going to be the foundation on which of these teams will fumble for these first team fights.
Well, folks, let's go and take a look at the map Vito, as Vicky so well put it, and they are going to be taking us to Hell's Heaven first, and just such an iconic map at this point in time with domination. Listen, I think this is also for Swamp Gaming a really good, I don't want to say warm-up round because of how good NRG is, but you've got 100 Thieves versus them, where if 100 Thieves takes care of business, you're going to have kind of that last matchup for the first seed. And they play similar to 100 Thieves in some ways, right? Chime being that Delina role, Stinkers being kind of, if you will, you know, what Self can do. So it's interesting that this is kind of a perfect matchup for them, and I'm wondering if they're going to take the opportunity to do so. Hell's Heaven, very heavy on the Daredevil and Black Cat, as we've seen time and time again. You know, as we are going to be going into pick bans here shortly, Gaskin, where do you think they take it right away? Is it more the Devil stuff early on? Are they going to be aiming towards the duelist that we saw kind of later half of last week?
I'd like to see some Daredevil action. I think they've definitely got the chance to try and disrupt things with a Daredevil, so that would be the aim for me. That being said, we'll have to see how the pick and bans go from the other side, because that can definitely influence and change your decision very quickly if, you know, suddenly a Gambit does go through, for example. Unlikely, but you never really know. You've always got to have that in your back pocket of multiple compositions. Otherwise, you're just a one-trick pony. So hopefully they are not that case. But we'll have to see, because Swamp Gaming, you know, they haven't lost a domination yet. They're 3-0 for NRG. They've been pretty good at Dom. They're 2-1. So it's not like this is going to be impossible here, but still leaning towards Swamp Gaming for sure.
Well, as we will be jumping into the pick and bans, they do like to kind of ban the Gambits, the Lokis, the Lunas, and the Phoenixes if you're Swamp Gaming side. We're going to get Gambit off the table for both sides. I think it's a very smart start with now Devil being saved. Funny enough, Vic, both teams, or both players, Vanguards, can play Devil Dinosaur pretty well for the Shock.
Yeah, exactly. So you also want to be able to take advantage of that if you won't be able to have the Gambit. And you guys were talking about the Daredevil and what happens when you remove the Daredevil. Well, maybe that could proc and bait out a Black Cat ban on Energy Shock side, because the Daredevil also provides that insight to kind of pinpoint where that Black Cat is if we do see that from the other side.
Yeah, and Gaskin, it really stops a lot of what they want to do. It's like, okay, Stinkers, what do you got now? The Wolverine is always going to be available, which I don't think they're crazy scared of, but hey, it's definitely there as an option, and Black Cat. So they're going to go with the strat that they've been sticking with the Rocket pick, and then probably the ban here to follow.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. We'll have to see if NRG now are just happy to remove Devil Dino as well. Just get it out of there, and then you've got the one-sided Dino affair. There you go. I know we were looking at like the stats of when one hero is on one side and on the other side, they struggle a little bit. Devil Dino, it's been a bit of a toss-up. In the early stages, Devil Dino was struggling in the one like match affair, and then you look at the other side, then people start to learn how Dino worked, and it really started to favor the Dino team as the Phoenix ban comes out here for NRG as well. Important removal, but with Phoenix being removed, you've also got to protect your duelist, and that's why Star-Lord's going to be there.
Yeah, I kind of like the approach they're going with, and to me, this says Amadian's playing, right? So you have Daredevil out, Star-Lord probably going to go to the Amadian side, Phoenix is going to be banned, so at least you shut that down from Mello, but they are going against Stinkers, Vic. That is the game plan. You can see it black and white here. They're trying to say, Stinkers, what else you have? The last save, I mean, listen, because of the Devil Dino being one-sided, there's a couple ways it can go. It's not most likely going to be something to aid against, another Vanguard.
And it's crazy, too, because you have to also consider, like, Hell's Heaven and the opportunity to control all of that space. So once you get that Devil Dino off the table for Swamp Gaming and you see the Rocket Raccoon being that last save at the very end, it kind of forces out Swamp Gaming to feel like, all right, are we going to have to ban out the Phoenix ourselves? So that way we could try to enable the Sia here, too, from the other side. So we're going to have to find out what that final ban's going to be. But that's kind of been the bread and butter that we've seen from a lot of our teams in the pick and ban phase.
Well, listen, we've seen NRG be the team with the Devil Dinosaur, with the other team not, and they've been unable to capitalize on it, right? So it matters right here that they get every bit of value out of the big red T-Rex. Y'all, this is a great way to start off week 3. This is day number 1 with our band set, the teams, the strategy, everything on the line, quite literally, Gaskin and Vicky for NRG Shock, and I know it's going to be a fun one for you all to call. Any last words on the pick bands, Gaskin?
I just think this is kind of a win for SG. I think they're going to be pretty happy with how it's gone. Sure, they're without the Devil Dino, but we've seen that before. They're one of the teams who are capable to be without the Dino, because I know a lot of people will be looking at it saying, how can you leave Dino? How can you not have the Dino on your team? Just wait. SG are one of these teams who definitely perform very well.
Well, it is NRG Shock, Swamp Gaming, Hell's Heaven. Here we go. Take it away, Vicky and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Cozy. Gaskin, let's get right back into the action. I missed you, my friend. It's just been a week here, but we get to see how a lot of our teams have shaped things up. And Swamp Gaming also, by the way, have the availability of playing the Mantis if they want to swap over, which I think is incredibly important. And you can see right there, too, Amadian being slotted in, just like Cozy was saying, together with Melophobia. So it's going to be that Star-Lord, maybe the Star-Lord action, just to try to deal with that up in the air. And before we get right out of the gates, of course, the Rockets and Luna. So that's why you saw a lot of the focus as well on the divers, but that's something that Swamp Gaming can now rely on too, because they have Mello rolling out on that Daredevil.
Yeah, when you look at the one-sided affairs I was talking about, Mantis is one of those heroes that really pops up, as if you can get a one-sided Mantis, certainly the stats do increase, but not going to see it just yet. Maybe it'll be something that we pulled out a little bit later. But I am curious to see how NRG approach this with the Devil Dino as well. You've got to utilize the aggression that is available for it as well. The Dino is such an incredible hero to push with, but already you see the openers are there for Swamp Gaming.
Oh my goodness, Medlo, even with a BRB bringing Hoodie back, they're down in numbers, and Swamp Gaming opening up with a statement, the Star-Lord from Amadian, and of course Mello, the duelist deadly duo, is going to be able to wipe out the rest of NRG and take control over the point first.
Yeah, there's a lot of responsibility on Window here as the cap to try and create a little bit of space for NRG too, because otherwise they're just going to get bullied by Swamp Gaming. If you give Mello this kind of room and space to get behind enemy lines and get onto these strategists, he's going to give them a win every single time. He's just going to bide, he's going to wait, and then as soon as he gets that opportunity, he jumps. And with the assistance of Amadian as well, just applying a little bit of pressure from the front line, yeah, this could be dangerous for NRG.
Mello now diving in though, Forky Dog shoving the gun right in front of NRG. Gets a follow-up, Mello gets a following pick-off here too, and this is just going to be a hard reset because NRG are not even able to stay alive out of the spawn room choke.
Yeah, when do we get swaps from NRG? That's going to be my question. Sure, they're building up these ultimates as well, but it's not working for them at the moment. Haven't been able to get outside their own half of the map at the moment. Madara just keeps being forced back, hasn't really had much to do because these strategists keep getting deleted by Melo, and now Forky Dog's going to be the first one to pop up.
Oh, the wombo combo here to try to delete this, though. It's going to be the Ensong Inferno as a retaliation to delete the Sia from Forky Dog. I love this now as the opportunity has opened up for NRG to now control more space on the point. The 2 down originally before Chime is trying to back away, help out some of the supports here too, and also mark down Melo as he's found another one. As unfortunately for NRG, they're forced to swap off the Luna, go over to the White Box just to deal with the dive.
Yeah, you can't allow Luna to just get walloped by that over and over again. SG were down by 2 and they still find a pick onto those strategists, which really makes NRG struggle to hold, but they are going to back off and find a little bit of space, and Galactic Legend will be popped as well. But all the meanwhile, Melo is still causing havoc, a thorn in the side at the moment to NRG.
He's like a mosquito. Someone needs to swat him out of here, but they have not even been able to mark him once. This is another reason why Swamp Gaming, man, the flexibility that they have. If it's not going to be Days that we've seen him pop off on the Daredevil and Black Cat, guess what? It's Melo and his flexibility. He's already marking them, getting the speed boost real quick. He's already also marked out where the BRB is, so could also force out that cooldown as he lets a Devil out at 92%. He's just trying to buy time as Amadian finds Madara.
Forces out the Galactic Legend from Chime as well. I mean, that is perfect for SG. That was one of their win conditions in this fight, to be honest, as we go into overtime. Plenty to work with on the side of SG as well. Valentina is going to be the first one to pop dance floor, and now here comes Krasma.
And now you have the Feast of the Abyss to follow up. Ensong Inferno for the reset. NRG desperately clinging out for life. They have the number advantage. They've lost a Melo, finally shutting him down. Amadian also getting stunned. But Valentina, it's not a drill. Valentina is on the Luna, trying to keep them alive, as now it's going to be a forced reset as NRG finally claimed the point in their favor for the first time.
NRG really have used the Ensong Inferno very successfully in both those engagements that have allowed them to put time on the board. But the problem is, Swamp Gaming already at 99%. They only need to break once here, and this will be the first round going in their favor, and they do have tools to do so. Psionic Seduction is available for Scatter Genji here, and we'll have to see whether they try and utilize that alongside something else. You've got Forky Dog, who's also going to have Ultimate available. So Swamp Gaming are just going to bide their time here and see if they can find a way through. Oh, Melo.
And he's going to expect it in me. Oh, man, Melo got deleted. The 1-2-3 between Window and then the damage output that we saw right there from Chime. Forky Dog, though, doesn't go down without a fight, is also able to get the retaliation to find Window. And Stinkers, despite they lost Melo, that BRB is also a threat. Now you have the Kumio Unleash, which, by the way, gets stunned immediately. And Chime now finds Valentina. Big pick off here. They don't have that sustainability other than Forky Dog, who already used a Sia. And Amadian is going to clear the point, because once that Kumio Unleash is down, NRG have nothing, forcing the portal play now from Window just to keep themselves alive.
It does keep them alive temporarily, though. They are going to have a chance on this one, and I tell you what, they found one onto Forky Dog, so it is still with a chance at the moment. And SG, they do back off a little bit, and now they engage as well. And you've just got to wait for Melo off the respawn, which he is. He's going to dive on that back line once more.
Before trying to find himself, though, it's only Valentina up 4 heals for Swamp Gaming. Here's Psionic Seduction to deal with the Galactic Legend from Chime. Trying to get the stun here, but still finding Melo's big. But Melo even bigger, being able to find that rocket before the Sia could come out. Forky Dog has that BRB, brings Melo right back. Overtime ticking down in the favor for Swamp Gaming, and Stinkers needs help. Great for the teleportation here from the White Box, but now it's delayed enough time for Valentina to come in with the dance off. Fate of both worlds now, as now you have the Rampage to follow up. They're trying to do everything to mark down Valentina, who still ends up staying alive.
NRG doing fantastically to keep in this one, and they will reset the point in their favor. All right, now you get a chance just to breathe a little bit and try and assess how you want to hold on once more. There is still going to be the opportunity for Krasman off spawn, but Valentina does take off Chime. So that means now Swamp Gaming are going to have the chance to push up a little bit as NRG recognize that, and they're just going to back off. Aya Agamotto going to be available for Window here as well in this next fight, and if you can time it correctly, kind of focus some of those people on the back line, it will allow Amadian just to pick him off so easily.
Oh, Aya Agamotto only finds Kaz. It was going to be a solo ult, but guess what? That BRB is just going to bring Kaz right back, but it won't bring back Melo, which is incredibly important. Now you have to see 99% as Swamp Gaming retake the point. The rest of NRG kind of scooted away here. They've lost out on Window, and they've already used up the portal, so they won't be able to come in and trickle down as Valentina finds Chime back to back. Amadian to follow up to find Hoodie, only leaving Aztec to keep everybody else in, and it's just a matter of time before Swamp Gaming take this first round.
Yeah, it was an insane touch from Hoodie to keep it alive from NRG, but great recognizing of what you need to do from Melo as well. The quick switch from Doctor Strange, just in case anything went south as they re-engage with that portal as well. But a pretty intense first round here, Vicky. Swamp Gaming looked like they were just going to walk through NRG in the end, and perhaps there wasn't going to be an answer back or a clap back from NRG, but they certainly found a way. They focused Melo a little bit. They were able to kind of take him out of the fight and out of the equation quickly. But there was a lot of focus on him, which also gave so much space and room for Swamp Gaming. But in the end, they will take the first round.
It was really tough there. NRG tried to utilize everything trickling down from their ultimates. I mean, Hoodie would have the Kumiho Unleashed going into this first fight in the second round, but Amadian and Kraz also have their own set of ultimates to try to deal with this. Same thing with Scatter to have the Psionic Seduction to try to deal with Chime, but it's been difficult because the way that Swamp Gaming have been trickling down with their ultimates, the timing has been on point.
It has been on point. I think that both teams actually have worked very well together. No one's really been isolated as much as they should be. Both teams have been making sure they've been backing people up when they needed that help as well. So it's been an impressive one. And certainly NRG have shown real signs of being able to deal with the game plan of Swamp Gaming here. And we'll have to see if it carries on into the second round.
Now getting set up here, the fight for the high ground, Dan. And again, it's the highlight as the Venom v Venom controlling the towers before one of them dives down on their next victim. Hoodie does get frozen, by the way, by Valentina. Great little stall as the Kumiho Unleashed, again, is going to be online. The only ultimate for NRG before that Galactic Legend. And it's going to Amadian, who lets it rip first. Now you have the Kumiho Unleashed from Hoodie, but it gets melted down almost immediately thanks to the Feast of the Abyss as well as the Galactic Legend. But they don't go down without a fight. This forces Amadian back into use a recall from the team up that he gets with the Rocket.
It has been an interesting engagement between Amadian and Chime over and over again as well, as is Melo once more trying to find that backline, but the switch over to Whitebox was very important. It has to be said for Hoodie, otherwise Luna was just getting rolled over and over again. Aztecs actually moved over to Luna instead now, and NRG working a little bit better, just having that protection on the backline.
Valentina, who started this round at like 45% ult charge, by the way, gets the ultimate with the Fate of Both Worlds. Is going to be able to have dance off to get right back to the point because NRG have been able to claim this first, which is even bigger. Chime does find a Madian. Scatter still holding on to Silent Seduction. And now you have the Sia to follow up from Forky Dog, but no follow-up available as Aztec claps back.
We are seeing the one-sided affair as well in favor of the Phoenix now, and how much damage you can output, how much they can help the rest of the team, especially with the stun that comes out as the follow-up. But also, you've got the Devil Dino. You have to remember, the grabs have been pretty good from NRG. They've been able to disrupt SG's plan a little bit. But Melophobia still holding strong on the Daredevil, still looking to see if he can pick off the backline.
Trying to get a little sneaky here, getting a little bit of a speed boost to get the mark. Finds the Star-Lord. Feast of the Abyss now from window, and then the fall from Stinkers is big. Sure, you get the freeze, but the rest of your team is gone. Even Forky Dog goes in for the reset, throws himself off the map, and this is going to be another team fight takeover in favor for NRG.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming going to be reluctant to change as well with so many ults available. Melophobia is going to have Let the Devil out shortly too, but certainly has not found as much value as he did in the start of the first round, but he still is just posing such a threat. NRG are very aware of it right now. Krazman has been able to benefit off of that, the space that has been created, but almost needs to work very quickly with Melophobia to try and shut down some of these. But at the moment, it's just Venom versus Venom battles on the high ground at the moment, as you mentioned.
Dude, his back is huge. I don't even see his neck. But letting the Devil out now as Melo's going to try to contest them. It's activated the Double Strategist ultimate from NRG. Now the Psionic Seduction coming in from Scatter, just going to be able to bring the Kumiho Unleashed towards their direction before getting the Choke Slam and the Rampage to punish. Now you have the BRB to bring Scatter right back at the very least. But now NRG are nearing nearly 95% on the point, and they're still claiming numbers from Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, they need to get a touch to Swamp Gaming here as well as we tick into overtime, and they at least did get a little bit of a touch, but now you've got to try and push up. Someone has to be brave. Is there going to be any sort of touch on it? No, it's going to be the answer. Swamp Gaming just have to resign to it, hold on to those ultimates for the third round. NRG backs against the wall in this group, and they are showing up here against Swamp Gaming. It looked a little bit dicey to begin with in that first round, but then they started to find those patterns that were emerging, and now they've started to build a composition around that to deny those easy KOs for Melophobia. And now we go into the third round, and suddenly it looks a little bit different here.
Window was popping off here, too. I like the communication that we saw from Window and Chime. I'm honestly was just not a big fan of the trickled-in ultimates that we saw from Swamp Gaming for the first, 2 to 3 fights or so? And that wasted a lot of time away from them. They didn't even try to portal in. They would rather just hold on to that cooldown just in case they need it for this third round to determine who comes out on top for this first map. Of course, it is, once again, guys, a best of 3. So in domination, it can be very volatile. And now we are moving on to our third round for this first map.
Remember, Swamp Gaming have not lost a map so far here in Stage 1. They are undefeated. They are 6-0, and they definitely haven't lost domination. They've looked so good on domination. Is there a chance that NRG can disrupt things and maybe there's a twist in this tale for this group after all?
This would be insane, Dan. We have to see with Chime having the Galactic Legend, but really no sustain to open up this fight. Stinkers and Chime could go crazy in the follow-up, but Forky Dog will be ready with that Sia, as well as Valentina having that ultimate to keep everybody alive with the Fate of Both Worlds. Here comes a dive, a nice little freeze onto Window. Valentina, she got those, but needs some help because now the Galactic Legend's going to be able to mark her down. You have the Endsong Inferno for the reset, and the backline gets deleted. Talk about a flip of the switch here for a Maiden and Forky Dog to combo the Wombo combo of the Sia and Galactic Legend.
I think that was very important that Swarm Gaming won the first engagement. We saw how difficult it was in the second round when they were constantly on the back foot trying to break. Instead, you win the first, now you're the team that can set up. You look at the first round, they were being very aggressive. They were forcing NRG back into their own half, and they were allowing Melophobia to have that space to get behind the back line and find those picks for them. And again, they're going to give him the freedom to do that, so now Melo has to pop up.
Although we did see Stinkers answer back with the Endsong Inferno to delete the Sia, it was so difficult. I mean, that's not very difficult, though, when you're marking down Melo. Oh, no. That's not what you want to start things off with if you're Swamp, and Valentina also holding on to that sustainability. It procs now the Fate of Both Worlds to dance up as Chime is just going to be able to mark also that recall from the Star-Lord on the opposing end of Swamp Gaming. Feast of the Abyss does mark Aztec and Madara. Scattered to get the follow-up, but Aztec manages to stay alive, which is just equally important here. The BRB does bring back Valentina. A little bit of a different look here as Madara's going to have to slowly walk their way back to the point, whereas Window does have the Feast of the Abyss, and Aztec unfortunately cannot save Hoodie.
Because SG are kind of happy to brawl here, it does just keep ticking up. It keeps going in their favor. They keep scoring, and it does mean NRG now have to back off as well. This is why I was saying it's so important SG get that point first so they can play in this manner. Sure, Melo did get picked to begin with, but it just allowed SG again to get in the face of NRG. Because NRG had turned so heavily to look at Melo, it created that space that SG needed. And now Swamp Gaming, they are very close here on this first point, and they very much going to have a chance to win this entire thing.
Well, NRG was able to take a literally 0 to 100 against Swamp Gaming, who didn't even put one toe on that point. It's look like Swamp Gaming is dishing out the same thing that they were forced to eat now, as Kraz splitting up some attention, creating some chaos on this Venom before diving his backline once again, gets the tether before swinging out, but the isolation from the bubble still allows Kraz to get healed up. You have the Sia that comes in. It was just a matter of time before Forky Dog gets annihilated, but Sionis Seduction still combos with a Madian as well as a Galactic Legend. That's 2 out now for Swamp Gaming. Overtime ticking away in their favor. Fate of Both Worlds for Aztec does keep NRG Shock alive before they're down in numbers now here. Overtime, and they're up in ultimate charge if you are NRG.
Yeah, Forky Dog had just popped that amplifier as well before he got removed, but now into overtime, as you say. Stinkers, can you actually find a little bit of a pick? It doesn't matter. Yes, you can, because Skagagenji has gone down, but the BRB brings back Krazman. Alas, NRG have been able to take control of this point finally, but for SG, if they can plan just as effectively as they did on that initial point here, they should be okay to try and win out this map. NRG are going to have to try and defend, but they do have 3 ults. They have the ability to sustain. They've got Hoodie on the White Fox with ultimate available as well to try and defend that backline, but here comes Melo.
Oh, forces out the Kumio Unleash here, and now the dance off from Valentina to keep them alive. And now you have the Rampage to come in afterwards after you get Anti from the Feast of the Abyss from Swamp Gaming. Letting the devil out, though, but you've still lost out on Forky Dog, who has been getting marked time and time again from NRG. Chime does get frozen. Huge freeze! Oh my goodness! That allowed a Madian to find Chime, thanks to Valentina, as we see the dive now go in from Melo, as well from the other side of Window. Isolating the backline here, does get frozen again. Valentina has just been on point with a lot of these freezes, and Kraz now trying to isolate more of this backline, harassing the Phoenix here as well as the Luna. Not going to get the same retaliation from the Chime, as Kraz is able to get out, and Melo's find Stinkers.
Oh, with Stinkers going down, there's a lot of damage that they're going to lose as well, and Melo now trying to capitalize on that on the backline, working in tandem with Krazman to try and find one. Valentina gets the pick in the end onto Madara, and then surely this should be just curtains for NRG. It's going to be a last-ditch attempt with a portal.
Oh my goodness, the way that Valentina has just been able to get the back-to-back freezes. Now the dance off from Aztec as Stinkers is forced to portal in. As you mentioned, Dan, Scatter still has a Psionic Seduction here. A Maiden has a Galactic Legend. All the assault on the side of Swamp Gaming in terms of these ultimates, and NRG don't really have the sustain. They can get the Kumio Unleashed, but they just use the Fate of Both Worlds. Here's a Psionic Seduction, and Chime gets immediately melted by a Maiden thanks to the Sia Wombo combo.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, count them and read them and weep. But Swamp Gaming will be able to find the victory on the first map here. Sure, a valiant effort from NRG and a very impressive performance to compete with one of the best teams in the league at the moment. But alas, it is still Swamp Gaming who come out on top here, Vicky, in a very impressive manner because, you know, they were tested. sometimes teams like that who have like had an easier route so far might have just thought that they were going to cruise through this one, and then suddenly Swamp Gaming, they were tested, but they still found a way through.
Even though they end up coming out on top, it looked a little dicey. Energy still showing signs of life. It is a best of 3 though, and now Swamp Gaming are currently sitting at match point. We'll find out what our map number 2 is looking like on the other side of this break.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top 2 kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like, the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like, White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA and Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Hello and welcome back, my friends. It is really just win or go home, or close to it, if you will, for NRG, right? If you look at what that match was, they just went up against the Hell's Heaven and a team that is very good at it. And listen, Gaskin to start, I think you said it very well. The way that they played with the defense in mind and just having that first cap is really what gave the big advantage over to all those maps outside of what map 2 with some early ultimates. What was the big difference maker to you?
It was getting that first point, right? Because it was how aggressive they were ahead of the point as well, to just deny, A, capturing the point or even getting a foot on the point, but also then putting them in a very difficult tight space situation, which allowed the likes of Mello to get behind. Krasman was also doing a lot of damage on the Venom as well. It just meant that they had to look everywhere, and they were struggling really to be cohesive as a unit because they were constantly being disrupted. Whereas, when we saw the flip side for NRG actually getting control of the point and they had more time to think, it looked far more comfortable indeed.
Yeah, listen, and for me too, I think the pick ban phase was near flawless. I feel like if you look at what Swamp wanted to take away, not only from Stinkers and the rotation there, and, you know, if you look at what NRG likes, they like to get triple strat going on if they can go that route. You know, Chime, we've seen flex all the way back to preseason on the, you know, on the White Fox. But then also just the comfortability of Chime playing that role because Stinkers is so much of that 1B. We take a look at the MVP of that matchup. And Vicky, you shouted out some great highlights, one of which was a freeze on a Star-Lord and just shutting that down completely. Valentina getting our MVP.
I'm not surprised. We even saw like a 1v1 round number 2, I believe, over on the side, and Valentina actually took it over Chime. I mean, it was insane, and it kind of goes back to what I was mentioning when we were taking a look at both these rosters, Cozy. The backline making a big difference here. Those crucial freezes made a big difference to help enable a Madian to then pop off with the Galactic Legend, and then you combine that together with then looking at Aztec and Hoodie. They were able to have the Luna White Fox team up, but they didn't have the Sia. The White Fox was getting melted when the rocket didn't work out for them on their side, and then Valentina getting a lot more done with these freezes to deal with the dive that we had seen from the Venoms.
Just crazy, having 17,000 damage so easily on a quick Dom, right? Over to the 39,000 healing to boot. Yeah, Friends Back, just incredible work across the board. And, you know, we continue to talk about it, just the way that Swamp Gaming plays with Amadian and Melophobia. There's two different options. You have Daze, who we've heard time and time again is just one of the best players in this entire thing, right? Purely a lot of Daredevil, a lot of, you know, Wolverine, Doctor Strange could be in there as well. But when Amadian comes in, really plays this Star-Lord role so well, and it allows Melophobia Gaskin to do what he does so well, and that is being one of the most flexible duelists we have in this game, playing Daredevil like he does all the time.
He's also just very knowledgeable and knows when to engage, when not to engage. And even though NRG started to kind of understand when Melophobia was going to appear and try and disrupt their backline, the fact they did concentrate so much on Melo, it just allowed Kraz to play in the way he wanted. I mean, 19,000 damage for Kraz compared to the 14,000 of Window. You can see how different a game they had on Venom and how difficult it was for Window to do what he needed to do to try and disrupt Swamp. So a lot of that was because of the space Melo was making. And then also to point out Scatter Genji as well. Difficult to play Emma sometimes because you do feel a little bit restricted with what you're able to do. But again, it's about just allowing everyone else to do things around you by creating that space as a Vanguard. Very impressive indeed.
Yeah, pretty comfortable without having the Devil Dino, right? I mean, you said it best. I think, you know, a lot of the backline just struggle because Aztec just fighting for their lives there when the Venom's coming crashing in. And just the rotation of that team, especially towards the end of map 3 or point 3, you just saw how perfect they were able to rotate over. You had the strategist hidden within kind of the temple area and then all jumped in at the right time. Like their OK Go comms are just pin perfect. And that's what makes them a great team. And, you know, this is a team that I see trying to just sharpen their claws for what is the important match of 100 Thieves. And then they obviously are trying to get better and better as they always are compared to TLC. Vicky, if you're an NRG fan, this is it, right? I mean, it feels like this is it. And you have players on this team that have been to LAN. You have people like Window that has been at the very top of the grand finals at the midseason. And now maybe facing even a chance to not even see, you know, the next one would be tough.
It feels horrible when, again, we have to talk about our conversation from the very beginning, when your own destiny is out of your control, right? And looking at the way that this series is already shaping up, the next time NRG plays is against Sentinels. And after this series, we do have that banger that we're looking forward to as well between Sentinels and FlyQuest. So, you know, it makes it very difficult for NRG to figure out what they need to do in the tide differential to achieve themselves in that top 4 as we take a look at, well, what do you know, guys? Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, we like to say this is kind of the map 2 pick, but really this is just like an ad sponsored by Museum of Contemplation. It is almost always this map. And again, we kind of compare this a lot to last year. This was Yggdrasil Path of last year. People just always feel like this is their map, this is their team. It's kind of like when you have Vicky or Gaskin, when you have like a Black Cat kind of lock it onto your team and you're like, I hope my Black Cat's better than their Black Cat. But they believe that it is, right? And all teams think this is their map, Gaskin, as we do head to the pick and ban.
I also think with Museum of Contemplation, like how much the game changes when you get to that 3rd point as well. Very difficult for some teams to adjust, but a team like Swamp Gaming, I feel like they're going to be more than comfortable with being able to do that because their hero pool is so deep, and that's why I'm worried for NRG. Not only have NRG not won a convoy so far this season, but SG, they just are one of those squads that no matter what you throw at them, they always seem to have an extra plan. And I do think that NRG might struggle a little bit here. So I'm curious to see what the preparation has been like, right? Clearly, you've got to try and target SG here. You've got to have a game plan. You've got to be prepared in these pick and bans to try and eliminate some of their strengths. But my worry is, how do you stop Valentina from getting a good strategist? Because it doesn't seem like it matters what she's on. She always finds KOs. She's always dominating at the backline.
Yeah, you really can. We see a lot of strategists focus go on, okay, do you want Luna for more pressure? Do you want the Invis for all attack that, you know, comes with Invis? Energy Shock has relied on the Devil Dinosaur. And this is where I wanted to see, okay, with so much against the odds here, like, do you mix it up a bit? Because, like, I think the Vanguards play great. You know, Madara and Window both can flex to different roles. But this is clearly, Vicky, the game plan they have going in. So this is what they're going to roll with. They're not going to protect probably what is going to be a target ban again on Stinkers, with Luna being the first ban up, changing things up.
Also probably expecting that dive, right? And it puts a lot of pressure onto Shock, especially with the flexibility that you guys have already mentioned with Swamp. They're going to get the protection on the Rocket, which means they probably want to try to prioritize trying to get a ban on the Phoenix unless Shock try to protect it. But they get the ban over on the Devil Dino. They're not going to give that over to Swamp Gaming. But we've already seen Swamp Gaming have no issue dealing with the Devil Dino, even if Devil Dino is pretty great at controlling that first choke from the attacking side, which NRG Shock are coming out of. They ban out the Phoenix from the other side when they see the protect on the Rocket, because you know that the combo, aside from Galactic Legend on the Sia, also goes wonderfully with the Ensong Inferno.
Yeah, Gaskin, to me, it feels like NRG Shock's playing a little bit of like what was week 1 of this entire thing, right? When Devil Dino first came out, and there's been a lot of strats that now go against the Devil Dino, and we're seeing that evolve more. And at least it feels like to me that they're playing up against a meta that's kind of getting refreshed more and more as we got the Star-Lord locked in.
Yeah, it feels like a default kind of lock ban phase for NRG that we were seeing a lot of in the early stages, like you say. But Swamp Gaming have such an advantage because they are so comfortable without the Devil Dino. They're like, we know the Devil ban is going to happen. Go ahead, you're welcome to. But then that gives us the freedom to kind of have our own picks and bans elsewhere. If you do leave the Devil Dino up, we also know how to play that meta as well. And again, that is just why Swamp Gaming are such a good team, because they can play regardless of which meta they have to.
So this protects you go for Stinkers, and the last band's probably going to go to a strategist, is what I would probably guess here. No, it's going to go for the White Fox. So this is interesting because last time the Mantis band probably was to shut down that triple sup in the back. Now you have Chime going to go and maybe lock in on this White Fox to give them more of that sustainability, but expect Swamp Gaming to shut it down again. Probably maybe Mantis once again. It would be what would make sense to me, Vicky, because again, they just don't, they want to keep things, as we talked about, kind of neutral.
Yeah, and then it also means that will we be seeing that triple strat composition? Okay, the Loki ban actually. So if you are going to give them the Mantis at this point, take out the Loki so that way you don't get the double copy, as well as those big lamps here from the other side if you do have that Mantis. And that could go hand in hand with the team up. So they don't want to risk that, as well as the survivability from the Loki. This is also, by the way, a very good Loki and Jeff map. We've seen the verticality on where you could hold onto high ground, mix up where you put down your clones, and you don't want that, you know, especially if you're going to be trying to dive, because that's obviously what Swamp Gaming want to go for here if they want to take out those lamps off the table.
Yeah, I like what NRG has set up. They have Phoenix for the poke lanes. They have Stinkers being able to play in their comfortability. So here we go, guys. NRG map number 2 versus Swamp Gaming. Can we tie up the score, or will it be Swamp Gaming staying perfect? Gask and Vicky, let's begin.
Alrighty here, Gaskin. Right now, Swamp Gaming are currently sitting at match point, and they will be sitting on the defensive side on Museum of Contemplation. I mean, we have to start getting a counter, by the way, for how many times a team has often taken us to map number 2 on Museum. It's been insane, but NRG coming out of the gates on the attack be a little difficult, as Stinkers can now get enabled and roll out on the Black Cat, but Mello is going to also be able to tag him, get the information, and see Stinkers right through these walls.
Yeah, now for NRG, if they do lose here, they're at serious risk of not making playoffs. They would have to beat Sen on the final weekday, and FlyQuest would have to lose every single match that they have left over. Reminder, they play Nightmare still, so it's very difficult if NRG were to lose here. A lot on the table for this game. They have to win, it feels.
Ready opening things up explosively is going to be Chime here, as he's going to get dived. Stinkers too, just going to be able to build up that shot before getting that dash here too. Know a lot of people are talking about those iframes before getting safely back to the rest of the team here, but a nice control over the choke, not also overextending, just so the way they can help out the sustain here for the rest of NRG, as it's going to be Hoodie and Aztec being on the Jeff and Hoodie being on the White Fox, just so that way they can expect the dive, and the BRB from Forky Dog brings Abadian right back before Forky Dog gets costed with his life.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Stinkers in this game, not just because of the skin, but because as Black Cat here, you have a lot of responsibility to try and deny what Swamp Gaming are going to try and do as well. That 1v1 that might happen against Mello is going to be extremely important. You can already see they've been able to push this card quite a distance so far from the pressure they've been able to apply.
Also have to pinpoint the fact that we're on Vanpool from Swamp Gaming, further highlighting how flexible they are. Scatter, we already know Vanpool in general, being able to build up for how long this map goes for, even benefits him the longer. Ooh, a freeze onto Window as he survives. Crazy, as Aztec and Hoodie keep him up. Chime to follow up to find Scatter, but the BRB is getting so much out of this from Forky Dog. It won't bring back Kraz, but Kraz will be able to get back into this fight quickly as the contention comes in from Swamp Gaming. They're not giving this checkpoint first up to NRG just as quick.
Black Cat just so difficult to deal with, as you've seen, and why she is tearing through ranked games at the moment as well. As soon as someone works out how to play her, it is time's up for the opposition team, as Galactic Legend is going to be popped to try and deny the Jeff ult. They did come out as well, and you're just going to see both teams fighting tooth and nail just to try and get a little bit of control and win this initial. Maybe SG can finally put something on the board here to deny NRG from moving further, and there is going to be the switch over for Krazman onto the Cap America, which just allowed them to create space, but still, the KOs are coming through. Chime is having a field day at the moment after the initial KOs that were found from the rest of the squad.
Do you hear that? It's Chime time, because that Endsong Inferno allowed them to put in so much pressure onto the backline of Swamp Gaming. Then you follow it up with a quick little 3K for free? All right, we'll take that in this economy here as Swamp Gaming now. It's back to the drawing board. They do have Mello letting the Devil out as well as a Captain America Freedom Charge here, just so that way you can also boost up those ultimates and keep everybody sustained, because Stinkers is on the prowl, looking to utilize his calling card on this ultimate that she's holding.
See, Kraz is trying to find where Stinkers is as well to try and just force him away from being able to do this onto the back line, and there you go, Valentina removed from the lobby, and Stinkers keeps going, goes for one, finds the second. Forky Dog, good night and goodbye, as Swamp Gaming sadly lose both strategists, so they will fall like flies now, and NRG will be able to get even further towards this second point.
Got a little bit of PTSD right there once I saw Stinkers just dive on top of Valentina. Forky Dog, nobody there to help peel for them. That's why you're seeing the swap up as Mello goes over to the Bucky, just so that way you can get that slowdown and that grapple in to contest Stinkers. But this is a lot of progress on the cart that Energy are making right now. Kraz opens up the gate with that freedom charge like he was holding on to, but no really sustain that they can really rely on here. Window does have that Fist of the Abyss for this next fight too.
Yeah, SG just haven't been able to win a fight yet. NRG have been holding so well, and again, the disruption onto the backline has been absolutely massive. It almost feels mirrored from the previous game, but in reverse this time, as NRG have that freedom thanks to Stinkers. But now, as Mello moves over, what can you do on the Bucky? Can you find some of those connections? Maybe if you can take down the Phoenix, it could be huge for your chances in this fight.
Be big too, right? Especially if he finds Shine right before the Ensong Inferno comes in. But the Itch Jeff trying to deal with the Black Cat. Now you see him. Now you don't. I just witnessed, unfortunately, Mellifoli getting whiplash, but the BRB will be able to bring him back. Amadian does have the Galactic Legend. It comes in and no sustain from Energy to deal with this. Chime does have the Ensong Inferno. Wants to hold on for it because they know that Forky Dog does have that Sia, and Forky Dog's not even popping it here to get the Wombo combo to follow up with the Galactic Legend. But now that it's used, here comes the Ensong Inferno from Chime.
Stinker's still alive though. Stinker's just avoiding all of that damage, but now finally SG will break through. They needed it. They needed to stop this hell of a push from NRG. And sure, it requires a little bit of aim training here or there, just being able to hit those insane shots from Mello. But NRG, a fantastic push, and they still have plenty of time.
Talk about a swap, by the way. Mello also having the Kraken Impact, the reset available here. Having to see how they're going to be able to utilize this. Already finding Window incredibly low. Ooh, gets a stun, gets a grapple, and that was so insane because you also isolated, unfortunately for Window, between that wall, there was not going to be any healing, and Hoodie wasn't going to overextend and teleport on top of him. Now Energy are stuck on the top end of the choke.
Those are the type of things you have to do on this map. Use it in your favor and isolate heroes to deny that initial little bit of damage for them, and then you create a 6 versus 5. But now on the respawn window is going to jump straight back into enemy lines here as SG looking to hold once more as we focus in on Stinkers. He's doing more of the same, trying to be that disruption tactic.
So you have the Rampage while Stinkers is trying to build up into that calling card, and Hoodie going to be able to try to keep everybody up with the Kumio Unleashed. Now you have Stinkers trying to go crazy here. Calling card activated. Kraken Impact. It finds his mark and looks it from the other side, at least onto Window. It procs now the armor from Window. He's staying alive. The Itch Jeff just to delete this, and Valentina's having to dance off to keep the rest of Swamp Gaming alive.
This is how quickly, though, Museum of Contemplation can go against you. You think you're in control. You think you're just dominating, push towards the point. A couple of fights that don't go your way, and suddenly the defensive team is on top because of the time it takes to get back to that car. As now NRG only have 30 seconds left, and they're already getting to crunch time here, where you have to start thinking about a potential Strange. Maybe they've got one more push onto this cart before they have to Strange it up, but 20 seconds left here for NRG.
Valentina said, no, 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 you can't run from me. Stinkers then having to get booted back to the spawn room gates. But as you mentioned, with 15 seconds left, time is of the essence, and the Galactic Legend comes in from Amadian, forcing everyone to back away in this corner. They don't have a lot of time, but Energy are split up. Amadian deviates his attention over to the Venom. Window does have a reset with the Feast of the Abyss. All eyes on how Window and Chime are going to be able to get this follow-up as the overtime is forced.
Well, they are on the cart, though. They are going to be able to push, and the Ensong Inferno will be popped, and it does do a little bit of damage, which allows Window to follow up onto Valentina. So now SG are going to be without one of their strategists. Very difficult, but you get Amadian who's been able to find two, and that might just be too much for NRG to deal with. Suddenly, Stinkers has to go huge, but he's being left all alone.
And now you have Madara swapping over to the Doctor Strange. The stall can only go for so long between Window and Stinkers. Both of them are wiped out. Can the portal play come out in time? No, it's not. Overtime now taken away. Nobody left on the point for NRG. They get held right before that second checkpoint. But talk about the swaps from Swamp Gaming. When, as you mentioned, Dan, they weren't able to win the back-to-back early fights, but they were able to hold their ground once they dealt with the Black Cat.
Swamp Gaming are just the kings and queens of adapting, aren't they? They get a read of what the heroes are, what the strategy is of their opposition, and they always have the right recipe to combat it. It's so impressive to watch, because if you think about your own ranked games, whether you're playing them, whether you're watching them, how many times do you just get stuck in a rut and you don't really know what to switch to, or your teammates don't know what to switch to? Just look at SG. Look how they counter what NRG were trying to do as well. Fantastic switch up from them right from the get-go. When they noticed that Black Cat was a problem, they made sure they found heroes that could kind of combat her in a way of either applying a similar amount of pressure or being able to remove her from the situation. The likes of Bucky, the likes of Captain America that came in. Really good from Swamp Gaming here. And now they only have to get just close to that second point, and they're going to win this entire match.
I hope everybody watching right now who somehow doesn't ban Black Cat in rank is writing some notes over these swaps, because that was just a great way to deal with that. Help heal for that backline too, to help enable Forky Dog and that BRB, which did bring back Mellow a few times. And I'm not thinking that we're going to roll out on the Iron Man. We're going to see, I mean, but that would be actually crazy. As Kraz Scatter over on the Emma and the Cap now, as Swamp Gaming are going to be able to roll out of the gates here on attack.
I mean, this feels like a little bit of a troll, but at the same... Yeah, I was going to say, there we go. There's a switch up as Mellow is going to move back on over to Bucky as he just teases us a little bit, as now we will see it. It's a very aggressive push initially from NRG to try and force SG back here, but they get themselves forced back in the end and have to return just to this chokehold.
That's like already having that ultimate ready to go, is going to be rocking the triple strategist. So this is kind of something that we were expecting here. And of course, it's even better when you're on the defense on Energy side, especially to keep Madara window up. But these group walls are a problem from Kraz. Something that we love seeing from Kraz here too, especially on Museum. You have a lot of space and line of sight that you're blocking out. And Amadian, the mood coming out too to build up the hand of Khonshu. It's gonna be the Animer coming in first from Aztec. Just gonna be able to keep them up here as well as put in some extra pressure. Scatter and Mellow taking a huge chunk of this damage, forcing Forky Dog and Valentina to back away.
I mean, alongside these group walls, it could be massive if you can just isolate some of those strategists as well and remove them from the equation, denying it with the group walls. That being said, it hasn't necessarily worked out so far. Hoodie has done very well on the back line to stay alive at the moment. And all three of them are working together to ensure that they're not just going to be picked off easily. But finally now SG start to march forward. And again, it's Scatter Genji going into the Dino, by the way. Very difficult to do for a lot of people, but Scatter has made it look so seamless.
Sometimes you just gotta choke slam the Dino, make him extinct all over again here. And the follow-up too from Valentina, remember something else that Swamp Gaming do have in their pockets that NRG do not have is the Loki, because NRG had the Loki banned against them. So we talk about that verticality, and just in terms of the architecture of the map, Valentina can get a lot done with these clones. Forky Dog also has that C after Valentina used that God of Mischief. Hand of Khonshu also ready, looking right at the back line. The Sia now activated. A lot of damage from those sides here, but it's a survivability as Window shuts down a Median before any Hand of Khonshu could come out.
Roots come out, but are they going to be able to capitalize? Doesn't look like it, and NRG have been able to build up plenty of ultimates. Now remember, NRG did push this cart through very comfortably on the first, but they look far better on the defensive side here for SG, and they really need to deny them here as Window gets another one onto Valentina. That could be huge, but of course, Valentina has the BRB to get straight back into the action.
Again, something else that NRG do not have available to them. You do have the It's Jeff. That's like with another ultimate now, gonna be able to move everybody up with a lot of this healing. The Hand of Khonshu crashing over their foreheads. Everybody kites away and just holds forward. It allows them to close up the gap. They're seeing the Venom right underneath them, and Madian answering to find Madara. The It's Jeff is gonna be used to see it from the other side here from the God of Mischief, as Valentina has been getting these ultimates just as quickly.
The Hand of Khonshu, it just created so much space for them, didn't it? NRG had to retreat into an uncomfortable position, and then there was a little bit of isolation onto the Devil Dino. It's going to be a portal play, though. A last-ditch attempt again from NRG to hold at this moment, but they don't have any ultimates to work with, apart from potentially Window going to be able to go through as he gets that ultimate Hulk on the go.
Yeah, and just help him stall for as long as possible, but it's going to be hard with a lot of this damage output here, as Forky Dog has that Sia. Mellow with the claws all sharpened is going to be able to find the cape right behind Doctor Strange. The torpedo, the slam down. That's going to be two of the strategists off the table for NRG, really only leaving Hoodie as the isolates Window, gets a second checkpoint. They're looking to waste no time here. 3 minutes, less than 10 seconds on the clock.
That was my mistake. He didn't even have the Ultimate Hulk available. Instead, he was just normalized. He was very close, 5% away from it in the end, but was ripped away. And now he's going to switch back over to the Venom is Window. And SG, they are able to catch that point. And now all they have to do is get this second one. Well, not even the second one. They have to get just close to it, and they will be winning this one. So NRG are going to have to try their best to hold once more. It was a valiant effort on that first point. This second one might be a little bit more difficult, though, depending on how they want to approach things, because, again, there's ults available on the side of SG, but they do get the opener to NRG.
These walls have been a huge problem, too. Chime going to be able to at least mark down a Madian, and Forky Dog already used the BRB to bring back Mellow. Some time wasted away. Kraz does have that strangling prison. Stinkers now trying to utilize the Black Cat, get some information here too, before trying to dive in with that calling card. It could be a great follow-up, as the Ensong Inferno is also online for NRG now. And now you currently see Stinker trying to dive in from the back lane. Calling card is going to be activated already to dive onto Forky Dog and Amadian, but Valentina being on the Loki is also incredibly hard. Mellow also making the swap up and being able to still be on the Bucky is crazy. The adaptability for Swamp Gaming, expecting these swap ups from Stinkers, allowed Mellow to go from Wolverine over to this Bucky.
First amplifier comes out, and they're going to have the chance to pop the second one, and they have the Strangling Prison as well, which now can work in tandem with the Galactic Legend. SG have the Wombo combo of all Wombo combos here. If they use this correctly, NRG might be deleted right here, right now.
Oh my goodness, everybody's put in the coffin here, but you have Chime not going down without a fight, taking it off angle. BRB still gets value, and now you have the second CRC, and you do not have the Ensong Inferno to deal with it. Kraken Impact gets the marking, gets a follow-up, and finds Chime as they get the reset. But backing away, they don't want to try to take this fight here. They don't want to get overzealous, but they've isolated 2 of the members of NRG over into the side room.
NRG doing very well to defend here as well. It's Jeff is going to be available after the Rampage has popped, just to force Swamp Gaming back a little bit further, making them uncomfortable. They're not quite on the point, or they weren't. And now Scatter Genji, Psionic Seduction has to come out as well, just to create and generate a little bit of room for the rest of the squad.
Almost like a room for... a crazy grab. Manages to get away just by the tip of her hair. That's actually so scary. Sinker's now going to be able to get healed up thanks to Hoodie and Aztec. But I was going to say, it's kind of like a bait and punish here when you have Forky Dog and Valentina so close to their ultimate side by side. God of Mischief is going to proc the Ensong Inferno from Chime and just enable Forky Dog to get the wobble couple with a Madian on the Galactic Legend in their own Sia.
I mean, SG used 5 ults in that previous fight and still weren't able to convert because NRG had defensive ones available, though with Madara going down, now you lose your Vanguard. Jeff has to pop the ultimate here, either to try and pick something out or maybe go defensive with it. But the rest of the squad is going to try and follow up to see if you can just remove him from the teeth of Jeff in the end. And Melophobia is going to take down Stinkers as SG now start to move forward.
If anything, maybe Scatter will be forced to swap over to the Strange to try to portal play in, but Chime also has the Ensong Inferno. Instead, he's going over to the cap, gets over to the Crash Dive. Chime got melted in the air. Forky Dog Sia stays alive, which means they're gonna have 2. The Lamps, now from Valentina, gets the copy, has another Sia, and it's all the damage output to allow Kraz and Mellow to shine. You have the anti-heal, you have the Kraken Impact, and you get the reset after finding Stinkers in window.
It could be a tournament-defining moment here for NRG. They have to hold, and as you said, maybe the Strange Portal comes through, which it will, but now Galactic Legend could be that final nail in the coffin here, and the damage is being absolutely shredded through, and NRG is starting to drop and starting to fall, as SG should be able to push this one over, but they are throwing absolutely everything through this portal right now, but it's not going to be enough, as Swamp Gaming will take the entire match here, and NRG are on the ropes here in Stage 1.
Game-winning moment for me right there, Dan. The way that Swamp Gaming melted down that Ensong Inferno. Not only did you allow 1 rocket ult to stay alive, you had 2 of them eventually as they staggered those ultimates. I want to bring back Cozy in after a pretty quick first series that we open up our final week here in our group stages because Swamp Gaming continue on with a perfect record.
Oh, man, y'all. It just felt like so many times of what we've seen from NRG before, playing great on certain parts of the map, but unable to bring the whole thing home. I mean, what a start there from them, but couldn't get it done in what is, again, like Yggdrasil a little bit, that 0.2 hold. You know, we continue to see the teams that are right there, not able to push. But for me, I think the things that stood out, you said it there, the Ensong Inferno not crashing down and getting rid of that amplifier, but even more so, it just felt like Madara was getting picked off. That early pick on Madara, it felt like from there, the walls kind of broke down, and they were able to do that pretty consistently. The way they can counter swap Gaskin to the Wolverine quickly, which is just great for the passive and that extra kind of fear at the end of the overtime on point 1, to the Moon Knight, right, is what I think sets Swamp apart. It's the quick realization and the quick swap.
Yeah, it's having the ability to do it well. You can switch all you like. You can have the knowledge to say, hey, this is what we should be swapping to. It's actually putting it into effect as well. Having someone who can play that hero effectively, that you can actually counter what you're trying to do. So that's what Swamp Gaming do so successfully. They are an incredible squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vicky, I mean, if you take a look at it, obviously MVP, you can pick so many of them, but take a look at the highlights of what they've done here, as we just need to concentrate on the gameplay here. Is the shining moments of the 0.1 holds. I mean, it's crazy with that good of a, you know, kind of, I would say I like the strategy, Vicky. The Hulk Venom Dino comp is stuff of nightmares, but, you know, they were able to kind of answer the call. Do you think that Madara should have stayed on Dino with the Moon Knight out there? It's kind of a difficult decision to make there quickly. The Hulk and the Venom were working.
Yeah, I feel like Madara, when you're on Devil Dino, you're dealing with a Moon Knight, you're literally like just one big walking Ankh, right? And it's just going to be able to allow so much damage to escape by, and that just enables Swamp Gaming to make their own gameplay opportunities. We even saw the decision from Kraz to go over to the cap at the very end, to go in and then get follows with a Madian. You talk about a lot more of these swaps, even Valentina going over to the Loki when they make the swap over on the attack, and having not only those lamps to deal with the dive opposition, because you had Window, Madara, and Stinkers try things out on triple Vanguard. And the fact that you had Swamp Gaming already note that and roll out with Mellow on Wolverine is a statement on its own. Mellow cleared that up very quickly. They were able to then do a quick swap up over to the Bucky because they were easily expecting Stinkers to stick back over to that Black Cat.
No, that's a great point. We'll take a look at our MVP here in just a moment. You know, for me, Gaskin, it's not always one or like, 20 things. It can come down to one or two. And if you looked at how that last point went, or point two, if you match up the strats going really head-to-head, the Rocket and the Loki were right there with the ult charge. If they could have just kept that momentum, that pressure forward, and not have lost Madara, I think they were looking pretty good in terms of really momentum and then distraction into getting off that end song and having things kind of work their way. Because when you have both strat ults kind of line up like that, it felt like they were going to hold it.
Yeah, it was insane. They survived 5 ults coming out from Swamp Gaming, and then in somewhat of a neutral, suddenly the Devil Dino goes down, and you kind of left scratching your head a little bit, saying, how do you do that well previously? And I guess it comes down to having the defensive ults as well, and it just again shows that Swamp Gaming are still an incredible neutral team. Doesn't matter if they have ults on their side or not, they just know how to isolate these players, and a lot of that came down to Mellow. The grabs he was getting on Bucky were insane as well. Just to be able to remove someone from the fight, or at least get them far enough away that the rest of the team could capitalize on it. As we look at some of the stats here, it really was a very entertaining matchup, that's for sure. NRG will be, I'm sure, very hurt by the fact they weren't able to convert here against SG, but at the same time, they have to respect against what they just played here in Swamp Gaming.
And dare I say, it's like watching Thanos Infinity War without all the stones. Yeah, like they're still so great, but they're still days, right? Like it's crazy that this team can do what a lot can't, right? So a lot of these teams like to not show all their cards on the table, right? Because they're going to be playing in the same patch meta. Obviously, you have more important matches ahead. Playoffs is a new patch. We've continued to say that. But what this team can do is that they can keep, warm players hot. You can have Daze and Madian go in and out. And it also keeps a lot of your strats and your, I would say, most important moments for secrecy. And I think, Vicky, that's a huge advantage Swamp has almost over everybody. TLC, big signings there, obviously, with Vest, and they can go with Spark. But that stands out to me.
I think that's what's allowing these teams to go the distance when it really matters and you've achieved your goal in hitting playoffs, right? Because that's when you get to pull these secret cards up your sleeve and kind of throw a wrench into a lot of these teams and what they were expecting after scrims in general. So I think now looking already at the facts that how group stages has played out for a lot of these teams, you kind of showcase what you have in store for a lot of these map picks, but also how flexible you are, and your subs being able to get flexed in too is equally important.
Yeah, and just to set the standard and the pacing of adapting to meta and picks, I feel like Swamp Gaming has kind of led a lot of that. I mean, if you go back to last year, you can almost say EMEA did a lot of that, and then America would kind of go from there if you look at VP. But this year, it does feel like, between Swamp TLC, they've got a really firm grasp on what's working at the highest level, while everyone else kind of seems like they're constantly adapting. And I think that, again, is what sets them apart and why coaching and analysts are also so important, Gaskin. It's a part, I think, that not all teams and organizations have access to, and it definitely does show when the homework's there.
Yeah, Fox has just been such a good addition to any game, really. Just to see the in-depth strategy that coaches have to go with this game is unbelievable. I mean, I really wish we could chat to more coaches more often, because being able to listen what they have to do in preparation, unbelievable. I do think they are like the seventh player in the team at some time, so it's really really nice to watch.
Well, let's go and welcome in our winner's interview with the one, the only Mellophobia. I would say the Phoenix, the Wolverine, the Bucky. I could continue to name the heroes that Mellow plays. And you said it a couple weeks ago. You're the most flexible duelist out there. And, man, a lot of respect for you. Mellow, got to ask you, with having what we just talked about with Swamp, having a Madian, having Daze, and having just that constant really call to you, right? You're a lot of the main... I would say situation that has to switch. You go into the Daredevil at times, right? And then playing a different role when Daze is in there. How is that like for you as a player, especially, with more important matches up to come?
It gets challenging. There's times where I feel like I'd rather just pick a role than having to swap between the quote-unquote flex DPS and the hit scan, like the melees or the gun characters. There's times where I'd rather just choose one because it feels like I sort of lag behind others. But my team really relies on me to be able to fill in any gap, no matter who's beside me. So, and I do like being like more flexible, playing everything else. So although it's hard sometimes, I like my role, and I think I'm pretty comfortable and pretty good at it.
Hey, awesome. For me, I personally can't hear what he said. I hope the audience got to. Vicky Gasket, I'm sure it was very enlightening. Not sure if you're able to, but thank you either way for answering that. Again, always just a treat to watch you and the team. Vic?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mello, we got the later half of everything, but basically what I gathered here is how happy you are fitting into your role and slotting into what you need to do differently depending on what compositions the enemy team is running. I mean, can you dig a little bit into your decision making? You guys already knew that they were gonna roll out of the gates on defense with triple Vanguard, and you came out of the gates with the Wolverine. Can you talk to us a little bit about that flexibility and how you're able to slot into going into Bucky to deal with Black Cat as well as Wolverine with the triple tank?
Yeah, we didn't know that they were gonna go on that triple tank, triple support comp. Yeah, that's why we struggled so much. We were actually expecting a penny play, but they went on 303, so it was almost a cheese win. But I mean, my Wolf is a little rusty. It's hard to play them because I've been consistently in with Daze. So it's hard to get practice on the melee heroes like Wolf and stuff. So it's a bit rusty. But I'm pretty confident, especially if I get told beforehand. Because we got told that a Median has a starting spot this weekend. So for today and tomorrow. So I was able to warm up the DD. I think the DD looked pretty okay. They banned Black Cat, which sucks. But and then the Bucky, I think I'm just like one of the best at that hero. I'm pretty consistently just walking teams over. So I'm pretty confident on all these heroes.
As you should be, and it's evident with your stats and with your performance. You've been fantastic to watch, a real pleasure. I want to ask you though, you're in the group of death. I think we've all been titling that. You know how difficult this group is for other teams. It doesn't seem to be as difficult for you. With a team like NRG, who now are on the brink of elimination, right? They're going to need a lot to fall in place if they were going to progress. Do you think they would have done better if they were in the other group? Are they a team that would have been good enough to get to playoffs there, do you think?
Maybe. I think they would have had a better chance. I think the real downfall, and this is nothing against the players and nothing against the org, but it's almost laughable that an org picks up imports but then doesn't fly them out, and they wouldn't fly them out unless they got playoffs, which is not guaranteed. So it's nothing against the players. I think the players are good. I think if they weren't on ping, they would have a really good chance of making it instead of this almost coin flip right now. And it's not really against the org. I don't think the org's a bad org for doing that. It's just you just have to keep these things in mind. Nothing's guaranteed. Anyone can lose on the match day. So I think it would have had a better chance, but the real thing is just having imports on ping.
Yeah, hey, I mean, listen, we saw that now with Fly, right? So Fly in preseason, it's what if, right? And now kind of the same here, and it's tough to see. I mean, speaking of, I might have missed it. I'm sorry. I'm glad to be able to hear you now, bud. It's gonna connect with you. Listen, for you, are we getting the band back together? The Bananas back on cam? Are we gonna see you guys all together for playoffs?
Yeah, we are in the house. We have a team house, so we're in the house all year. So we're always gonna be on each other's cams. Yeah. I think they're downstairs watching the game over again, or the interview. But yeah, I think that's why we were already friends before, and having a team house for the entire season, it just makes it to where we hold each other accountable. Our friendship and our togetherness is our strength. So even if we might lag behind on some metas or stuff, we're able to power friendship through everything.
Well, listen, I appreciate you saying the thing about the, you know, imports going in. I think it's important for the scene in general, and just awesome to see if you go back a year from now, the group or some of this group to now, and just the maturity that you guys have had. It's been a lot of fun. Again, I continue to say that. But hey, big one ahead of you. If 100 Thieves wins, you know how important that game is going to be. So we look forward to watching that and go celebrate the win. And I'm sure back to the drawing board, and we look forward to see your team again. Thanks for taking the interview.
Thank you.
Well, that is Melophobia, and once again, Vicky Gaskin, words or no words. I think it's been great to see Melophobia. Even, you know what happens when you become a winner? You've got to get on camera more. You got to end up getting your kind of camera skills a bit more sharpened up, and we've gotten to hear a lot from Melophobia. And I think what he said was valid. I mean, Vicky, if you look at it, we talked about that backline forever. We talked about flights. It's tough when you don't have, you know, that when you have ping.
I mean, anybody who's had that experience himself, like, it is very difficult. And there's a lot of money on the line right here, right? And a lot of stakes, and you want to be able to put your name on the board. And it's so hard when you are playing at that detriment. No Johns, right? But it is something to consider when it comes to a lot of the issues here that some of these teams have been able to iron out, you know, whether it be from having to deal with playing certain compositions that maybe they wanted to go for something else. But, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. And I really like that little shout out to the Swamp Gaming House as the rest of the team is watching the tournament from the living room too. I love that support that we get to see from the whole team.
Well, my friends, we've got probably the matchup of the day coming up next. You don't want to go anywhere. We have FlyQuest versus Sentinels. This is a must-win, it feels like, for both teams to control the destiny and move forward. We'll break it all down on the other side of this break. We'll see you then.
Show me that you were still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Hello and welcome back as we take a look at the amazing Deadpool eSport bundle skins available right now. You can rep your favorite teams in game, and good part is you can play any role as Deadpool does himself, from strategist, vanguard to duelist. Rep the teams that you see here on screen and support the eSport and the orgs alongside it. Absolutely love that these are in game and hope we get more of them. And we see two right now: Circle Sentinels and FlyQuest. That's our matchup that we are on right now. I'm Cozy, joined by Vicky and Gaskin. And listen, if you take a look at this, Sentinels are kind of the control of destiny, if you will, right? If you look at what is to come in the matchups and the scenarios that would happen, Sentinels winning this would definitely kind of clinch their spot at that 3, maybe even 4 if things get crazy up there with 100 Thieves. But then it's that 4 seed. It's NRG and FlyQuest. So I'm going to go to you first, Gaskin, the numbers guy. If Sin wins this or loses it, what are the scenarios we look at for FlyQuest and who we just saw in NRG?
I'm fairly certain if FlyQuest were to lose out here, lose this one and lose to Nightmare, there's a chance NRG could still progress, albeit a slim one, because obviously NRG would have to beat Sentinels as well on Sunday, so that would become a huge matchup. But that also requires FlyQuest to lose to Nightmare, and at the moment, Nightmare are 0-4. So that's what you've got to look at, really, for FlyQuest here, is if they lose, they still have that fallback of playing against Nightmare. As for Sen, though, they can kind of ruin the day of NRG. Whether it's today or whether it's on Sunday, they're going to have the chance to send them home.
Well, let's go and take a look at this FlyQuest team, because this is a team that's kind of been evolving a bit more as they like to do the preseason, and this being the exact same. The new addition of Cart really kind of, I would say, forming in well there. Was that Hulk player for, we lost a little bit of Venom, but now getting a bit more of that flexibility into what Techie has been evolving quite literally, Vicky, as that Dino. And Tuzi, I mean, this guy's just pretty much the god of hit scan, and really, in my opinion, does a lot of the carrying for the team.
Right, and like a Techie coming in from like X-Sentinels too, Velocity from X-NRG Shock. Like, it's just the fact that this is also a team that could utilize Avery too as a sub if he wanted to come in with Techie. But it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to fare off against Sentinels, who has had some pretty interesting unorthodox compositions, Cozy.
Oh my goodness, we got to take a look. If you have not gotten the chance to watch the Sentinels versus 100 Thieves matchup, that will pretty much tell you exactly what you need to know about this team and what we continue to see from them. Gaskin, my biggest takeaways, other than, Amazing, being amazing on Iron Man, that's the big flashy stuff, right? Love that. Jarvis, absolutely unlock. Yusher has just continued to evolve as just such a dependable playmaker. That's what you need. You need the playmakers here at Ignite, and he's proven to be one.
Yeah, he's top 5 in the final hits as well when it comes to players in Americas. Like, he's just one of those duelists who you can always rely on to get the damage done and also find that final hit, which is very important. When you look at the success of any of these teams in Americas, one of those players is always at the top of those leaderboards, and Yusha is that guy for Sentinels. But of course, what they've built around him as well, just an incredible team to watch.
Yeah, this is a team that can play the meta as well. They do like their unconventional stuff, and if you looked at the matchup and how kind of Iron Man did end up working against it, and man, some of those calls, I mean, Shib hitting on the Adam Reborn again, and the Punisher coming out of the wall, I mean, insanity. You can take a look here. It has obviously been going Sentinel's way for a while, and this is quite literally the gatekeepers of Group B. They control a lot of the destiny of what is that 4 spot. And remember, because once you get into playoffs, we continue to see this, Vicky, you just got to get there. And if you can quite literally make it to mid-season in a blink of an eye.
It's just so crazy too. Like once that ability where you don't have control over how a lot of these other matches play out, it gets so scary. And Sentinels kind of being those gatekeepers means that this is going to be even more important for FlyQuest, who showed signs of life just last week versus Energy Shock. They took it in a clean 2-0 fashion. Now we got to look back at that series and make sure that we can try to reciprocate against Sentinels, who also have just been getting better and better as this play has gone on. This group stages have gone on.
No, that's a good point. And really, I mean, if you look at what their game plan is, Sentinels have been leaning a bit more, Gaskin, into banning duelists. Okay, so they've been trying to shut down some of the key cogs of the machine that make a team work. And that's what I want to see more as we get later into this thing, not the safe stuff that you've drawn up on paper. And Sentinels are continuing to do that more. You know, dare I say it, Rising not playing as much strategist has been fun to watch, and I think is really healthy for the team. But also targeting the players like Tuzi that you're going to have to do if you want to win against Fly.
I think it's important that these teams are learning to do something a little bit different. Otherwise, you do become predictable, you can be studied, and you can be countered very easily. So I've got to tip my hat to Sentinels because they've been able to find ways to do something that's slightly off meta at times, and it catches people off guard. And in a best of 3, if you can catch people off guard, you might just be able to take the W. So I'm impressed with Sentinels. I think that it's going to be a really interesting series here, and we start off with Hell's Heaven again.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that Sentinels are pretty good at, it's going to be domination. They have just done a great job outside of Swamp Gaming, and even there is a bit closer than you would have, liked to see the numbers show. They really have a firm lock on how to play domination and get comfortable from there. And best of 3, that gives you so much momentum going in. So expect a lot of that to set the tone. Hell's Heaven, as we continue to say, such a great map to kick off what is this matchup. And be looking for that Yusher versus the Tuzi matchup that I'm kind of curious in myself. And then Melio plays, I feel like we've gotten different types of Melio throughout the preseason and into now. Have to see the best of it, Vicky, as we go into the pick ban.
Yeah, right, because is FlyQuest also going to rely on like the triple strategist? We know that Melio has rolled out on the Ultron. Ooh, the immediate protect save though on the Phoenix very early on for the pick and ban phase for FlyQuest, but also nothing to be surprised about with the double gambit getting banned. Sentinels taking their notes are going to be able to ban out that rocket. Once you see that Phoenix protect, you don't want to get a combo very similarly that you could get with the Galactic Legend on Star-Lord, but also on the Ensong Inferno.
So Gaskin, that's what we thought, right? They did their homework. They knew Sentinel was going to attack the duelist side of things. And now with that, you have to punch them on the strategist front, right? With that being said, what is the biggest weakness they don't have available? Go with the Devil ban here, probably the Dino ban, and then maybe look from there?
Yeah, I would imagine Dino ban comes out here. It's just you can't really give up a Dino ban possibility. It would be strange to do so. That being said, teams are starting to work out how to play without that Dino. We just saw it from Swamp Gaming, right? It's very easy to do so, but there we go. I think Sentinels are too smart to allow that one to pass. You can't allow FlyQuest to give such a heavy protect onto a duelist there and then not punish them with the Devil Dino ban. And then we are seeing FlyQuest go back to the strategist, as you were mentioning, just try and remove some of those. But this week, we're seeing a lot more focus on the likes of Black Cat and Star-Lord when it comes to these protects.
I like the Black Cat save, Vicky, because when you take a look at that, right? I mean, between Rising and Yusher, you're going to lose a lot of that backline, but I almost guarantee this is going to have Rising in more of that duelist role.
Yeah, I do. We did see some signs of Rising Black Cat, and we've also had some time to work out some of the things that we may needed to fix up for our Black Cat. And then this also means that the Star-Lord is available. So Sentinels maybe slotting in Yusher on that role as they protect the Lunasto very last. The Captain America ban is also pretty funny here from FlyQuest, showcasing that respect to over to Sentinels. Obviously, Crimzo and Dogman having no issue. Dogman being on that Dino before, as well as Crimzo not only flexing over to that cap that is not available here, but to the Venom as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the Mantis there at the end, again, is just to shut down probably the triple strategist if they do want to lean on that. I would say I'm not crazy about the Captain America save here because of how good Crimzo has been picking up the Dino. He's been kind of more in that pilot seat for that role. But yes, obviously they do have the option if they need to go that way. If Dino's open, sometimes we have the flex over to the tank pool, even though, it's kind of gone out of meta somewhat. But either way, that's kind of how it's shaping out to be. And it's a lot of what we thought, Gaskin. It's going to be trying to keep the duelists hot and, the playmakers ready to make the biggest plays that they can possibly make here in week 3, day 1 of FlyQuest Sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one here, Vicky. There's a lot on the line for both these teams, really. Sen can guarantee their way through playoffs. I mean, likelihood is they would probably be there anyway, but this would 100% without a doubt sort it. For FlyQuest, They don't want to have to go into that game against Nightmare knowing that it's a must-win. If they were to find a victory here today, it puts them in such a more comfortable position going into the last day. Alas, both teams now have to focus on the task at hand. We are going to get a one-sided Dino game yet again here. Can Sentinels show us how it's done this time? And how when you have that Dino on your side, you can really bully the opposition.
Already starting off, the theme of the day, everybody, is controlling your own destiny, and Tuesday controlling the point already with a high ground position off this portal play before swapping off the Doctor Strange, making sure everybody is saxied up before going over to the Elsa. I like this. You're going to be playing a lot more poke from afar after you get the positional advantage up on the high ground, trying to negate that of Sentinels, who now are forced to go over to the right side. As already Cozy mentioned, Crimzo being on that Devil Dino, Dongmin also on the Emma, and now you have Techie trying to match that too, but with the grab and the clapback, it's going to be amazing over onto the White Fox to give Flamey that team up with the Luna.
This is why it was so important for Sen to ban that Mantis, because if FlyQuest are going to be playing a bit more of poke going into a Devil Dino with that Mantis, it would be very difficult to deal with. Alas, there is not going to be a Mantis for FlyQuest, so instead they're going to have to try and make it work with the Elsa plus the Phoenix, which is still plenty of damage, but at the moment, they are going to have to try and force back Sen, and they have done that. They've got control of this first point, and if we learned anything from that first series, Vicky, gaining control of this first point here, being able to be somewhat aggressive into your opposition's spawn, makes it very difficult for them to break through.
It's kind of like the topic of domination and why it's so detrimental in a best of 3 where you really only have that. Damn, he got put in the microwave. All right, but he gets healed back up, and if anything, it acts as a battery as we also make some adjustments, because Ryan Mazing off the White Fox going over to the Daredevil instead, and it's to deal also with Melio and Tusi, who Melio already has that end song Inferno to try to deal a lot of that extra pressure.
Look how tight FlyQuest are playing as a unit. I mean, something like a Jeff could delete all of them if they had a Jeff available, but now Ryan Mazing getting up, down and dirty and in the face, but not able to take down Melio. And again, that tightness just eliminates the chance to get those picks on the back line, and FlyQuest have the advantage, and the invisible boundary gets forced out.
This is so much damage. The invisible boundary out to at least try to keep him alive, but now the green light for Yusha to go in for the Galactic Legend finds Zello. That is 3 off the table from FlyQuest, and no running as Melio is the next to get wiped out. But when you call in that early invisible boundary here, it just allows Sentinels to move up together as Oasis and Yusha were able to go side by side to claim the point.
Yeah, they threw everything at them there, Sentinels, didn't they? FlyQuest, they probably thought they had the advantage in the fight. They got that initial pick, but Sen were like, look, we've got these ults to use. Let's make sure we just use them in tandem, and we should be able to delete FlyQuest, and they did successfully. And now they're going to try and do the same thing. Pin FlyQuest back here. Don't allow them to get through. And because FlyQuest were on so much poke, they've switched over to their own Daredevil, and Melio has been able to get the pick onto Rymazing. Great switch up for FlyQuest.
I love this here too. Already calling out that Rymazing being on the Daredevil could be a problem here for this backline. And Melio now clapping back is going to be able to find 2 more, taking advantage over the number advantage and finding 4 in total, make it 5. It is a wipeout here as FlyQuest dominate in another team fight, already nearing 80% on the point.
So impressive from FlyQuest. The switch over just straight away. No ego, no wanting to stay on the same hero. Moving over immediately to try and combat what Sen were able to break through with. And now at 90%, FlyQuest just need to hold one more defensive battle here, and Sentinels will have to look towards round 2.
And they have the Kumio Unleashed that they actually use up very early because you're nearing 99%. You want to prevent them from contesting on the point. Rymazing at least forces it into overtime right on par. He can let out the Devil here, and Flamey is going to put them in position. You have the Psionic Seduction from Techie, but Yusha still allows to mark down Melio. Now you have that matched up from Dogman, who has a Psionic Seduction themselves, just so that way they can bring Cart into their line of sight. Still up in numbers, so as Sentinel get to regroup, Rymazing still holding on to letting the Devil out, and just trying to split more attention as a Rampage lets loose from Crimzo.
Yeah, Rymazing, it's eyes on. Devil Out is available, but you are going to see Dance Off now.
Nice.
Popped by FlyQuest just to try and sustain here. Not much overtime to work with on the side of Sen, so Rymazing says, look, the time is now. I have to pop Let the Devil Out. It is Yusha, though, who gets one. Crimzo's gone down on the other side as well.
He got frozen and almost melted. He was waiting for the Fate of Both Worlds to end to then let the Devil out, and now we're having the 1v1 as Yusha had a lot more health to mark down Melio, but it's going to be another shutdown as Tusi takes a different off angle, and you have Cart trying to make space.
Glatrox is going to be there for Tusi as well, and the FlyQuest, they very quickly re-engage, and now they have the extra player on the map too. Here is said Glatrox. They steal away the Dino, and the Dino is going to be absolutely peppered as Crimzo taken down. So is Dongman. Flamey is the next to fall, and Sen, they need a portal, but I'm not sure they're going to have the time. They're going to try and sustain here and delay, but FlyQuest have bullied them off the point. Crimzo switches over. Can you get the touch?
A buffet for the Glartrox and even more space for free here for FlyQuest. It's going to proc here in the portal. They try to... Oh, look at the pixel there. And you let the devil out, though, from Melio. They're going to expend this ultimate, now hold it for the next round. And now you have the Galactic Legend to match it here just to try to melt them down.
And melt they shall. FlyQuest will lose Melio, and Sentinels are holding on at the moment, but they cannot afford to step off of this point. And they also take down Yusha, so the duelists have been eliminated. But Raimazing, back in the face of things, does take down Car. And FlyQuest are possibly going to have to give this one up. You can see they're starting to back off a little bit as Sen start to move up, but they were also dropping like flies. Very difficult fight to try and win out here for Sen.
The fact that they also had Techie over on the Vanpool to get the Banhammer. Crimzo gets off, he flies too high up. And this first round goes in favor for FlyQuest. Sentinels, they threw everything in the kitchen sink, Dan. But even FlyQuest were forced to expend that Luna ultimate just so that way they could secure it.
Well, FlyQuest, again, just trying to change the tide here in this group and make everyone second-guess themselves a little bit. It was very difficult to try and guess who was going to be able to take the win in this one for me in this series. We coined it the series of the day, and I think for good reason. We're going to see a lot of back and forth between these two teams. It was a very interesting pick and ban phase, but once more, we get to see how difficult it can be to be the solo Dino, but also, if you know how to play against it, you can really punish. I mean, the Glartrox in that initial fight was massive, by the way. Being able to isolate a Dino, it's so easy to burn down a Dino when you're able to remove them away from those strategists. The hitbox is so easy, they get absolutely deleted. And FlyQuest will find themselves a round up here in map 1.
Yeah, basically the Glartrox has enough food to last them until next year, just off that Dino alone. It's insane here. It'd been pretty hard to not hit that too with how big Devil Dino is, but it's also clearing so much space. And look at the fight right here over to the high ground of the platform. We see no time is going to be FlyQuest here. The group wall's now in front of 2C's face as Crimzo makes the adjustment. Currently just trying to rally up everybody. It's going to be Zelos popping in the Kumiho Unleash. And 2C has that Glartrox again. Dogman could go on a rampage, but he could get stuffed out. As Cart fights LeMay first, the sustain won't be the same here, as Sentinels really only has to rely on the invis from Oasis. Now the rampage comes in, Crimzo's literally one shot. He doesn't have the Strangling Prison, and he's the next to fall, as FlyQuest have the number advantage.
Playing against a good Cap, man, it's just so difficult. Captain America, so oppressive, and the fact you were able to remove that strategist that quickly, it means FlyQuest will be the first to get the point again here in round 2, so Sen gonna have to try and answer back. They do have ults available. The Ensong Inferno from Raimazing perhaps can be used in conjunction with a little bit of damage to eliminate the back line of FlyQuest, but with Glartrox available, Techie also has ult up as well. FlyQuest have answers.
And Cart is so flexible too. Strangling Prison now brings him in. Ooh, big pick onto Tuzi. Now you will have the Glartrox, at least in this fight. Ensong Inferno from Raimazing after he made the swap over the Phoenix. Unfortunately, doesn't land. It's smart here as Techie is able to mark down Raimazing. That's a back-to-back, by the way, that we've been seeing Techie mark Raimazing. Get to see the focus here, the Manhammer as well. They get the grab and the chomp as Sentinels now are trying to force their way through the choke.
But again, look at the amount of time that is being scored on the point by FlyQuest by just taking that fight to Sentinels near to their spawn in their own half. Finally, Sen are able to get a touch, but is it going to be enough? Because 2Z is now back in the game. The Glartrox came out, they were able to get 2, but Sen do answer back. It's an absolute brawl on the point at the moment, but who's going to be able to convert is the real question. Everyone trying to dance around to survive. Yusha finally is able to get one onto 2Z, and it looks like Sen have just been able to win this one out, and FlyQuest have to reset.
I saw that cheeky angle to see that Glartrox, by the way, coming out of the left side, caught the strategist from the side of Sentinels. I saw Raimazing make that quick swap up over to the Ultron. So Sentinels maybe relying on what they feel is very comfortable, but it didn't really reap them that success that we've seen in the earlier stages of our group stages. And 2C has just been on fire. Now Melee and Velocity have these ultimates to work with here, Dan.
Yeah, Melio not popping it just yet, though. Waiting for the right time. Also seeing what is really going to be on the side of Sentinels. Are there any ults pop? Can you actually isolate one of these players? But it's just a little bit of damage, which will allow Invisible Boundary now to be popped here from Oasis.
Well, a little early here, but they did find Velocity, so that was actually really on point. Raimazing then finding 2 to follow up. They're nearing already 45%, and now they have the momentum swinging on their side. It did expend the Invisible Boundary, but they will have LeMay with the Fate of Both Worlds for survivability, as Melio can let the devil out, but Zelos and Velocity can stagger these strategist ults.
Rymazing just seems to be comfortable when he's in the air. Doesn't matter if it's Iron Man, whether it's going to be an Ultron. Getting the job done as FlyQuest are now forced back and Sen starting to score and will be closing in on taking the lead here on this point. But again, still eyes on Melio. Are you able to get behind that back line and utilize Let the Devil out here to try and do some damage?
Kind of forcing it out, though, after finding Usher. He's going to try to do the Beyblade spin to win, and now the survivability to allow Melio to stay up. It's a dance-off between Velocity and Flamay with the fate of both worlds, and Cart has all the survivability to help Stagger on this point, too. He's stalling now as he's going to go berserk, and now the Explanation coming in from the Ultra for Rymazing. They lost on Usher, though, and that's very big. He had the Galactic Legend ready to go, and 2C's still holding onto the Ensong Inferno just to go in for a reset.
Nice reset, as you say, but 2C's now going to be just backing up and dealing a bit of extra damage as well. Ensong Inferno is there to try and convert more, but alongside Cart, they are going to make 2, make it 4 actually in the end. Sen will back off. FlyQuest regain the point at 97. So now Sen are going to have to break here as FlyQuest going to be very close to not just taking this round, Vicky, but of course taking this game and being up 1-0 as we move into the second. So Sentinels, though, they do have Galactic Legend to work in this next, and FlyQuest are all out of ult.
That's what I was a little worried about, right? Because that was a very expensive fight for FlyQuest. Even Melio making the change up over to the Psylocke, now having the 1v1 duel before getting some help together with Cart. But it's Crimzo making the swap over to the Angela, noting that they have to contest on this point. It's going to be incredibly close between both of these teams. Sentinels want to take it to round number 3. You talked about the Galactic Legend, but it gets stunned. It gets stopped. Overtime taken away. That was massive here. Have to look back on that. If Velocity was able to get that freeze now, then you have the Beyblade here together from Usher, Rymazing getting shut down afterwards, but that was the win con that Sentinels wanted to rely on.
Yeah, boy, did they need it, and now without it, they are dropping. They are at just 3 people still alive. Someone has to try and sustain and hold, and maybe hope that Rymazing can get a touch, but it's not going to happen, as FlyQuest will take the first map here against Sentinels, and boy, oh boy, is this group getting interesting.
Oh my goodness. Sentinels thought they had figured things out. They came out of the gates with some different compositions for that second week, but that was massive. It could have been an Exile, it could have been a Charm, but that was insane to see a shutdown and also ult tracking on the side of FlyQuest. That was crazy here and a great performance to open up our best of 3 for our second series of the day. It's only going to get better. Everybody strap in. We'll find out where our map number 2 is going to take us after this break.
Lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy for those who cross you. How fitting with Iron Man and Sentinels and Ryan Amazing right now. You guys can get these amazing skins in-game with the Iron Samurai and Mantis's new skin available June 5th. So just about right now, go grab them. You Iron Man and Mantis mains, again, available now. The Call for Glory calls. And gotta say, with that map result, we can take a look at how it finished. And what I just want to highlight is we've continued to talk about the players on this team and the new additions that FlyQuest has made. Can we just give some love to the Vanguards? You have Techie, who's going against his former team that did not re-sign, right, and is now on a new team. And then you have Cart. Cart just made a play that we wanted to dissect. We've got to see now a couple of angles off of in the green room of a Hulk Exile that was, you know, sometimes it's a flashy play. And sometimes it's just as simple as, and not simple, a mid-jump exile, Vicky, to stop the Star-Lord ult there from Yusher. Perfection.
Dude, and they called it out perfectly. Like, the fact that Cart was... We were talking about it, right? We had missed it off the camera right there. We were looking at the fact that the Star-Lord had ult, just to hear that he got stopped in the middle of it, saw the reset to 52% on the ultimate charge, and it was Cart that gets the jump exile. I'm like... Was there a freeze, a charm? There were so many opportunities there that they all had to start looking at the Galactic Legend. Guess who was ready? Front row seats, Cart. He was the bouncer that bounced them off the point and helped the rest of his team secure that dub for that first map.
And how fitting, right? Because Cart's been playing everything but Hulk and now going in at the last minute to get such a clutch play like that, Gaskin. And we talked about it. If FlyQuest wins this entire group all of a sudden gets mega giga complicated, right? And all of a sudden Sentinels that looked so comfy, cozy you might say, are looking like they could be the ones that facing up an elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly there's a potential for a three-way tie. There's a potential that we just see FlyQuest win out, go through, and then it becomes NRG versus Sen on the last day. Winner goes through, loser goes home. But that's if we get there, right? There is still a lot to play here. But what we've learned is definitely Cart looks so much more comfortable in this team the further we've got through this season. When he was first added, there was, you know, is he going to be as comfortable because he's not able to play Hulk as much? He looked brilliant so far today, and I'm very excited to see what he can do going into this next one.
Well, I think we've got the replay to check out the angle from Cart's point of view. And just, I've played the Hulk. The amount of skill to pull this off mid-game, it was so much on the line, and the call-outs, you have to try to be sneaky here as Yusher if you want to get this off, and they just track this thing through the ult tracking. Look at this beauty. I mean, disgusting. Absolutely crazy at top level of play. And Vicky, it's not just hitting a shot like that. That's not easy. It's actually a very small margin of error there, but also tracking that ult charge and then being aware of where the Star-Lord is on top of that, right?
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Like, it looks like Cart was just playing a different game. You saw him just playing Ring Around the Rosie, like he was jumping on a trampoline all around Hell's Heaven. And the MVP being Tusi is also another thing to highlight here, too, because if it wasn't on the Elsa, it was a swap up to the Phoenix that also helped enable FlyQuest to take that first run, especially.
Yeah, what did we say, Gaskin, going in? I said it's going to be the duelists, honestly, that are going to be able to help this team, and the anchors of it is TuSi. I mean, TuSi plays such an important role for FlyQuest, and you brought in these new additions, combined with what they already have, and you can see as the stat screen right here highlights, Sentinels have been great at domination, and FlyQuest, I mean, they made that, I don't want to say made it look like light work, but they look pretty dominant.
And Dino struggling again, like just not able to find that victory at the moment. It's anti-Dino teams are winning out, and it was the way FlyQuest adjusted. You know, they were playing a very poke-heavy comp to begin with, and then as soon as the break happened, they realized they were going to struggle to get out of spawn with said poke. So they switched Melio over to a little bit of dive. It works out perfectly. They get the break of their own, and then it was constantly being able to switch back and forth. Melio was on 3 or 4 different heroes in the end, and just was a pleasure to watch FlyQuest find that success. Sentinels, they came very close, and they certainly were also trying to adapt and make changes here or there, but FlyQuest have just looked better and better each week here.
In some ways, Sentinels remind me of we lost, because you gotta get what you get from them. And what I mean by that, right, you're gonna get the Iron Mans, you're gonna get the pennies, like things just are gonna be a little crazy, and it's gonna get you some crazy wins, right? You're gonna win against 100 Thieves in a matchup that people maybe thought was gonna go their way, but then also you'll have these bans that maybe wouldn't work against other teams that I think kind of lend themselves to more favor in the hero pool selection. So many great players, Vicky, but to me, it just feels like the pig ban. What, we had a Black Hat save? I didn't see a Black Hat once, right? It's just, I don't know if that was bait. It was a bit odd.
Yeah, and then rolling out with White Fox, right? Like, that was interesting. And then you have to consider, like, if you're going to have to expend a save like that, it's pretty expensive in the pick and ban phase. I'm predicting that we're probably going to move on to Museum of Contemplation, as we're going to find out. Oh, wow, surprise, surprise. All right, because obviously Sentinels, in their last previous series that they've played on in the last 2 weeks, have been relying on Museum of Contemplation to turn things around when they have lost out in that first game.
Yeah, this part of the stream is brought to you by, once again, Museum of Contemplation. Go visit it today. I mean, it's crazy that all teams believe this is their map. But you know what? After we saw Iron Man, Tony Stark in the sky, I mean, with so much on the line right now, if I was Sentinels, I'd be picking this team. Where else he going, right? And again, if you missed it, this is where we saw a really interesting comp of Punisher and Iron Man. I've gone up against this comp. It's tough, Gaskin, because there's so much firepower, both high and low.
Yeah, it's actually very oppressive and horrible to play against, and I wouldn't be surprised if something similar is brought out. That being said, FlyQuest, if they've done their homework, maybe they're going to prepare for it. Not necessarily through picks and bans, but also just being ready to adapt in that moment for switches of their heroes in general, as we get the usual Gambit bans to start us off, and then Sen going to protect that Rocket Raccoon, which you never know, might lead us toward that comp that you were speaking of.
Oh, man. Remember, guys, if Fly wins this, they go against, I believe, Nightmare last, right? So it's like they're sitting pretty. All right. So we'll put it that way without disrespecting, I guess, anybody. But yeah, taking a look here and going into it, we've got the first save going over to the Raccoon. Once again, FlyQuest. Oh, man, that's a tough matchup, right? FlyQuest getting Tuesday's pick, also being able to have that in song that can, shut down the Coon. Raccoon.
Oh, yeah, it's actually crazy, too, because then you shut down the rocket from the other side, so you don't want to get the damage boost on top of it all. The double Mantis ban, I'm not surprised to see that, too. You don't want to have that one-sided Mantis, although we did have that available in our previous series, and it wasn't utilized there, but it wasn't really needed, too, because something to highlight is how great of a map this is for Loki, and that's something else that Sentinels could keep in mind here, because obviously FlyQuest have no issue with velocity flexing over from the Luna to the Loki if they need, depending on what side they're starting on, seeing that they are on the defense.
Yeah, and we continue to see this too, Gaskin, where it's like you want to look at the Luna and the Invis. We continue to bring this up, and some teams prefer to have more of that utility with the Invis, or some just want to have that extra firepower. And with Dino out of the equation, at least for the end of Sentinels, I mean, what way do they go here for the last save?
Honestly, it's tough because they've got a few avenues they could head towards. There's a few heroes that they've definitely been leaning towards and more comfortable. You could go for something like a White Fox to save if you're worried about that backline dive as well, but Emma Frost, after the ban, I guess makes sense because then it's a one-sided Emma Frost, and we have seen how well Emma Frost goes into a Dino. That being said, FlyQuest, they get rid of the Captain America, which again, I think is an important one.
Honestly, that's the perfect one to hit, right? Because now you get the uncomfortability, you don't have Dino, and at this point, you're going to have Emma for Dongman, and you thought Crimson was going to go over to Cap. So now you just have a bit of this awkwardness of what way they want to go. They saw the keys to success, Vic, with 100 Thieves versus them in that matchup. And it looks like they did their homework, protecting the Duelist and shutting down the Vanguard line.
Yeah, actually also being able to note that they're splitting up those bands between the Vanguards and that back line too, right? You're trying to force out more of these compositions, but flexibility is the name of the game when it comes to the level of competition that we're looking at here in group stages, Cozy. That's why only 4 of our teams make it through into the playoffs, but FlyQuest now are currently sitting at match points, and all is on the line, determining on if Sentinels get to keep that cushion right underneath them, or is it going to start shaking up this group?
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting and nerve-wracking game for probably both teams, but in particular, Sentinels here. They were probably coming into this one feeling relatively confident after their performances previously, being able to put them in this position where a win here would have really sent them through to playoffs, and now suddenly they're scratching their heads a little bit, saying, oh, wait, are we just giving FlyQuest a ticket back into this group completely? We'll have to see. Museum of Contemplation, it's been very comfortable for Sentinels before. Rymazing, he briefly hovered onto Iron Man, but it is a quick switch over to that White Fox, which I was expecting during that pick and ban phase as well. They've been able to get away with it without the lock, and now we'll have to see whether they can make sure that they stop really the plan of FlyQuest on the other side.
This is crazy, too. The fact that we're still seeing the Penny right now, I mean, this is who we're expecting it from, right? Dogman has done this with the Penny before. You sure taking a huge chunk of that damage, already getting cheeky with it, hiding the mines right underneath the nest of the webs, and you're currently having Crimson trying to control a lot more of this space on that group.
Nice damage as well, just to be able to force back a couple of these guys so that you can actually continue to push as well. But now you are going to see the first ult comes through. The Banhammer is going to be there from the side of FlyQuest just to try and target some of this back line. But Sen are just going to back off, wait for it to dissipate, and then they'll move in and re-engage.
Kind of why it procced out the Emma ban too, right? Because if you're going to be focusing on Crimzo's Vanguard lineup, then you got to get rid of that Emma who can get that free charge on these group walls. Susie, though, taking it off Ango, has the Ansong Inferno ready to pressure them back to get the follow-up after we're seeing the dive from Cart being on the Captain America. Beautiful first pick here, too, to find Oasis. Flamey does have that Sia, but everybody's getting stunned as Tusi is farming.
Tusi's just loving this Phoenix at the moment. It's so difficult to play against a good Phoenix that is constantly slamming your head like that. Just so much damage output, and again, it just creates a lot of room for everyone else to play the way they want to play, to be honest. And now Sen, they're going to have to reassess how they want to engage here on this one. You can see at the moment the Vanguard's really struggling to even get around the corner because of the amount of damage that's arriving from the other side.
Now those walls are getting melted. 99 fire making right here, at least for Tuzi. And trying to show off that skill cape. It's going to now be Melio from the sky as Cart once again harassing this backline. Now finding Yusher. No protection here for this backline to really rely on anything as Techie fights Flamey after he uses the Sia.
That bubble's been important from Techie as well, just protecting some of these duelists, not being able to be focused, but there's the Strangling Prison, it does come out, and they are all going to be there for the picking, but the ults will come out on the defensive side from FlyQuest just to keep everyone alive.
We're mentioning Melio too being on this ult on that verticality that this map has, and you come slamming down on top of the wall. Rymazing trying to keep them alive here too with the Camille Unleashed to help elaborate from Yusher's damage output, but it was matched that from FlyQuest's side too. Now you have the Psionic Seduction from the other side to try to find where this annoying cap has been. Dogman looking behind him, but Cart is bouncing around now in a different form on the trampoline. It may not be the Hulk, but it's over here on the Captain America.
Psionic Seduction didn't really pay off, to be honest. Banhammer now comes out. Can you actually isolate alongside the bubble as well and take down one of these back lines? Well, it doesn't matter, because Tusi has been able to go off and take down Crimzo and Oasis here. Sure, there's the BRB for one, but the damage is already done here onto Sentinels.
This is insane here to see the amount of damage output that FlyQuest is putting in onto Sentinel's map pick, by the way, as they're the ones rolling out on the attack. Look at these changes, because something needs to be changed here, and it's going to be Rymazing over to the Black Cat. This time, they didn't have to protect it. It's not like they used it in the one game that they did protect it, but we know that Black Cat is great on this map. Get some information, get invisible. Crimzo now rolling out too on the Venom.
Yeah, we need to see something special here from Rymazing, because otherwise Sentinels are going to get held before the first point here from FlyQuest at the moment. And really just going to be one of these situations where you need someone to go off and show what you can do and demonstrate that little bit of something else.
Now time is of the essence, though. He's talking about a little bit of anything. I mean, with 20 seconds left on the clock, now this Cart is just literally going around the corner. Sentinels right now struggling on this attack. And Tusi and Melio have their ultimates in their pocket. Velocity 2 with survivability. And now you go down, delete the Sia with the Ensong Inferno. The BRB may bring back Yusher. And now Melio comes in with the Extermination.
Yeah, but the trouble is when the Amplifier was down, Yusha wanted to be able to deal that damage. Maybe the BRB just gives them the chance, and actually with Cart going down on the cap, that's going to be the opener for Sen. But look at the rest of the squad working together and isolating everyone they can. Sen now having to pop the Galactic Legend just to stay alive.
Now you at least have the Feast of the Abyss here, but Crimzo is falling low. Yusha Rymazing then follow up from the calling card, and they clear the numbers. They force Dogman to go in for a portal play. Is it going to be necessary? They want to put more bodies on the point because now FlyQuest retaliate with Cart making the swap up, getting the portal play, forcing two of the members of Sentinel to back away.
Yeah, they back away, but it is going to be Portal versus Portal, as you had mentioned, and we're going to get an all right down and dirty brawl on the bus like your time in high school is now FlyQuest. Can they actually utilize what Velocity has here? Because the dance-off could really just allow them to sustain. Nothing on the side of Sentinels in terms of ultimates yet.
Oh, these portal plates are actually insane. The placement, too, just to block out some line of sight here from one side of the cart. But you have to look right now at Rymazing. Velocity holding on to the fate of both worlds. It's going to have the dance of the damage boots on top of it as Tusi is going to get enabled. Nobody looking at Techie, who, by the way, has been farming in FlyQuest. They wipe the point from Sentinels. They can't even get to that first checkpoint.
I mean, insane hold from FlyQuest, really. You have to tip your hat, because that was just such an impressive way of constantly answering back. And even with the break at the end, just the quick assessment of, right, we need to get the portal, which I know is default at this point, but being able to actually get through it and still hold, even though Sen had that control, Suddenly, Sentinels now are very close to losing this one unless they can demonstrate an even better hold on the defensive side here. So what are they going to cook up? What have they got? Is the morale even there at this point? Because FlyQuest now are going to be feeling so confident going into it.
Dude, you had Dongmin roll out on the Penny, make a swap up once they got around that first choke over to the Vanpool, and then, I mean, it's tough. It's tough out here. Sentinels just struggling to breathe air around FlyQuest, and there's just been so much damage output that 2C has been putting into, together with that, and the Phoenix, then enabling Cart and Techie too. But also the flexibility that Cart has been able to shine as the weeks have progressed, Gaskin, has been on another level. Literally each member of FlyQuest have only gone down once.
This is tough, really, when you're on the side of Sen. Because you know how to do it. We've seen it demonstrated before, but now it's going to be a lot on this Penny. And a lot on Dongmin here to actually demonstrate how difficult Penny can be to deal with when played correctly. For FlyQuest, that has to be the aim. Eliminate that Spider Nest immediately, and perhaps it'll be enough to take control.
Now as FlyQuest roll up, Melio sticking over to the Phoenix and Techie to retaliate and creating this space here with these group walls. It's Penny over on the other side. Once again, Dogman gonna be sticking onto this side of things after trying to take a flanking angle from right behind FlyQuest when they were originally rolling out on the attack. Right, Amazing now taking to the skies too. On top of this Ultron, and Techie taking a huge chip on that damage. We're seeing that 1v1, and Melio gets marked immediately afterwards by Crimzo.
Good work to begin with. And this is what you've got to do. You've got to be aggressive whilst being defensive at the same time on the side of Sen. As FlyQuest, they're trying to bully their way through at the moment, but they are going to have to be sent back. One goes back to the respawn screen, so they have to reassess how they're trying to shut this one down. And again, a lot of eyes on these Spider Nests.
May have not gotten the finals that we had seen from Melio when he was on the Daredevil originally, but on the Phoenix, absolutely. You talk about all that onslaught of damage overall. Clearing the side of this corner, though, and needing some help, it's going to be Melio together with the Invis of Zelos. They've lost out on Cart, though. That's going to be a big pick. Oasis now going to be able to help out everybody and just getting that pick, and Velocity's going to move the rest of FlyQuest up with the Fate of Both Worlds. A nice freeze onto Techie, strangling Prison right around the corner. Now you get the Endsong Inferno from the other side as Dogman finds 2C, and it's going to be Yushir just with a quick reset, though. Isn't going to be able to find their mark, but it's just isolating Melio as a threat.
Melio goes down. FlyQuest again are unable to really break out here, so Sen holding strong at the moment, and our ults to work with as well. Dongmin obviously has his, but also Ryan Amazing with the Rage of Ultron there and waiting to try and apply that extra little bit of damage and pressure on the side of Sen. And maybe there's going to be a couple of switch outs from the side of FlyQuest at the moment, just to try and find someone who can break out here.
Extermination now, just trying to mark down Techie after he was already won. It forces out the invisible boundary here. Backing away now as Melio also has the Insong Inferno once again, and Dogman gets frozen after utilizing the Penny ult. Strangling Princeton now to follow up the Wombo combo. Tuzi gets a chunk out of Amazing, and Melio had already used up that Insong Inferno here too. Now you have the Sia, combine that together with the Psionic Vortex, and now you have Crimzo finding Melio. I like this combination in this damage output, and Sentinels hold the defense once again at the choke.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Sentinels. This is exactly what they needed, and time now starting to tick away for FlyQuest, but all it needs really is one break, and then suddenly Sen will be on the ropes once more and have to go for desperation plays, and most likely will need a portal to get right back into it quickly before Fly take that point. There are a couple of ults, but Cart does get taken out, absolutely deleted, and Melio falls as well. So Fly, they're trying different heroes here, trying different ways to take down all of these Sentinel players, but sadly, they have not been able to find the right recipe.
We're talking about the Emma Band 2 that Sentinels put onto FlyQuest, and this is a very similar situation where Techie being on the group is just charging up Crimzo's beam for free. Constantly being at 100 is just on another level, especially if you cannot find the threat that is Crimzo. At least coming into this here, Cart now comes in with the Face of the Abyss. It does mark 2 onto Oasis, and Crimzo does not force out the strategy ultimate from Oasis. Great patience and a great stun onto 2C from Dogman.
Well, they are finally gaining control of this car, and they are finally beginning to push. But now here comes the defensive ultimates from Sentinels as well. Psionic Seduction, plus the dance-off will happen in tandem, but it's going to be a counter dance-off. But we will see Yusha able to get the opener as well. Techie goes down, and now they're the extra player in this engagement, and Sentinels might just be able to win this one out, and FlyQuest have to go again.
Hold on now, hold. Maybe seeing a map number 3 on the horizon. You're down less than 17 seconds on the clock, and FlyQuest really only have this invisible boundary to work off of, as well as a strangling prison from Techie.
10 seconds. Gotta push now. Is anyone gonna switch over to a Doctor Strange here? I don't even know if you've got time, so someone's gotta actually force it, and it's not gonna be there. Ooh. Sentinels, oh, finally you get the jump on Car. Huge jump on the Venom, but now you've gotta show what you can do in this fight. Invisible Boundary comes out from FlyQuest. It's a last-ditch attempt to stay alive, as Sen will also pop the Rage of Ultron. Dongmin also starting to drop mines everywhere.
No way! And the mines catch velocity. Huge first big velocity now swapping over to the Loki. Just trying to get the God of Mischief even faster. But is it too little, too late? We get the trade-off from both ends. Melio and Ryan Mazing finding Techie and Flamme. Usher, though, up in numbers after finding Zelos. No sustain left. No time left. As FlyQuest, they get halted. Even with velocity being right there on the Loki, there is nothing FlyQuest could do. Sentinels, they hold them back right before that first checkpoint, and they got even more progress, allowing this to go on to map number 3.
Holy Sentinels. What did we just see on their defensive side?
Penny.
I mean, I know we've seen it on Museum of Contemplation before, right? We've seen these kind of holds. We've seen how difficult it can be to play against Penny, but you would have thought FlyQuest would have been able to find a way to get through, but alas, they could not. And Sentinels, they send us to a map 3 here, Vicky.
Hold on, I'm rubbing my eyes real quick. It's almost like the Sentinels that we saw day 1, week 2, when they face off against 100 Thieves in a very similar situation on Museum of Contemplation, except that kind of went the distance. Dan, what a crazy second map here. As Sentinels now tie up the series, we'll find out what our map number 3 is looking like on the other side of this break.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint the Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top 2 kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, and Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too. That being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA and Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Hello and welcome back from our absolute chaotic map number 2 between FlyQuest and Sentinels, and that was the most Sentinels way to win a map. My god, this group is officially on chaos alert. I mean, if you just look at what the possibilities are, from Sin looking like they're comfortably into the playoffs to FlyQuest now looking like they're about to win that. We've all been there, right? Where, you know, you have a great first hold, you can't possibly lose, and then you run into a Penny comp without Dino Vicky. What the hell did I just watch?
No Penny, no Bucky to retaliate. It was on the table. I was wondering Moon Knight to break through chokes. Nope, none of that. Actually, Penny just holding them back, as well as the Emma, who did get to go through for Sentinel. So now you get to see that from the other side, as Yusher is going to be your MVP. And that Phoenix also, as well as the adjustments from Yusher, were on fire, also marking down the threat that was 2C from FlyQuest.
Yeah, Yusher has just been an absolute stud for this team. Not to mention they have vision on the bench, right? Like, they have so much play potential. And there's just, I mean, just when you count them out, I can't tell you how many times I've seen this group or Sentinels alone just continue to find a will and a way. And my gosh, I mean, they say Museum is their map, and it's looking like it. You guys can... I mean, what do you make of map 3 here? I mean, what do you even change? What are we looking at after that chaos?
I mean, they need to find another map where they can use Penny defensively like that, to be honest, because it just gave them such room for victory. I know, sadly, they're not going to be picking the map here, so I think that's probably the flip side here. You've got to make sure you don't pick a map that Penny can be successful on here if you are FlyQuest. But I said it. I said about Sentinels, they have to get a better defense than we just saw, and they said bet. And honestly, hats off to them. Very impressive performance. It wasn't just the Penny either. It was everyone working around the Penny, protecting those spider nests to make sure they couldn't be removed, to make things difficult, but also just the web from the Penny as well, being able to stun some of those duelists just when you thought they were going to be able to get through and take down the nest. very well played from entire team on Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought we wouldn't have Thanos in this game before we had Penny being played as just like an anchor pick to secure the victory without even the double nest of old, like just crazy chaos. They continue to run to success as well. And without the dinos, what I thought kind of stood out even more, because Dino Penny's crazy, but to get that to work for that 0.1 hold, I mean, teams are going to look at the way that they've been holding 0.1 in particular, Sentinels. And they've done a great job at that, especially on such a popular map that so many people just are looking for those slight bits of edges to give you that win. But yeah, FlyQuest now kind of can take it a little bit into their own control, a little bit of turbulence there, but now they get to pick the map, Vicky. But now it's a little bit mental. Like, you got to kind of reset after a loss like that, right? And with what's at stake, we'll get into more of the picture because trust me, we're trying to work it out here. It's kind of nuts what happens if Fly loses and then you have like a 3-4-way tie. We'll get to there. But Vicky, for this map, how do you get to that point for FlyQuest and try to get the job done?
It's the fact that this is the first Game 3 situation for Sentinels, everybody. And also, like, I love how you brought up the Dino. I just have to reiterate that point because it's kind of like that watered-down Dino gameplay of the bread and butter where you get the Emma grab and, you get the follow-up with the Penny Nest. I don't know. There's so much to break down from that. I think for map number 3, considering that it is going to be the first map 3 that we see Sentinels kind of pull out here, this isn't their map pick, right? So if you're FlyQuest here, you want to deny maybe some of that verticality that Sentinels likes to rely on. If you can expect them to play around flyers that they so much enjoy, but also expect that left field comp from probably coming up because that's kind of how you catch your opponent slipping as we are moving on to Heart of Heaven.
I thought, okay, so I was going to aim either here or Lower Manhattan. They've gone to both. Lower Manhattan is a little crazy, especially if you feel like you have better ult tracking and mechanics, like you probably don't go with that map. Heart of Heaven is the other map that FlyQuest, even going back to preseason Gaskin, have played well on, and it really leans to the way that this team comp and ultimately the hero pool is for Fly.
Yeah, definitely a advantage dive composition as well. If you can find someone who is comfortable marauding around the map and not worrying about the kind of fog that's going to be there, denying vision from other people, taking advantage of that as well, then you're going to be in a really good spot here. But that being said, Sentinels are also capable of doing that as well. So it's not like this is going to be a tap-in for FlyQuest, but we do get the instant protect onto Phoenix yet again. It's a very clear game plan here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and this is an interesting map because you're going to see a lot of hero rotation. There's counter-picking involved, Vicky, obviously, but the way that 0.1 is so different than a lot of the rest of the map. So I do like the front-to-back that FlyQuest is probably trying to achieve here. A lot of the same going from Sentinels. The Mantis Band right away, though, is just a shutdown. Honestly, a lot of what I would expect them to roll with, and Triple Strat may be off the table.
Yeah, also, like, I think this is the first time we hear Heart of Heaven. I just heard the music and I was like, man, I haven't heard that one in a long time, especially since we haven't had as many Game 3 situations. The Luna off the table, too, as Sentinels run to try to prioritize that. FlyQuest, though, indicating that Star-Lord is a problem as the Captain America saved comes through from Sentinels after they were expecting FlyQuest to go for the 3 back-to-back Captain America ban.
Who gives a damn about the T-Rex, man? It's like, I love it because all of the, earlier in the day, earlier in the week, or in the stage 1, it's so much dino priority now. It's like neither team are even paying attention to the way that it works. And Cap is such a big save, I think, here, Gaskin for Sentinels. I like the pick.
And yeah, they remove Ultron, so neither team going to be banning away Dino, so that either means we get a Dino face-off or just no Dinos at all across the board because both teams have been able to find a way to play so comfortably without the Dino here. I like removing Ultron, though, because we've seen that Ultron did kind of get added to the mix for FlyQuest and just making sure that they can't have that little bit of extra spice if they wanted to go for the trip strat.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to have Rocket again. You have to burn down both teams for that Dino immediately. One side having the Star-Lord over it. Obviously, if you look at the hero pool, sometimes you'll have Tuesday go over to that, but I think with the Phoenix safe, that's what they'll lean more on. It's FlyQuest Sentinels. Best of 3, and we find ourselves in by far the must-watch match of the day, maybe the week. Here we go, Gaskin. Vicky, take it away.
Alrighty, Gaskin, our final map in our second series to open up our last week of our group stages. It's been crazy to see how we very rarely have had these Game 3 situations play out, but it means that a lot of these teams are only getting better, and I'm interested to also see how this Ultron ban is going to work out too for Sentinels, because this basically means that they believe here Usher could be able to dip that of Tusi. I mean, there was a lot of respect over to the Star-Lord that Usher has been able to pull out with, and when you talk about Heart of Heaven, especially when it comes to that first choke, when it comes to going outside the gates, going through the rooftops, it can be really tricky on how to take an off angle around a Star-Lord that knows how to navigate around.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of changes for both teams here going on this first point if things go wrong. FlyQuest, though, going to allow Cart to be playing on that Hulk, which is always very exciting for us and viewers alike, because we know how good he can be on this Hulk and how much pressure he can apply as well. But Sen, can they hold just as well as they did in the previous here, or will FlyQuest be able to break?
Find out here as the bubble's already bursted here. You can see the Hulk jumping right on top, trying to burn out even more of those cooldowns before jumping right down. You sure it's going to be that face-off, though, as Tusi is not even relying on the Phoenix. Actually going to go over to the Elsa to find Raymazing out of the sky, forcing out the BRB to already be used this early.
The very early use. Raymazing's going to get back up, though, and now you can see it's a little bit of a gathering underneath as everyone's trying to group together to protect one another, but Cart is starting to force them back. As FlyQuest are now on the point, but there is also a little bit of contention as well. Crimzo doing very well with the Captain America to force them back once more, as FlyQuest just have to retreat here. So neither team feeling comfortable in this engagement at the moment.
The way that Cart has just been the raid boss, right? The immediate respect. Ooh, beautiful marking right here, too, on the Banhammer. Unfortunate for Flamave as he sports it back away. Some extra pressures, and they're going to be able to just stay grouped up together inside this side room. And now you're trying to get the stun. He gets blocked off by the White Fox shield. But look at this pressure that FlyQuest is standing on business. Ascendals are forced to play in the back line, forcing Crimzo to come right back over on the Captain America, the Sia now from Flamay. But now with that stun, after Crimzo is forced to come back from the BRB, there is nobody left from Sentinels to contest on the point.
Yeah, a valiant attempt to jump on his cap, but instantly deleted as soon as you had. And now FlyQuest, where they struggled to break through on Museum of Contemplation, they do manage to break through the first point here and at least get that convoy now on its way to get point one, as Tusi is going to have Glasrogs available. Velocity also going to be able to work in tandem with a lot of the damage output from Melio. Maybe they'll save that for the Galactic Legend as well once they drop that one. But Sen, plenty to do on their defensive side, as Raymazing again is going to have a lot of work to do here on this Ultra.
I still have as they find and isolate Cart. Oh my goodness, I just witnessed a crime right now. And you have the Glotras coming in together as the wombo combo from Velocity and the Sia Tusi enabled, finding a lot of this extra damage. The extermination was also forced out from Raymazing rather, to get everybody up alive and healthy. And you have the Kumio Unleashed now from Sentinels. Crimson could also solve for a very long time from that Freedom Charge that boosts up everybody's ultimate charge too.
And you're also just going to see the advantage of having the Phoenix here for you showing in terms of that focus. Now you will see the Ensong Inferno come out to try and target, but Galactic Legend at the same time gets popped here for FlyQuest. But can they actually convert into any damage at all? And maybe some KOs that are going to go in their favor, but it looks like the answer is going to be no there. So well held by Sentinels.
The Ultimate's being a little staggered here too, using the Ensong Inferno for a reset to try to match that of Velocity, who will have a Sia very shortly. Crimzo finding Zelos. Nice little hold here, but they've lost out on two. Raymazing making the swap off of Ultron because it's not working out when you're on the receiving end of that damage between Melio and Tusi.
Tusi is so fun to watch on the Elsa, by the way. It's great to see Elsa's still being used here in this meta, thinking that maybe we wouldn't see as much of her. But of course, with Phoenix getting banned, it does just open up a little bit of a different style of poke available to you. And they are still pushing the turtle at the moment. They're still making it work. Here are FlyQuest, and they are getting closer to that next Glartrogs available for them as well.
That's straight confidence, right? Even having that available here, being on the Elsa, Cart finding another victim. Cart on this map, especially on Hulk, it's so scary. Look at this, burning down the Sia immediately right afterwards, but it still allows time for Sentinels to follow up. Flambe getting away with having that active. Awaits is very close to that Camille Unleashed, but Cart finds another victim. Raymazing has barely been able to play very much, and now he is close to letting the Devil out after making that swap over to the Daredevil and finding Zelos coming back from the BRB.
This is what I was talking about on this map as well. If you can play someone who can dive, you can take full advantage of the map to your advantage. And Raymazing has done just that at the moment on the Daredevil, but you will see now FlyQuest switch on over. It's the Ensong Inferno as Dongmin gets removed, as Tusi is able to at least get the final hit onto that one. For Raymazing again getting up and behind FlyQuest here with Let the Devil Out.
Someone look at Tusi. He's just harassing everyone in the backline. This is actually insane. You talk about watching Tusi overall and how fun it's been to see him on the Elsa, but nobody from Sentinels is even looking in his direction. No front row seats instead. It is going to be Yuchiro who does find Melio, but it's a great stall. They had the number advantage, forcing FlyQuest to back away because Melio is close to that Galactic Legend.
FlyQuest are playing this patiently, though. They're waiting until everyone's grouped. This is good. You don't want to just force in and stagger everyone and allow Sen to just slowly pick you off. Instead, they've grouped, and now they will start to finally press a little bit onto the turtle. And it's going to be Crimzo, though, who opens us up with Freedom Charge here just to create all that space for Sen. And it just allows Yusha to apply that pressure, but Melio has now switched over to the Daredevil as well. This is what I wanted. Dive versus dive. Give me two players who are so comfortable. But the Ensong Inferno does get one onto Zelos, and Sen are winning this one out right now.
But their backline got destroyed between Melio and Cart, and right now, even though Yusha is finding the heads over onto Tusi, Dogman's creating this space, staying alive. Also has that ban hammer here. It's going to be the 1v1 between Vanpool and Vanpool action. It makes you think what season we're actually on, and Vanpool is still getting a lot more of that gameplay and trying to create that space with these bubbles too. Velocity is very close to that C, and Dogman Oasis could also get the follow-up as Oasis could get the reset with the hit shot.
Yeah, Elsa plus Vanpool. It does feel like we've traveled back in time a little bit as Jeff does come out in the end. As FlyQuest now going to try and respond with potentially let the devil out, and there it is. Melio is going to have it available. Jeff gets absolutely deleted off the maps, and that's going to allow now the opener for FlyQuest to just rain on through and do so much damage here to Sen, and maybe just push this one over to the point, and they will do so. So FlyQuest able to get that second, and Sen have to fall back despite a valiant effort.
Oasis and Flamme are trying so hard to stay alive, and it is just Cart and Melio harassing them, and right when they try to get out of their line of sight, guess who's right there in an open line of sight is going to be Tusi, who's been taking these cheeky off angles and has the Glartrox ready.
Is there going to be any switch up again, though, here from Sen is going to be my question. Amazing again, going to try and use that let devil out, see if he can do some damage on the back line, but FlyQuest have been defending very well, and with Zelos on White Fox, of course, have just had so much answer to the dive potential from Sen, but a lot of it has come down to Cart on that Hulk yet again with the pressure that he applies.
Playing a different game, I just have to reiterate. Cart using the World Breaker, trying to back away. They shut them down immediately afterwards, turned him into the Bruce Banner form, but it forced outright Amazing to let the devil out. He finds Cart in the process, only finding that one, and FlyQuest are so quick to try to kite away. I mean, they have to after losing out on Melio.
Yeah, they have to, otherwise they're just going to allow Sen to really step up and force them back once more and just keep them at bay. But with only 1 minute left, FlyQuest need an answer. They've already got it pretty far, but of course they will want the full 3 to try and apply all of that pressure to Sen as well. Freedom Charge is going to be available, and again, we might see Freedom Charge into Ensong Inferno as a wombo combo to create that pressure, get the damage, but it's the Glartrox which is the first opener.
The Glartrox is so hungry, I wouldn't even want to play Dino into this too, right? You'd be in the line of sight and easy pickings as they assemble the troops with the Freedom Charge. It's going to be retaliated with Zelos having that Kumiho unleashed. Now Cart does find Yusha. Now we have Cart making the adjustments after swapping off the Hulk. Did enough of that spacing here and wants to stall for as long as possible because time is of the essence for FlyQuest. They're down 20 seconds in timing here to get to the third checkpoint.
Yeah, they're down on ult economy as well, and you're going to see it right here, right now from Sen as they're going to be the first ones to pop, but very quick deletion of it. Yes, it came out, but it wasn't necessarily going to be enough, and now you see the counter on the side of FlyQuest with one of their own, and they are still pushing this one, and with 2 players down from Sen, FlyQuest started to take advantage.
No, Melio is just running it down right now, holding onto the spawn room gates right alongside Cart, who is diving alongside him here. We need bodies, though, on the point for Sentinel. They contest. It's going to be Dogman, but he gets fried. It's going to be alongside Techie and Tusi, who deal a lot of that damage. Yusha with the reset, Ensong Inferno, just to desperately keep this going and do all the extra damage, but nobody has stopped Melio, who has taken every head out of Sentinels and now has letting the devil out until this very moment, Dogman shutting him down. 2 members off the table as now FlyQuest are trying to secure this point.
Yeah, Dogman's done massively. Absolute works going in favor as well for Sen because they are just doing everything they can to stay alive. Maybe there's a portal, maybe if you could just sustain for 1 second, but not quite. It was almost there. They were desperately trying to, but FlyQuest cannot quite get that 3rd point here, Vic, but they do get it bloody far indeed, and it's going to be hard work for Sen to try and match that.
Oh my gosh, the way that cap got put in the microwave, by the way. The Charm getting a quick little double right there, too, for Sentinels. Sheesh. All right, that was very, very difficult here, too. But the adjustments came through. Amazing is trying to help out the backline while also trying to gut the 3-2-1 dive together with Crimzo. It's been a difficult time here, but the adjustments that we have currently seen from FlyQuest, they were trying to at least close in that gap. Melio was popping off, but they did lose out. I believe it was Velocity very early on, and then they made that adjustment to getting the portal play just a little too late.
Dogman, though, on the Vanpool, like, hats off. Because without that, it was 3. He was quick to dash onto the point, making sure you switch into from guns to those blades as well, so you get that little bit of an extra dash. So they were there, he then placed up, and now we're going to see the switch over potentially to a penny as well to try and help out Sen, but we'll see if that actually sticks. Because it certainly was a really good push from FlyQuest, right? But now defensively, can they match that?
A lot of that, too, was time wasted away from FlyQuest originally on when they were on the attack versus Sentinels, who were trickling in, trying to waste more time away before that second checkpoint here. Benefited them to make the adjustments and to work into that old economy. And Dogman, are we going to be seeing rolling out? All right.
I was going to say, on attack, it just wouldn't make sense, right? I mean,
no. I was going to say, we didn't get the penny before. It's true. Especially if you get cheeky, too, with it in the fog as well. But now you're able to hold on to this rooftop here, Gaskin, over for FlyQuest, with Melio still sticking to the Daredevil.
And the rooftop battle is where we engage once more as well, and good positioning as well from Velocity at the moment, just going to be able to support so much with the heals from that kind of angle, just bouncing them off the roof over and over again. But Tuzi gets the opener onto Flamme. So Sen maybe will have to back out of this fight unless anyone can convert with one of their own, because they're going to be at the numbers disadvantage.
So much on the line here just for this attack alone. Very winnable still for FlyQuest here. Techie already having that Banhammer. Cart looking to dive in together with a 3-2-1 alongside Melio before backing away. I love the peels that we're seeing. The Charm forcing them to just back away here, but they're just trying to force Sentinel to take a roundabout position.
So hard to keep tabs on what to do with the Brawlers. You will see here. The quick deletion of the BRB as well, very important to do that, otherwise it could have got ugly as Melio is going to find the first. Tuzi follows with one of his own, and now with Dogman falling, Sen will lose this engagement, have to back off, and more time goes in favor of FlyQuest. It's a fantastic hold to kick us off here, and a lot of it is Tuzi from high ground at the moment on Star-Lord is just being a thorn in the side of Sen. They are struggling to get him off of it.
Raimazing quickly got off that Ultron too. Goes right back over to the Daredevil. I do not envy the strategist backline of Sentinels. It's difficult. Even your BRB getting marked down by Tusi, who's hanging out on the rooftops. Raimazing now trying to dive in, forcing out more utility before getting right back to their strategist. Sees the Captain America, gets the marking just to help peel to keep them alive. And Yusha does have the Ensong Inferno to deal with that Velocity once Asia's out.
Yeah, Yusha was just trying to create a little bit of poke so that Raimazing could find that KO onto those who were on the high ground at the moment, but FlyQuest have so much ult to work with. It's going to be the Galactic Legend that is going to be popped alongside Rocket, and it will just allow them to get the first couple in their favor. But with that being said, Invisible Boundary now comes out as a response from Sen.
But it was just a shy late from helping out Yusha, unfortunately going down, and also didn't have the opportunity to use the Ensong Inferno from how cheeky of an angle that Sia was too, and having to get through that choke. Oasis, are you them? And no, Melio finds the pick off of the strategist on his Sentinels, only leaving Flamme alive.
And Sen, it's time starting to tick away for them, but the ult economy is fantastic. They have so much to work with now. Only the one defensive ult for FlyQuest. They do have Freedom Charge as well, though, that they can use. So it's not like they're going to be out of options here in this next engagement, but Sen certainly have more to work with on their side. And it feels like if it's going to be any time, it has to be here, Vicky.
Good amount of damage here from Yusha, but once again, the sustain is there for FlyQuest. You start things off with the Sia, and you're gonna let the devil out if you're Raimazing. Again, these swaps really helping them out, and it marks out Melio, but the PRB brings them right back. All that hard work as Cart assembles the troops and gets the Freedom Charge. They're slowly making their way over to the point, though. The Ensong Inferno sliding over to the side of the rooftop, and now finding Zealous, though, still gonna be able to have that Kumio unleashed until now. Gets the reset here, and Sentinels are still up in numbers to get this point moving.
Yeah, it had to be now, and it looks like it is going to be now. They find 2, make it 3, and FlyQuest probably just going to be dropping off. They're trying to stall a little bit, maybe trying to stall for a Strange Portal, but I think it's a bit of a stretch. No, they just about get the Strange Portal, but is it going to be enough when you are at such a numbers disadvantage? The answer is no, as we will finally see Sen convert it and get their chance to continue in this game, and most importantly, Vicky, in this series. Otherwise, again, it gets a little bit shaky going into Sunday if they lose here to FlyQuest. And FlyQuest, though, on the other side, they did well defensively going into that first point. Now they need to find a similar strategy here, and certainly with Melio playing this way, alongside Cart, they're going to make this a living hell for Sentinels.
Both teams literally playing for their playoff lives right now. They want some room of comfort, and Flamme brings back Raimazing. Now Dogman slowly but surely creating that space, forces out the teleport from the white box, destroys that BRB while he was at it. And Zelos is just looking at a whole different game. Dogman giving him whiplash before backing away, and it's also allowing Yusha to have more space to play with if they lose out on Dogman after overextending just a little bit from the other side.
Does have Ensong Inferno to use as a get out of jail free card if you need it, even if it's not going to convert into a KO. It might just keep you alive and allow you to stay in that fight a little bit longer. As Raimezing and Melio are going toe-to-toe at the moment on the Daredevils, but who's actually going to be able to win that out, and who's going to be able to get a little bit of support? It's Tuzi in the end who pops the Galactic Legend.
Although you have the Ensong Inferno to finally enter back against Asia, and Tuzi gets marked down by Raimezing. Great patience and calms coming out from Sentinels right there, actually. And following up between Yusher, now Raimezing can let the devil out, but it's going to be matched out, as you already mentioned, between Melio, as Raimezing and Dogman find 2 more out of FlyQuest.
We are very much amidst a brawl meta, and it is very messy to try and keep up with for some of these players. If you are not on your toes and you are not quick to react, you can get deleted by a team that quickly punishes you as they get behind. And now, Sentinels, they will have Raimezing to have the Let Devil out, and maybe with the Sia, they can actually do some real damage here. And Crimzo has Freedom Charge, so actually this is going to be the perfect chance as both sides the Daredevils pop.
Let the devil out here. The Sia to give him the extra damage boost. It is a wipe clean as Raimezing waking up, going crazy here to clear this point. They need the extra space. They're down a minute, less than 3 seconds on this attack, and they need to be able to keep harassing them. You see the 1-2 between Crimzo, and you already mentioned that Freedom Charge to boost them all up and for the stall potential.
The important thing to remember here is FlyQuest did that first point a lot quicker than Sen did. So Sen are going to have less time to try and work with towards second and third point at the moment. But FlyQuest, they will get one chance to reset here. And, you know, the problem is, are they going to get the Strange back in time if they need it for that portal? Of course, the 140-second reset after they used it on that first point, as now you will see Freedom Charge coming out from Sen.
That is such a good point here, too. Is it going to be burned down off of the pool here? But a great install here. Now just trying to keep everybody alive. Sentinels dealing a huge chunk of this damage, though. Clearing the point is going to be FlyQuest with a Kumi Unleashed together with Zelos. And Teki also has that Banhammer. Just trying to find the isolation if they can mark down Raimezing. And Yusher is going to get the reset off the Ensong Inferno. Crimzo harassing Velocity. Everybody look behind. Now Tuzi's forced to back away as the only player alive. And Cart, too. And now the rest of FlyQuest are in shambles as Sentinels get the second checkpoint here.
Yep, they're going to be able to convert it. There's not going to be any sort of shenanigans with Strange, but maybe there can be a Strange portal used a little bit later because of that. But that being said, when you get to that last point anyway, it's not really going to matter too much. It's about diving on and jumping in. As FlyQuest, they allow that second point to come through, but now they have 1 minute and 15 on the clock to try and defend here. Sen are not going to have much opportunities to try and break through, so they need to be winning these engagements, and losing out on Raimezing is not the way you want to start.
This is so close. Oh my goodness. Sitting on the edge of my seat right now, Gaskin, as everything is on the line in the next 60 seconds. Camille Unleashed now for Oasis just to help them follow up. Raimezing gets the next pick, but the Glocktrots is feasting. It finds, it looks like 2 right there. Crimzo manages to make her way back, but Oasis is telling a different story, but it's fine. Crimzo comes, follows up onto Raimezing, and Tuzi's forced to back away.
I mean, it's Crimzo Raimezing against Melio at the moment, and it's just a battle that is very difficult to win because Melio was on his own. Cart was down, but Cart working with Melio, going to try and do the same thing on the other side, but now Cart switching over to Hulk here for FlyQuest is all they have to do really now. With 25 seconds left, FlyQuest need to win one fight, and it should be enough to win this game, win this series, and also push them closer towards playoffs, of course. As for Sen, though, they have tools in their arsenal. Raimezing's going to start us off.
Playoff lives on the line here. A completely different look of Raimezing, who was 12-8 after that last round, and now Melio too, who was 18-6, and now changing things up as Crimzo follows up with the BRB, bringing one back here as Tusi's coming into the mix. Velocity still has that Sia. Overtime, forced to be activated. Dogman has a Banhammer. Let the devil out. Can they help out the strategist, though, as Melio finds one onto the white box. A BRB coming in clutch.
Yeah, and actually you're going to see as well the Banhammer onto Melio just made him back off a little bit, but now you can see Yusha is going to be able to pop and will pop, and it takes down Zelos, and suddenly Sen are able to get the upper hand against FlyQuest at the moment, but FlyQuest off spawn need to throw everything at this.
Oh my gosh, overtime now ticking away. FlyQuest are down in numbers. Cart is doing everything to stay alive. They all need to look at him without giving too much space for the rest of FlyQuest to trickle in.
Crimzo's gone down. That could be huge for FlyQuest as well. And the grab is going to be big on the side of Sen, but not going to really help them in this situation because FlyQuest have been able to find 1, 2, 3, and they hold here to win the series and make this thing very interesting going into Sunday.
No way, FlyQuest! They do it! They wipe the points in a very intense final fight. Sentinels were building up momentum, and it was all for naught as FlyQuest have turned things up in their favor. What a series to open up our first day here in our final week here. But Cozy, I want to get your thoughts because that was actually on another level.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So they played perfect, right? Like the fact that they were able to, well, they had to play perfect with the time banked allowed after that .1, and they continued to get to that next checkpoint. They were meters off, and as you said, that pick on Crimzo just shut down the rest of the sustain on the overtime. I can't believe it. Sentinels, no matter win or lose, make it interesting. And FlyQuest, talk about a bumpy start and takeoff, Gaskin, and then just no turbulence. It's smooth riding from there. They have officially put this group in, chaos.
Absolute chaos. I mean, if you try and predict what's going to happen on Sunday, you'd be a madman, but what it does put is FlyQuest in such an advantageous position now because they go into their last match against Nightmare.
Yeah.
And while stats would suggest, Nightmare are 0-4, not saying it's done and dusted, but certainly is a far better position to be in than if they had lost this one, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is obviously, we don't want to call a spade, but having Nightmare as the last match just leans a lot of favor into getting you to punch your ticket. And Sentinels had everything set up for them. If you're Sentinel fans, I mean, you're just heartbroken at this moment now because you are up for an elimination match potentially, or even more into a crazy tiebreaker where maps matter, right? And if you look at maps, NRG, they're losing their minds because they still have a chance in this whole thing now. So it's crazy how things have shaken out, and it's proven to be a lot like preseason, Vic. I don't even know what to make sense of some of the chaos we watched, Vic. What was your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway is somebody give Tusi a raise because that Glartrox, dude, it was insane. I mean, aside from Cart going absolutely wild on the Hulk and splitting up attention from the team, what happens if you look behind you? You're looking at the Hulk to make sure your strategists stay alive, but then guess what? You're met with a front-facing Glartrox to take out 3, take out half the team from Sentinels to add. That was insane, but also, like you mentioned, trying to play perfectly is very difficult, especially when the spawn room gates are right there and FlyQuest capitalize.
I mean, who could say it better than Loki on the Avengers? I have an army, and what does Tony say? We have a Hulk, and that is, we have a Cart. I swear to God, I mean, it's exactly that. You called it perfectly because you were like, oh, hold on, Cart switches to Hulk. And just like that, I mean, everybody knew what was going to happen from there on out. Tusi, though, has continued to be such this source of consistency handling the assignment. And it was crazy because the big heavy hitters from both sides, Gaskin, Crimzo, Rymazing at one point was just playing like a live-die simulator. I mean, it was crazy. They were all throwing everything they had at it, and that just shows how much they each won it. Both these teams can find themselves in the playoffs, but a bit harder now for Sin.
There was just so many fights happening on different sides of the map. It felt like there was 3 different engagements that were happening. The strategists were just trying to keep up those vanguards that were having an insane battle whilst the duelists were almost fighting themselves at the same time. Very difficult to keep up with. And as you say, it's very brave to make the call of, all right, we're losing the Cap versus Cap and the Daredevil versus Daredevil here. How do we win it? Cart, here's your opportunity. Show us why you are one of the best Hulks in the world, if not the best Hulk in the world, right? And he did just that. He has now put FlyQuest just in touching distance of playoffs, if not there already. So it is just an amazing situation for them. I'm sure they're delighted to get that win.
Oh yeah, I think Cart gets my MVP personally. I mean, that just the picture as a whole, right? To come in here and to be able to, you take a look at it all. Like, I can't wait to interview them because you're looking at a lot of these players, right? We go back to the interview with Velocity, who said that they were going to start trialing for strategists in RG, right? And look where the hell that got them, right? I mean, if it's crazy to look. Now you have FlyQuest coming in quite comfortably. Velocity there at the bottom. Taking a look at the stats, Vicky. To lose Vest and make this team and have them correct themselves the way they did is definitely one of the stories to highlight this season.
And I think another big story is Cart with rather a little bit of a rough start here and trying to slot into a new team. Like, people just don't really realize how difficult that is as teams ramp up. And there's been time here, and only FlyQuest has been one of the few teams that have gotten better and better as the weeks have progressed. This was excellent for FlyQuest to also look back on and study up on the little adjustments that they made that played a big into them winning the series.
For sure. And I mean, I got to give credit too to just FlyQuest as the org taking a look at the team they had in the preseason. And you can only get 3 swap ups, right, Gaskin? And to say, all right, these are where we're going to make the adjustments. We think we're this far away from making a playoff push. And they had, and it's tough in the decision to make because they were looking good towards the end, right? And to have the pieces they had, boy, did they find him in that free agency.
They did, and I think, like you said, it's brave, and there's definitely some big moves that they made, and I think that Cart is just such an excellent addition to this team. Like, they felt like they needed a Vanguard, they needed to bring someone in who was going to bring a bit of stability to the roster, and Cart, even though it can sometimes be a different method of Vanguard, boy, does it look good when it works, and he is certainly a pleasure to watch.
Absolutely. Well, there's so many people we'd love to talk to with Fly, but we have their coach Dennis here for the winners interview, and I think this is the perfect person to talk to. Let's go ahead and welcome on in. Thank you, first of all, for coming on in for the interview. Congratulations on what was a nail biter, Dennis. Hey, I got to say right away, I mean, I don't know, how long you've been with the team, but I want to ask you, just looking across of what this has been from preseason to now, walk me through having 3 new, starters coming in and making this team have this identity and where you are today.
All right, first of all, preseason team, I loved all of the boys. I loved the team. It was probably the best, single-handedly the best environment I have ever experienced as a coach in a team. I don't think we ever tilted or ever had a bad environment in the team or any type of blame. Maybe we missed some fire, some passion in the very beginning, in the beginning, and that's why we were 1 week a bit too late. But it is what it is. We made our analysis, we understood what was wrong, we understood our mistakes, we understood what changes we want to make, and I'm just gonna say it, Cart Lover, he was on my list. The second I saw this team in MRC, even I knew that guy's insane. Whatever that guy was doing, it was next level. So I was eyeing him. I was calling him to sub as much as I could, and in the end, he declined. He wanted to stay, but in the end, he believed in me, believed in the team, believed in this roster that we built, and last second, basically, he just made a swap, him and Velocity. And yeah, that's the team you see right now. And I think that, again, it's hard because it's 3 new players, okay, new environment, new everything. We have to rebuild from scratch. So it was a little bit tough first week. I would say that it's on us, no excuses, the performance first week. So sorry to the fans, but we are working very hard. Okay, we are putting hours daily. Probably talked with Velocity already about it, right? And we believe that we're on the right track with this current team. Yes.
2 huge personalities and additions. Vicky?
Oh yeah, it's so insane to see how you guys have ramped up, literally only getting better and better, and that's what we keep highlighting in the broadcast, because it's just not easy to slot in some new players here as well, and you guys have really showcased that. Now, you guys take it against Sentinels 2-1. Can you enlighten us a little bit about how you've slotted in these new players, how you guys have been able to kind of iron out what you needed after a rough first week?
Well, first of all, 3 big personalities and new additions, okay? Techie is an amazing player and probably the cornerstone of this team currently. I would say that without Techie, we have a lot of passion in this team compared to preseason. We have a lot of opinions, okay? A lot of big opinions sometimes, and I would say that Techie, while also having those, he keeps the team structured. Okay, he is very respected in the team, and his opinion matters. And when Techie gets mad, okay, people know that it's bad. Okay, we have to chill out, right? So I would say that with this team, just gotta make sure that all the opinions are heard, while everyone feels like everyone is heard. Everyone feels that their opinion is being applied in one way or another, but at the same time, everyone has to feel that we're moving to some greater goal or united goal, because the second we have some disagreements, it gets out of hand real fast. So that's the only kind of challenge that we face with this team. But when we are on the same page, we perform very well, I would say. Both in scrims and officials today, I would say it was a blunder from us. Second map, it was supposed to be 2-0 in my opinion. I'm just gonna say it, right? Because I do think we did a better prep for them today. I do think we had a better read on them. I do think we just looked better on a day, plus a better prep. The series should not have gone 3 maps. But yeah, that's kind of how it is. I think that we're on the right track, as I said.
Dennis, listen, you've been a breath of fresh air, and it's been great to get to hear your insight. You have a lot of great personalities over there. Love a lot of the people you have on your team. I think actually going into preseason, we talked about this cat. We're like, That was Techie. Like, we know Techie's a great player, so to get that pickup is massive, and to get that win against his former team is probably really cool for him. So give him props as well. Want to ask you, right, as we go into playoffs, you guys are looking pretty set. All right, Nightmare up ahead. Obviously, take care of business. But if you guys do make it, we ask all the teams: are you guys getting together? Are we going to be getting the Europe over to NA, and you guys doing a little bit of a house LAN?
There will be a LAN. Unfortunately, I probably won't be there because visa situation is a little bit tough currently. But I'll try my best. But yeah, all of the boys are going to be at LAN. If anything, I have experience controlling LANs on remote, so it's not a problem for me. If anything, I have an assistant coach that can be there. So yeah, there's going to be a LAN. There's going to be boot camp. That's what I meant, right? And there's going to be a lot of prep. I have big plans for the boot camp. If it works out, I expect this to be very scary in preseason, in playoffs.
Well, heck yeah, man. We appreciate you coming on. Congratulations for you guys just, completely causing chaos in Group B. And it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for coming on, and we wish you luck.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you. Bye.
That is FlyQuest and the coach of it. And Dennis is a treat. We'd love to hear more from him in the future. And just cool to see, him back up a little bit of the team that they had going into preseason. And really, the mental is so important. I mean, obviously, it's just such a crucial part of sports, esports, gaming in general. I see all the time people that are more talented lose because of that, because they don't have the mental and pressure, situations. But y'all, we said it was the match of the day. It lived up to it without question. But we still have one more, and there could be upset potential as another team has so much to play for. And there's a lot of great things to break down. We're going to see you on the other side of this break as we reset, reload. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 아득한 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 결정을 잡아. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We promised you a chaotic start to our week 3, and of course, we're there. We're on the last match of today, and it is going to be one that I think a lot of people clearly think they know how it's going to go. You have Team Liquid Citadel versus Space Station Gaming, and the story here, Vicky, is if SSG can do what no team has done, beat TLC, they clinch. They're in that playoff position.
And that is quite a difficult mountain to climb, right? That's a lot of ask. And in a best of 3, too, it's very little room for error, especially when we go to our first map on domination. But you know what? Anything is possible, especially looking at the way that we started our last week.
Hey, listen, SSG, they've done a lot. Let's take a look at the roster and the team and the player that they have. And taking a look, this team, you know, they've gotten some big additions. Zenji coming in here, I believe last week or the week before, played with like food poisoning and still played so great. A lot of the hero pool that they play complement, I think, Nectar so well. We know what Nectar can do, and really unbannable Gasket. And I think, you know, that bond with Month as well just makes this whole team click.
Yeah, Nectar only second to Delena in terms of final hits in Americas, so really has been one of the standout players in the Americas at the moment. But of course, still in a shaky situation, as you were saying. Yeah, they can win, but if they lose, there's always an opportunity of ending up in like some sort of three-way tie, and it's not like they have the easiest matchup on the last day as well. So they would love to try and get it done here, so it's less pressure, but that is easier said than done against TLC. That being said, I do love this Space Station team. I think they'll be a bit frustrated at the loss against TSM because, you know, TSM were looking like they were down and out, and then TSM just showed up and demonstrated that they had just that extra little bit of charge that maybe a few people didn't expect. But now SSG, they need to respond. Even if they don't win here against TLC, they need to at least show that they can bounce back from a loss like that.
Right, because you can snowball downhill, and, you know, I would say after losing to TSM, that could definitely shake things up a little bit and just really kind of mess with, you know, okay, who are we, right? What can we do? And I can tell you a team that knows exactly who they are. As Vest just looking so great there. My gosh, Vest, got to get whoever your cameraman is. But this team has been, you know, continuing to set the standard. We say this with Swamp Gaming all the time. This is the team that we look towards, especially in our region, to represent the top of the top, especially, you know, looking ahead towards something like LAN, because they have it all together. And we've continued to see the team that, you know, dominated the preseason continue to do it here, Vicky. They just don't have weaknesses. They have a lot of great ways to play. Poly, Vest is some of the strongest vanguards that we have. They're the strongest vanguards we have, in my opinion, and it's hard to take them down.
I'm hearing through the grapevine, too, though, that Space Station may have some information from some leaked scrims. So we're going to have to see if that at least does something against these Titans of Team Liquid Citadel. It's going to be hard with Vez also being, you know, the Southern Belle on this team, of course, with that picture. But Cozy, we have to take a look at the side-by-sides, too, because, again, we keep highlighting it's not going to be easy. But Space Station also want to make sure that their bottoms are comfy in qualifying in the top 4.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, the fact that Space Station have TLC right into we lost. Those are the two arguably that people would put as the 1-2 of the group. If you go look at the seeding and how things worked out in the preseason, certainly that. We lost too is like the last team I would want to go up against the last, just because A, they're hungry, B, they're hard to play against and prep for. But with this team, I mean, this is the assignment. You got to win Dom. You have to take it. Obviously, they've done a reverse sweep Gasket, but this is a team you cannot give any room.
No, you can't. And, you know, we're building it up as, you know, SSG need to show us what they're made of. SSG would love to get a win here, but let's call the reality here. Team Liquid Citadel have been unbeatable. They have looked undefeatable. They have just been one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team. I mean, up there with the likes of Na'Vi, of course. Heretics looking pretty good in EMEA as well. Like, they are the team that is leading the charge for Americas. And when we get to global competition, they are the team that everyone will be relying on performing. To take them down here would be the biggest statement of all from SSG. It really would be a tall order. That being said, if they do it, it would just blow up this group completely, and everyone would be like, okay, suddenly everything changes.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well just crown TLC now. No, we're not, because listen, I mean, even when you look at the movies and you got what looks like an impossible situation to win, what is your situation to win? That's what I want to look into, right? And for me, you look at Equinox versus them last time. I think that was the last matchup we had in week 2, day 2, all right? They looked like they had some room of error. I mean, first of all, I think if you are going to target ban something, Speedery has been the one that people try to, you know, go that direction for. Celestial Husk going to take us to our first map today between the two. But like, how does this team get it done, Vicky? That's what I want to look at. SSG, certainly plenty of the, you know, talents there. We even look at things like stat sheets. Month is one of the most successful, you know, strategists in terms of value, what they're getting. Nectar, don't even need to continue on what Nectar brings to the team. They just have to start hot, bring it hot, and play with nothing to lose.
I think it goes into that pick and ban phase, right? And you were talking about how difficult it is to mark down Nectar, but obviously with the flexibility being on Liquid Citadel's side, they are not afraid of rolling out with what they need to rely on depending on how that pick and ban phase really adjusts them. And going on to Celestial Husk, which, you know what, Cozy? I am surprised the first time we get to see this Dom map for the day, but also I'm very happy because although we've had the last two Hell's Heaven, now moving on to Celestial Husk, you have that middle console and that verticality to play with.
Definitely, this is Vicky's hometown map, if you don't know. It's always here when Vic is on the air. But either way, I mean, hey, if you like prediction points and you want to maybe believe, point to the sign and make it big. Now's the time to throw it on to SSG. But we start off with the pick and the bans. Gambit gone on both sides quickly as we have that rocket save as we continue to see today. Team Liquid Citadel aiming more towards that back line to shut down Month & Co.
Seeing that Phoenix Protect too, Gaskin. We've been seeing this happen a lot more often, especially when we see the rocket save very early on, so that way you get to get the counter onto the Sia. But it also kind of forces out Space Station to figure out, okay, well, are we going to also want to ban out the rocket here? No, they're going to opt out to ban out the Luna Snow instead, in case we also get some Devil Dino shenanigans.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are going for this Luna ban at the moment. You don't want a one-sided Luna affair. We've seen how difficult that can be if you're on the receiving end of that, so I don't really blame people for just removing Luna at this point. And it has really changed, hasn't it, this week, the bans situation? Like, before, we saw a lot more focus onto, like, Devil Dino and onto Star-Lord, for example, but we have seen far more on Phoenix and Luna this week.
Yeah, seeing now as Cozy's taking a little bit of a quick step back and taking a look at our pick and ban phase here, the rocket ban from TLC is going to come out while they are hovering over that White Fox. So if they want to be able to try to prioritize that and help out their dive, well, that's not going to happen here. If anything, that's going to enable TLC to just completely harass that backline. So all plans on the table here as SSG doing their homework with the information that they're working off of and protecting that Phoenix and Black Cat, forcing out that White Fox ban out too to prevent that team up.
Isn't it insane as well that Dino was just like a guaranteed ban in like so many games, and now we're starting to see Dino get through because people have worked out how to play against the Dino, as it looks like SSG with that Black Cat. I mean, I'm excited to see just who's going to be taking that Black Cat and how much you can do really against TLC on Black Cat as well. But with the White Fox Protect on the side of TLC, obviously you have that kind of counter a little bit to the dive with the White Fox just on that back line, very difficult to go up against. But this is going to be just an entertaining game to watch. Whatever happens, we have some of the best players in the world competing in this one, so you know it's going to be a spectacle.
Now getting everything on the table, too. I already know with the Space Station backs against the wall, making sure that they want to be able to qualify in that top 4 spot. I mean, Mantis, no ban from either side, and that's actually insane because then you get to get the Loki team up on top of it. So the bigger lamps, they saw the Protect over onto the Black Cat, and Chenji is going to be able to try to rely on that, while Nectar does what Nectar does best, and hanging out over on the high ground there. They're very good at creating a lot of that pressure and space, and we talk about that middle console with that low to high ground disparity, together with maybe having that damage boost onto Nectar too.
I was wondering who is going to be moving over to the Black Cat, but makes sense with Zanji, the third most damage dealer in the entire region at the moment, and just such an amazing player to watch. If you put him on a character like Black Cat, yeah, it's going to be a difficult time for TLC. That being said, they do have that White Fox, of course, and we are going to be able to see whether now they can... You give Veswa, one of the best Vanguards in the game, a Devil Dino. Excited to see what he can do with it.
Rolling out of the gates already with the Dino, Vez has been able to showcase their flexibility here too, being such a great Vanguard in the scene. Now coming in together with Speedery being on the Ultron, that's another reason why I was mentioning the verticality here on Celestial Husk, because it's going to be very difficult to mark down Speedery, which will be Nectar's job together with Renko giving him that damage boost, but it's going to be also eyes on Shandy to make sure they don't get any sneaky plays to harass either Cooper or Nero.
We also haven't even spoken about Polly on Cap. I mean, Polly being back on Cap is always going to be an exciting time for everyone involved, except the other team, of course, as Energy gets the opener onto Necrise and SSG down to 5, and TLC are going to gain control of this point first. And sadly for SSG, they are dropping like flies, so they're going to have to back off, otherwise this is going to be a full wipe.
Ooh, remember, Energy is able to shine now for TLC, taking control over the high ground, wiping out 3 right afterwards. Month is the next victim, and TLC already nearing 50%. And as you already mentioned too, we've seen a lot of target bans onto Polly, but you give Polly now Captain America to reign free on this first map is very deadly in a best of 3.
especially the fact they've got control of this first point now. They can play a little bit more aggressive up onto the other side of SSG, and they can start to bully them a little bit. Alongside Polly, you've got Veswa on the Devil Dino, and they just create so much space for the likes of Energy just to feed from the back line as well. On that Phoenix, just being able to do so much damage alongside Speedery. We need a lot from Zanji here if they're going to be able to break this setup from TLC.
Necro's taking a lot of damage though, because the sustain maybe not enough once you're forced out to use these lamps. If you're Month already getting stunned, the Phoenix able to control so much of that space. Faz also taking a huge chunk of that damage, trying to navigate away. So is Speedery to try to keep him up. Beautiful shield though, right on time, 58%. And TLC are so split. You have Nectar now trying to capitalize. Shanji going to be able to find Nero. That's going to be one of the strategists out of the table. But Cooper had that invisible boundary early and ready. And Speedery now to stall that out has the extermination.
Insane that Veswa stayed alive, by the way, on the Devil Dino. The sustain was incredible. The heals from TLC in backline in the moment, unbelievable, especially against a Mantis team as well from SSG, as TLC are still scoring and using those ults just to stay alive at the moment. Necroice does finally shut down Veswa, so maybe this is going to be the break that SSG were looking for.
It's just the fact that they've been able to get some of these raw, picks, but now you see Energy finding Shanji, Necroice to find Polly right afterwards. But TLC still have control over this point until right now. You get the God of Mischief, and the rest of TLC are just trying to back away.
Month is going to pop God of Mischief as well, just to get a second strategist ult to work with as well to force TLC back. But was that used unnecessarily? Is going to be my question, because now TLC are going to have the ult advantage going into this next fight. Polly's going to have Freedom Charge just to try and engage here and create that space for everyone else. Nero also not far away, and TLC realistically only need one break, and they force SSG into a Doctor Strange portal situation already.
I agree. I mean, a little overzealous on my God of Mischief too, because now you had TLC just all kite away, wait for Polly to come back, all regroup together, and look at these ultimates that they're working with. Vez has the Rampage, Polly's gonna rally the troops with the Freedom Charge, get right back to the point as Shanji is looking right above here. And Renko's taking a quick nap too, by the way, while the Rampage comes in. Now you come diving down. You have the Ensong Infernal together from Nectar, but they've lost out on their strategist. No sustain left for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, there's going to be 3 of them that will fall, and even though Zanji is doing his best on that Black Cat to try and disrupt a little bit, did shut down Speedery, but it's not going to matter. TLC will regain control, and as well, the Strange Portal has to come out from Month. He is going to be able to get there on time as overtime just ticks over, but are you going to be too staggered here to win this fight?
I mean, is the Loki and Mantis going to be enough when you're forced to burn out these lamps? I mean, Renko making the quick swap up just to allow Month to come in with a portal play. Speedery is dancing around that middle console here together, trying to build up into that calling card that he can even use for the next round. He's isolated Loki. You're forced by the health pack. You have a clone, but they need some help. And the rest of TLC are farming the point as they clear out Space Station in a 152 takeover before going into round number 2.
Yeah, I really want to go back to that interesting decision on the God of Mischief. Like, it felt unnecessary from SSG. I don't know if it was a miscommunication on their side, whether they felt that TLC were going to get back into that engagement somehow. But either way, it allowed TLC just to get the ult economy back in their favor, knowing that they weren't going to go up against any strategist ults in the next one. And really, they were able to just run over them once they had built up then of their own. Zanji did have ult, but sadly is not going to be enough on its own with all of the pressure that TLC was dealing. Now TLC find themselves with the first round here on Domination.
And the quick swap up too. If Speedery continues to roll out the gates with this Black Cat after originally being on the Ultron, look how close he is to the calling card. Cooper has not gone down a single time. Then you're dealing with that and having the Loki Mantis strategist to help keep the rest of these teams alive. It's just going to be very difficult to work with if you're going to be getting dove at the same time.
It's whether SSG have a backup plan here, because they have tried something a little bit different and it hasn't necessarily worked out here in this one. And maybe they would have learned their lesson, but saying that, at least it's going to change up the point that we're going to be fighting for, and perhaps their composition will do a little bit better. But again, with what Polly's been able to do on the Captain America alongside Vess, they have just been able to bully SSG over and over again, and with Energy just creating just so much of a gap between themselves and the back line has just done so much damage as well from a distance, and they haven't been able to really take him out.
Also to note here, let's not forget that White Box is banned for Space Station, so you're not going to really have a strategist to help you reset. And no cheeky composition from Milkboy, which, by the way, another penny on the table as Space Station are cleared up, as well as those nests in a quick Ensong Inferno.
And a quick swap off of the penny as well. You try it, doesn't work, and sadly, yeah, you're not going to be able to retake as comfortably on the penny. You have to really take that first point to really get her very best in your favor. And for TLC now, they once more will hold. They'll be able to now get aggressive again. They do have the ult economy advantage, even though SSG are very close to building. Necro is close to that Psionic Seduction as well. Again, Zanji just needs to try and take out these strategists early, but they've done very well at defending one another.
The Black Cat versus Black Cat, though, matchup real quick before you see Pauly also trying to dive in to follow up alongside Speedery, but taking a huge chunk of that damage does force out Renko to bring everybody together with that Mantis ultimate. Nectar very close to the Endsong Inferno. Speedery probably about to find the next victim. Has a calling card ready. Sonic Seduction is going to be used first, which is going to be a great green light for Speedery once this is done. The lamps are also forced out early on, and Mutt does have that God of Mischief, and he doesn't even have the opportunity to press a button before the calling card comes in, as well as a dive between Pauly and Energy.
It's the speed of which TLC finish engagements. When they know they have the advantage and they have the upper hand, they execute so successfully. You can tell the communication is on point. They have that game plan, and they delete other teams as soon as they have that extra single player. And they're utilizing these ultimates so good together as well. They still have the ult economy advantage. SSG now with, what, maybe one last push here to try and break. Otherwise, we're going to go for a very quick 2-0.
Month has that God of Mischief, and they don't want it to be that quick. They needed to try to shift a lot of its momentum back in their favor, and that's how you do it. With Energy being able to swap over to the Daredevil and finding Pauly. Speedery, though, finding Renko's even bigger, because once Month is done, it's just a matter of time before the dive comes in, slamming right on top of their head here. Month is off. Now Space Station have no sustain. Overtime taken away in favor for Team Liquid Citadel. Sure, you have the Endsong Inferno from Nectar, but they have to stay on this point, and right now, Energy is farming them.
Just absolutely deleting them. Is there going to be a swap over to a Strange? I'm not even sure you're going to have time to do so. So TLC are just walking over this one. SSG nowhere to be seen. It is a very quick 2-0 statement for the side of Team Liquid Citadel. They continue to be undefeated. They are now 7-0 on maps throughout this stage 1, Vicky, and they don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
I wouldn't want to be any of the strategists from Space Agent 2. I mean, I just don't think the Mantis and Loki, once those lamps are out, I mean, you have such little to no sustain. Then you have to also deal with an Endsong Inferno, and you try to pull it out with Penny, and then gets that deleted. The lamps get deleted while they were alongside it, and Renko's getting picked off a little early in that second to last fight. Team Liquid Citadel, they're sitting in the driver's seat, once again holding on to that perfect record, and Celestial Husk is in their pocket. We're going to figure out what our map number 2 is looking like on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the words is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash.
Powering up. Bombs away. Maximum pulse.
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy for those who cross you. Command the battlefield in style with the new Iron Man Samurai skin and Mantis skin that you can find right now in-game to rep your main's new addition and costume to the game. And hey, speaking of it, I mean, we saw a team try to go with the Mantis there and Loki, and things somewhat fell apart. I got to say, when you look at Celestial Husk in the first win going over to TLC, as many would expect, Gaskin, listen, you're going from a team like TSM over to TLC, a little bit of a whiplash there, especially when you have, you know, to prep after a loss to a shock there of TSM. What do you do here for your SSG? Because you only need a win to get in, but you have three maps now that are going to be tough scenarios.
Pull the Ethernet out, unplug as many peripherals as possible. I don't know, like I struggle to know really what to do against TLC, and I would love to give a deep dive on how to beat them, but no one has figured out how to beat them. If I knew how to figure out how to beat them, I'd be on someone's team, because TLC at the moment, they look just so well polished, and the fact that they have Spark Chief on the bench as well, like, is insane. They've just built this ultimate roster that seems to be impenetrable at the moment. They don't have any weaknesses. They are not lacking on any front. And I think everyone is starting to realize that they are the God Squad of this region, and no one has really been able to touch them.
Coach Fox over here like, let me cook. Hold on, wait for the playoffs. No, but listen, I think what we did see, because the grand final came down to the last play of the game, right? So back in the preseason was the speedery focus. Looking at the pick bans, somewhat of what SSG was doing was reactionary, right? So they had like a rocket save, they go with the Star-Lord ban. And they kind of left one hero for each person being banned, when we've seen the only successful thing is to take out one of them completely. And I can tell you, as we give the MVP, we can always give it to really most of them. I mean, Cooper being just like, you call him Deadpool, Wolverine, whatever, just never dies. Energy, we know what they can do here on a consistent level, and Energy's just been so fun to watch for so long. Young King continues to get it done. But yeah, if you look at them, to give Vest, Dino, and Polycap, you have to find what is that weakness of the team and target ban it. But it's not, as you said, it's not easy, Gaskin. Vicky, I mean, what approach do you have if you're SSG here? What do you take it? Who do you try to identify?
I mean, the thing is, it's hard when Speedery also has a flexibility to go from Ultron over to Black Cat and then also be able to pop off where you carry that ultimate charge into the next round, right? So, like, if anything, you have to make sure that Polly doesn't get free space. You also have to coordinate better in trying to help heal for your backline, and then maybe also have the better communication on sustain here, too, because not only is Renko and Month getting picked off very easily, but it did seem like, as Gaskin had pointed out in that first round, like, a miscommunication that got a mischief just allowed TLC to kite away, and then still allowed Speedery to make that swap up to the Black Cat before the very end of that first round to then carry over that calling card ultimate into the second round too.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah, just taking a look at whether, because you have to play perfect. You can't have these small mistakes because of the way that this team continues to carry itself. And, I think Dogman brought up a good example last time is like when you are the best team in the region, you continue to play teams kind of beneath you, right? So like that's your weakness, I guess, if you to look at like scrims and whatnot in that regard. But they continue to, to get it done. I think the only teams we've seen look at all been able to put, some pressure on them was back in that playoffs. I think, we lost, took a map, right? And then you had, other than that, Swamp. And it's the back line we continue to highlight. It's both the duelists. There's just not a weak role. We continue to say a little bit of the all-star cast here. It's fun to watch them for sure. Space Station Gaming, though, they're not down. They're not out. They're definitely not going to consider themselves an L in this category. Gaskin, listen, Zanji trying to go for the dive with Nectar there somewhat, but it feels like on the combination of these strategists never dying, on top of them not really playing a very dive. SSG is not super dive if you look at some of their plans of attack. Like, maybe that's where they try to shake things up. I mean, do we just go to museum? Is this about to be sponsored by the map again?
Quite possibly, but I'd like to think that SSG maybe will try and throw a curveball here just as a last-ditch attempt to do anything against TLC. I wonder if they should build around Nectar a little bit more because, even though Nectar is on Phoenix and is always going to have a good time, we're so neutralized because they almost built around the Black Cat instead, which doesn't allow necessarily Nectar to have as much freedom. So, I don't know. Maybe you build some sort of, like, poke damage comp that you try and compete, but then you're competing against some of the best in the world at it. It does feel like wherever you go, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't,
It kind of felt like this team, funny enough, like if you look at patches and balance patches and how it affects teams, the Mantis hit from the 4% down on the damage kind of affected this team a lot. They would often do the Mantis into the Psylocke, and Psylocke being one of those that benefited really well off that Mantis bump up, and they don't have that option anymore, right? So taking a look at the map, what they do is just less, I guess. Take a look at the map. We're going to be going to, okay. So you said to shake it up. We've got ourselves Convergence this time around. I like it. It's something that's not just the old Museum of Contemplation. But, if you look at it, Central Park does have a lot of interesting opportunities. We haven't had a lot of it here in America. But if you look at, even things like Black Cat and the portal opening up some really kind of cheeky options for point one. It's a fun one.
It is, and I was also wondering, like, maybe we would have seen Midtown, because I believe that was Space Station's pick against Equinox when they had lost out on Celestial Husk originally, but now taking a trip into a different scenery as we stroll around Central Park, Cozy, it also makes you wonder, all right, well, have they been able to figure out and deal with the dive opposition that's just been harassing that backline, right? Because then you also take a look at the pick and ban phase and what could have been baited out, too, if they wanted to try to use the rocket. Well, that's off the table here, and then they expect that from TLC, and then they get rolled out with the Ultron as well as a triple strategist. Cooper, you mentioned, is like a raid boss, right? Like, not going down a single time in that entire domination is a problem here. So you take off the Gambits off the table, the Protect once again on Rocket for Team Liquid Citadel to not even utilize that here, but we'll be able to probably use it on a map like this as they also take out the Luna Snow. And that's also with the Phoenix that could deal with the Sia if TLC want to roll out with this.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we get any anti-dive stuff banned out, too, on the way they want to go about it. The Daredevil ban certainly says Black Cat's where they're going, in my opinion. At least that's where I think they might go. Speeder, obviously, shutting that down is important. I would say this is a decent Black Cat map. Obviously, just the value, she brings with the relics get that much more, Gaskin, as it's going to be White Fox protected there, and that's going to be answering to what happened in the first map ban.
Like you said, a little bit of anti-dive coming through, and then TLC will ban out Devil Dino. You know what that does mean? There could be potential Penny Parker shenanigans as well. You never know on this map. Penny can certainly do some damage on that defensive side. Not saying either of these teams would pull it out. Maybe we would have seen Sentinels do it if they were in this situation. But they do have one more ban, SSG, so we'll see what they go with. As for TLC, their Protect situation here, there's a few there's a few heroes they could go with. And it's gonna, okay, White Fox makes sense because I was thinking about Galactic Legend being such an important ultimate as well, but in the end, they don't even need it.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay,
I was going to say, if it wasn't White Fox, it was going to be Star-Lord there as the last ban, most likely, just to shut down that. And especially with that rocket save, something you just have to do because it just makes you, we just talked about it, you have to play perfect, and those small mistakes can happen that much more when Star-Lord is there with the rocket, especially with that team up that is continually just slept on. That thing is disgusting, that teleport. Oftentimes, but we find ourselves in Central Park, y'all. Definitely gonna be a fun one. Y'all bringing in a cast that should absolutely paint some cinema, or it's gonna be a quick way to end the evening. Either way, about to find out, and we head underway right now. Space Station Gaming, Team Liquid Citadel. Will we get an upset? Maybe. We'll find out now. Vicky, Gaskin, take it away.
Or will it be a speed run? That's up to TLC to decide, and Space Station to hold their ground, because Gaskin right now, as seeing those White Fox protects, only can mean one thing in my head, and is probably going to see a lot of Black Cat. You want to be able to help off the opposition of the Black Cat being able to get any sort of value off of this backline, but guess what? You also allow Cooper to get Loki on a map like, on a map like this on Central Park. You have a lot more of that verticality, especially on this first point, to get cheeky with those clones.
There's your Penny Parker, everyone. Call me crazy, but there she is. And it is the perfect map for it. We've seen how detrimental Penny Parker can be to go up against on this map. If you can protect that spider nest, it feels like it's impossible to take this first point. But if anyone can break, it's probably going to be TLC. I think you're going to learn a lot of how to destroy spider nests in this game. So we'll have to see how TLC try and approach this one.
Being on the defense makes a lot more sense here if Milk Boy wants to try to rely on this. You get a little bit of the speed boost, a bit of that armor too, and rolling out of the gates is going to be Cooper on that rocket. So combine that together with Speedery already being on the Black Cat, as well as Energy being on the Bucky. Paulie is prowling about. The cap may not be banned, but he's got another threat in his pocket as he's already trying to dive onto Renko.
If you shall, do you get rid of the nest is going to be the real question. Is Speedery is also going to have that target as well, and look at how TLC are working together just to try and collapse around SSG at the moment and try and see if they can isolate anyone. Can you actually get the pick though? Nero in the end does take down Munt, and suddenly SSG have lost both of their backline.
And a good retaliation right there, too. You saw him immediately look at Speedery, but guess what? Everybody left from Space Station got deleted the moment that dive happened from Speedery. The rest of TLC get to walk up for free, take up this real estate, procking the portal play now for Month as he was the first to go down. They come in to recontest.
Yep, they get the portal. Or does anyone go through it? Is anyone brave enough? Yes, okay, finally they do jump through and they can take the fight, but Veswa on the Groot is just going to be able to create so much space for the team and also gets the KO onto one as TLC look to try and lock down this first point somewhat comfortably, even going into that Penny. Of course, the switch off from Milk Boy now moves over to Jeff, but won't matter. First point is gathered and they will gain control of the convoy.
I look so sad looking at Jeff on the floor like that, but it's not sad for Speedery, who's farming them and eating his lunch here onto finding that 1v1 versus Shanji 2. That's 2 in the pocket, and also a lot of space. Look at this, the communication from TLC as Vest moves up, puts down these group walls, just so that way you could create a little bit of a staircase here to help mix match their positioning, but they're about to dive on the opposition with Necryze also splitting their focus on being on the low ground.
I wonder if this is going to be one of those situations where it's a good thing TLC are attacking first at the moment, because what would it have looked like on the other side of things? But SSG still have a chance to try and show us what they can do now that the convoy is moving. But the Ensong Inferno will be responded with one of their own. Can you actually connect? Yes, okay, Speedery deleted.
But that was 2 ultimates that SSG reserved just to deal with Speedery, and TLC have a plethora to work with here as Space Station will really need to rely on Shanji to pop off. Here comes a piece of the Abyss now, missing out on its mark here. Great way on trying to hold back Paulie, who's literally one shot, forced to pop the armor before backing away.
Yeah, backed away, and you have to, otherwise you're just going to be bombarded by TLC here. And TLC have so much to work with. Zanji going to at least try and do something on his own, and actually now the ultimate starts to come through for SSG. They pop a few of them to try and win this engagement, but TLC also have the responses of their own. Ensong Inferno comes out from Energy. Speedery does take down Nectar, and that's going to be massive for their chances.
Although they finally find Cooper, we're talking about him being a raid boss, the OBRB, and that's even better for SSG because it was really only Nero who could help us sustain. They regrouped together, they shut down the opposition, only losing out on Speedery Energy, taking a good chunk of that damage, but it's fine because Cooper is back to also put down his next BRB, and Milk Boy just trying to get more of an extension to hold back TLC.
I do like Milk Boy on the Vanpool. Certainly is a great option for SSG, and Milk Boy in general is a fantastic Vanguard. That being said, TLC are still being able to apply this pressure. Veswa's going to arrive shortly on the Devil Dino to try and take control of this cart once more. So a lot of responsibility once more is going to be on Nectar building up that Ensong Inferno. But it's going to be Renko who pops the It's Jeff first.
And with the CS still being out and no Ensong Inferno to at least delete it while it's still up right now, Nectar's got it right now, holding on to it. Renko needs some help though. The It's Jeff is going to try to find some. Speedery now just taking reign. Both of the strategists off the table for Space Station. Now you have the Ensong Inferno for the reset here. And Vest is just able to take a chomp out of Necrise. TLC looking to get this checkpoint.
Yeah, Speedery's just having too much fun really on the Black Cat. And the ease of which they're finding the backline of SSG at the moment, again, you have to give credit for TLC and how they are pinning them down and approaching that collapse that we see over and over again. Polly being able to create the initial bit of space, Speedery then taking advantage of them being distracted. The wombo combo is insane.
Makes you wonder if banning out the Daredevil was worth. Of course, you could get information on the Black Cat here, but Shanji having a little bit of a difficult time in getting set up. Now they're going to be holding the choke by the staircase, and Shanji's now getting into position, marking down these strategists. It does have some up, though, from Energy, who is also right there, and Speedery basically doing the same, forcing out the lamp so gets a lot more impact.
I just don't know if I also like giving Veswa the Devil Dino so freely as well, as Nectar's able to get a big double to keep them in this engagement at the moment, but SSG are at least able to hold somewhat, but it is a fight at the moment. Speedery hunting down Month and will delete Month off the map so easily and quickly, and actually now just takes the fight to Necrise. Does go down, but at the moment I just think the damage may have already been done here from TLC.
A Diamond form choke slam just felt a little personal, but that's what you have to do when the Black Cat is right in your face. And by the way, he took still so much damage right there. Very scary here, as they're still been able to build up a lot more space. Vez still now onto this group, just trying to create more of this walls here, as Necrise doesn't want to farm them, or rather, he does want to farm them, but now Vest doesn't want him to get that ability here and boosting up that damage. And Shanji also getting information.
I mean, the Guru was also just helping out the cause for Speedery as well, being able to isolate some of that back line as Zanji goes in onto the Black Cat, but you will see now the invisible boundaries just get set down to protect everyone, knowing that the Black Cat was going to come in. Ensong Inferno gets combined with it. TLC throwing all of the pieces of the puzzle towards SSG, and they do convert into one, make it two.
Oh my goodness, Renko getting farmed here too by Speedery, trying to fly up above. Nectar finds a pickup onto Energy, but needs some help. The backline cannot stay alive. Forces the portal play, but it's too late by a pixel. Unfortunately, they cannot contest right back onto the point, and TLC get this payload to the finish line.
There's just a bit of a gap between the two teams. I think that is evident. I think that's to be expected, and that is no disrespect to SSG. I think they knew what they would be coming up against here with Team Liquid Citadel. They are the best in the region, and Team Liquid Citadel are now going to give us an opportunity to really look at their defensive side and how impressively you can hold this first point. I mean, I'm sure that everyone's been on the receiving end of it in your ranked games when you try and take this first point and you just can't get in. And maybe we'll be able to see the penny in action on the other side here for TLC.
I mean, Speedery has 10 finals, right? Like, Shanji has 2, and that goes hand in hand with Polly Survivability, who has been side questing, harassing that backline. You force out the utility. If you force out the lamps, that's a big cooldown then to enable Speedery to clean up the rest. There's only so much you can do to cycle through and keeping these strategists alive, but that's just something to consider. While Nectar has been holding it down here and trying to contest that of Energy, by the time Nectar picks off 1 or 2, looks behind them, and then nobody is there to help follow up. So now as we swap up sides here, Gaskin, this is up to SSG to turn things around. It's incredibly difficult as Vez is now over onto the Dino.
Onto the Dino, onto the Penny. You got Speedery still on the Black Cat as well, and now Energy over to the tried and tested Elsa. It just reminds me of preseason when we were seeing Energy dominating on the Elsa, so I'm quite excited for this one. You put the Glartrox alongside everything that they've already got. This is going to be a very difficult break for SSG. This is going to be a huge test for them.
Nero has been popping off as well on this White Fox, getting a lot more of these follow-ups too to help sustain Speedery. Polly, by the way, I'm so happy. Can we talk about the influx of Penny play that we've been seeing a lot more often, especially when it comes to the defensive side of maps like this? Polly setting up these mines already, just trying to continuously harass that front line. Nectar is trying to do everything to get a choke slam and opening for SSG. Get stunned, and Month and Renko, they get farmed by the hands of Energy and Speedery.
Energy is so good to watch on Elsa. It is such a beautiful thing to witness on your screens, as now they've forced SSG back all the way to spawn. Look at this aggression, and now once they get the reason that, okay, we need to be moving back, they do fall. That call happens, and everyone falls in line, as you should. And I think it is interesting, the influx of Penny. I mean, it makes sense with a map like this for sure. But typically, pro play, you find a way to take out those spider nests because they're usually in obvious positions. But in this map in particular, it's very difficult to even get a sight line on it, let alone get in to get behind enemy lines. TLC did it so quickly and so effectively, but SSG struggling a little bit. Finally, Milkboy is able to work with a couple of players here to try and get behind the enemy and delete, perhaps delete that spider nest.
This is like my nightmare rotation on dealing with something like this that TLC is throwing out to SSG. Ensong Inferno now activated. Gonna be slamming down to delete the nest and delete energy. Big pickoff as that Glartrox was in their pocket. No rockets, so no BRB to bring them back. Nero, though, answering back to find Milkboy, getting the charm and following up onto the Venom. Looking at Shenji, though, being on the Bucky, trying to get a cheeky off angle right now, too, and to delete these nests. We talked about it in our last series, too. How great it would have been to have seen the Bucky actually try to deal with this, and Shenji's just trying to create an opening, but Nero finds Netrise next.
It's just how well TLC are protecting the nest. You saw Speedery jump up and instantly get in the face of SSG as they were trying to delete the nest as well. The game plan is there, and it is working for TLC, and their communication is on point. As soon as a duelist gets in a position to try and take down that nest, they are being pressured, they are being punished, and SSG have got 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock to try and break through here. Otherwise, we're finishing it at 3-0.
I was thinking about nightmare rotation. I'll be honest here, Gasking. I would never let Black Cat and Dino get by like this. This is so crazy. And look at the ult economy that they're working with. Renko and Mutt have been just really trying to stay alive. It's even harder for Invis with that AoE that you have to worry about. The kidnap! Into the Penny Mines! No! And then energy is just a nail in the coffin. You literally look like a chameleon looking in one angle and the other at the same time trying to help out Milkboy. So hard for Groot to make that opening. Now you have the Invisible Boundary to deal with that of the calling card now. Trying to be met from Speedery Cooper to help enable this too from the other side. You get the stun though. The coming clutch, but right when you see it happen, they shut him down, but they still lost out on 2.
TLC just have so much answers. They were just waiting for SSG to do something. They had 4 or 5 ults available to them. Finally, Cooper and Polly have gone down. Maybe this is the opening SSG needed. There could potentially be a portal coming through from Speedery to keep this one contested on the point, and it looks like that is going to happen. But SSG, it took them so long to be able to break this one that TLC are in such a comfortable position still, and now they have one chance at fighting again.
They deleted that Glartrox. Now you have the Strangling Prison, the Wombo Combo, Armed and Dangerous, and Armed and...
no.
Not Armed, actually. Back to the spawn room gates. And Energy having a different plan. Acting like the bouncer, taking him out of the club here as Nectar finds 2, but it's all for naught because TLC have rejoined on the point. Less than 13 seconds on the clock.
You have to give respect for Nectar with the attempt at trying to keep this game alive. Insane damage that's coming out of them, but it's one last push, it's one last hurrah, and it is going to be the portal coming out from SSG now to try and take this point from TLC.
Desperate plays to make them happen now as Bez finds Renko. They're falling like flies, but huge damage coming in as Shinji makes a desperate swap over to the Wolverine to match out of energy. Bez still finding 1 by 1, 2 members off the table for Space Station. Month is coming back around, so close to that invisible boundary to keep this fight going.
Speedery did go down, but is going to have the chance to try and regain and get back on this point, but I don't even think it's going to matter because they are forced off of it, and it is a TLC masterclass once more as they continue to be undefeated here in this group in Americas.
Didn't even let them get an ounce beyond, like, what, 53% and climbing right there for that point, while TLC, they took it to the finish line, and they wrap up our final series of the day. You know, TLC still continue to prove why they are the best within the region, as we bring back Cozy to a rather quick series that we were seeing.
Yeah, it was the speed run we ended up getting. In fact, I'm just shocked we didn't get, like, a Black Widow at the end, the way it was looking, to be honest. I mean, this team... front to back, it turns out the best team in America, in fact, is the best team in America right now. I mean, what else can we say? It's David versus Goliath if David didn't have a slingshot. It was a tough matchup, but either way, SSG, good news for them is they can look towards what is going to be win and get in situation for them. And TLC just, you know, continuing to look the part, right? It's easy to say that you're on top, but to continue to have that same drive, dedication, and show out they continue to have is what impresses me, and there's just so much we can highlight. I mean, just to the macro plays or micro plays, looking at energy, like they were doing so well in dominating that last point, but it's like, okay, overtime, go to the Wolverine, like everything's just functioning like a machine over there, Gaskin. It's impressive.
it's more than impressive. Like, we have to just look at a generational run from this team now, and when we are 4 or 5 years deep into Marvel Rivals and we look back at the history, everyone is going to remember this Team Liquid Citadel roster. Who knows, maybe they will still be at the top at that point, but it has just been a true blessing to see how good they've got from week in, week out. They don't seem to take their foot off the gas whatsoever, and Space Station sadly just couldn't find that answer to take them down, but that shouldn't be any discredit to Space Station because no one has really been able to find that answer apart from Swamp Gaming in the finals of preseason, where they were very close to, of course, doing so. And then we saw TLC improve their roster even more. So it just gets harder for everyone else in this region.
Listen, I saw the memes, right? You saw them too when we saw this team first announced, and then continuing on, it's like they just had stacked across the board, and then Vest being the addition as well. And that's to say, you know, Spark Chief, really great player. So, like, they have quite literally everything, you know, that you would want as we do crown the MVP again. Give it to any of them over there on TLC. And, of course, here in just a bit, we'll be able to talk to the coach. Has plenty to say and excited for that. Nero, okay, we got the Rare Strategist MVP going out. Love to see it from the White Fox, and just continues to dominate at that front. I mean, it's like they banned the Daredevil. Vicky still leaving open something like the Black Cat, and there's been debate, right? Who's the best Black Cat here or there? I think Black Cat, you can look like you're doing pretty crazy things just to sweep up the, you know, the limbs, but Speeder is diff.
And can you imagine like how everybody was literally zooming, because then you have the team up together with between Speeder and Nero, then you get the extra healing, you get everybody with the speed boost, then you have the Penny Nest on top of that to give extra armor. Like the sustain also forces out Poke at that point, and this also means that with Poly playing their own game and Nero enabling it all, that the penny stocks are up currently.
Yeah, the day I thought I would see Paulie, of all people, be playing, you know, Penny is insane. The fact that Dino into Penny is just something crazy. I saw Milkboy vanish within milliseconds. I think I saw 40 mines pop out there, Gaskin, and just blow the tree to the spawn.
I mean, it's funny. It's a bit of a meme, but at the same time, it works. And I think people are starting to realize how oppressive Penny can be on one of these maps. It doesn't matter if you're in your gold ranked games or if you're in pro play. Just a very powerful hero right here, right now. And you put it into the hands of someone like Polly as well, it becomes even more scary. And SSG, they tried to take down the Nest, but we have to give respect to Speedery, right? There were some insane plays that Speedy was doing to defend the Nest. At one point, put his body on the line. I think he literally took a Phoenix ult, right? He took an Ensong Inferno and said, I'm going to eat it so the Nest stays alive. It was a clear game plan from TLC. It was fun to watch.
I gotta say, right now I'm actually working on a graphic I'm gonna post. It's been fun to look at team ups that have been retired, and I've got one looking at the double Nest. Can you imagine with how Rocket's doing right now to have that chaos in what is already an entertaining night? Let me just say this, all right? I'm gonna put a little bit of America bias here. We've been needing a team, forming a team to take down the EMEA over here in the land. They've won the last two, and this is looking like the one. This could be the chosen one, if you will. Vicky, it has me definitely excited. But we do have our interview ready to go. It is Gator, the coach, a man that has been a part of a lot of winning teams here in America and is now in charge of the winningest team right now. What's up, Gator? Good to have you here, buddy. Listen, let's start with congrats. And we'll lead in with, we've heard whispers and echoes of, let's just call it this, man. Let's talk about scrims and how they've kind of mattered for your team, whether it's prepping or just in general for, you know, the Rivals scene.
Yeah, so scrims have been going well for us. We rarely ever like lose scrims or really maps in general. I think our main problem lately has just been teams leaking. So teams like 100 Thieves, for instance, they like kind of every time you scrim them, pretty much every single thing you do gets just leaked. So everyone's kind of blacklisting them right now. So besides them, I think everybody else has been pretty pleasant to like scrim with and been professional. Yeah, I think overall, like, I've been quite happy with scrims.
Awesome. Hey, it's great to see you, Vicky.
Yeah, Gator, it's so nice to talk to you again. You guys were just trying to break a record for another speed run. Can you talk to us a little bit about how entertaining it's been to see like Poly flexing over to the Penny and the influx of Penny depending on the map picks that we're seeing? Kind of to educate the viewers at home as to why we're seeing more Penny now from other teams trying to run off with a different composition.
So like, I think everyone's been playing Penny lately because Sen are kind of like the cheese masters, so they kind of like figured out it's good in like a good way. It's like a good thing they do that. So like I think they were like the first to play it, and then everyone else kind of started following suit. And I think we were one of the last ones to adopt it. And if I remember right, I think legit just told Polly to go play ranked for 8 hours a day, just playing that hero and just one-tricking it. And he's pretty quick to learn new heroes. So like we've adapted pretty quickly. And we kind of hide strats a lot in scrims. So we, like if we're scrimming somebody like 100 Thieves, we'll know that, you know, everything is going to get leaked. So we'll just kind of like, we'll throw just like bait and shit at the wall so they can just leak it to everyone else. So that's kind of what we do a lot. So yeah.
I mean, the big brain plays and they've worked out. You guys look untouchable, to be honest. It has been quite something watching how impressive you have been, but moving into playoffs, it will be a potential change of meta with a new hero being added of Cyclops. Do you think is that like frustrating for you? Are you excited for that as a team? Like, do you think you benefit from meta changes and where people can't study you anymore? What's your thoughts?
No, I think we benefit a lot from new heroes. Our players are honestly probably just best in slot. It's like probably the best roster, I would say. So I think we pick up new heroes fast. We have a lot of good teamwork. It is nice when we can like evolve quickly and make like new strats, and then people like 100 Thieves can't leak it. So like going forward, like I'm quite happy like on being on like a new patch. So it'll be nice actually.
I'm trying to like digitally enhance like the left side of your monitor to look for like iRemix or something in there. I'm like trying to look for like the DM just coming in hot right now. Listen, hey, let me lead with this. Obviously, you guys had the last match against Stick Drift, and I think they've kind of been, I would ask you actually, have they been impressive? I mean, would you have expected them to be essentially a first seed depending matchup? Over here on this side, it's been impressive to watch what this team's been able to do.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think this is still like a new esport. I think there isn't a lot of good teams, but there's a lot of good players, and I think a lot of teams have 1, 2, or 3 really good players. So kind of each tournament cycle, you'll see probably new up and coming players that are going to be like the next wave of the best players in each region. So I'm not really surprised when I see new teams kind of come out of nowhere, new players or new anything. I think it's not like I wouldn't say it's surprising. It's just the only thing that's surprising is when people leak scrims like 100 Thieves.
Well, hey man, appreciate you so much for coming on. Always make it entertaining. I will say what's up to 100 Thieves for you as well. We appreciate you, TLC, and
also
we'll be watching you guys tomorrow. You guys are on back to back.
Yes, and buy the bundle.
Yes.
Buy the bundle, because I'm gonna get shot if I don't say that. Thank you.
Buy the bundle. Don't get a shot. All right. Thank you so much for coming on, my friend, as we close up this very entertaining interview, as always, with Gator. And listen, hey, this is what it's all about, right? But we had definitely a day that we said we would expect a lot of things to happen the way it did. Gaskin, I'll give it to you first. Anything that kind of stood out to you that maybe didn't go what you thought?
I think that NRG gave it a better go at Swamp Gaming than I thought would happen. I thought that was going to be a more one-sided affair, which does interest me as to how the rest of these days are going to go with NRG and their chances of still getting out right, because there is still a possibility for them. They are very much still alive, even if it is a last-ditch attempt at trying to beat Sen. Don't count NRG out just yet, and certainly these next 2 days are going to provide even more entertainment, and yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah, I tell you what, I mean, listen, if you just look over at Group E in general, it's just set to make, let's take a look at the standings, because it is set to make a crazy, chaotic next couple of days. Remember, this is to get into the playoffs, the top 4, move forward, and we find ourselves in a position where even, like, Nightmare can get into that. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy where things are looking. I guess, you have Energy Shock and Sentinels, though, being such an important matchup, as we have that as the last one of day 3 at that, Vicky. These groups are tight.
Yeah, especially when FlyQuest stocks are currently up right now and their next opponents are Nightmare. Like, that is actually, that whole middle of the pack for Group B is going to be insane. But, Cozy, we only got 4 spots up for grabs here, and 2 of these teams will have to drop down, and time is of the essence with us only having 2 days left.
Yeah, for sure. And even looking over there in the Group A, I mean, yeah, we lost a team that, even gave TLC there in the semis on the lower, run for the money. It's crazy to see exactly kind of where that's going to shake out. So the next 2 days, y'all, is going to be nonstop entertainment. More even tomorrow. It has just a ton of fun games ahead, and we move on forward to that. Now, taking a look at our upcoming schedule, we do start off the day with a very important TSM versus Yeah We Lost game. And Gaskin, who would have thought that this was going to be such an important matchup?
I know, there was a real chance that this could have been like TSM's send-off if they hadn't been able to find that victory, but now if they beat Yeah We Lost, they suddenly are looking at playoffs, and such a good chance for them as well, but there's always the chance of tiebreakers as well, which is what is scary in Group A. Sadly, the only team in Group A who is completely out is Equinox. Everyone else still can compete for a spot in those playoffs. And then you mentioned it, TLC versus Stickdrift is, playing for first place in this group, and then straight into another first place matchup of SG versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and again, what poetry to have 2 of the 1 seeds being decided on the last matchup that they have, right, Vicky? I mean, that's exactly what you want. When you look at it from week 1 to week 3, you kind of maybe question where some of these matchups are placed, and it ended up beautifully.
Yeah, right, because then you leave the best for last to determine which of these teams will secure that first place spot, because you also have to consider the seeding purposes that goes into that top 4 hand in hand with the teams that do end up qualifying.
For sure. And so from, start to finish, it's going to be a tight race for the finish, as again, July in the first week of that, we'll be bringing our playoffs. As Gaskin said, having a new patch is going to just make things even more chaotic. And then it continues to go through what is going to be the mid-season final. And this has continued to be a lot of what we thought of what was the preseason. Clear top, kind of jumbled middle, if not even more so now. But I love it this way. It makes it unexpected and more fun. I've been your host, Cozy Day. It's been a lot of fun to bring all the action to you. Vicky, want to go ahead and give you a word before we all say goodbye? It's always fun to have the 3 of us.
Yeah, we just had Penny and Dino together getting the Wombo combo. It's been great to see how the compositions have also adjusted as the tournament has progressed, Cozy, and I cannot wait to see our long day play out tomorrow where the stakes are higher than ever.
Gaskin, I'm going to leave it to you. Any 1 seed get upset tomorrow? Do we have TLC or Swamp falling?
I don't think so. You know me, I'm a stats man, and I'm just going to go with the favorites here. But I'd love to see an upset. I think we all would, but they're definitely going to be very impressive games. It's going to be a great day.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you guys all watching here today. And once again, stay tuned tomorrow, same time, same place. We bring you day 2, week 3 of stage 1, year 2. That's a lot of Marvel Rivals. Go out there, run some comp games, and happy rivaling. We'll see you tomorrow.
Show me that you were still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 때까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸